There we go. Here we go.
All right.
25 hours to go.
Oh, God. God bless you, man. God bless you.
Yeah. Hey, I texted you, what, 3 minutes ago?
Yeah, I texted back. I've been up.
Oh, yeah. Well, I got up. Oh, 3:40. I just saw your text. I looked out and saw your text. 3:40.
Yeah, I've been up. I've already worked out.
Nope, not me. I got up at 5:10. And then I've been in here just making sure. I came into this room here on StreamYard, and nothing was set up right. Like all the presets were gone.
Oh my gosh, are you serious?
Yeah, I was like, why? It's never done that before.
Of course, it's the law. It's the Murphy's Law right there for you.
Yeah, so I backed out, came back in, and they were there. I was like, what the heck is that?
Right? Yeah, so you had that momentary sense of like dread.
Yeah,
what was about to happen?
Yeah. That's a little bit of a cold open right there. So let's do the where is it? Where's the video? Let's do this traditional video. Here we go.
Cool.
Oh God. We are right side home here. Effing Todd. Oh. DJ, you gotta learn to keep your blimping mouth shut. Seriously, Todd, 24 hours hasn't started yet. Give me a break, will you? Come on. We are right side.
That's very funny.
Yeah, you think that's funny? Check this out. Let me see if I can get it to. I want to get it to play right. I dug this up. Found this. Now I'm trying to get this to play. See how it comes in
here. I think DJ, you should do a fundraiser where you do a 24-hour podcast.
I could do that. I could absolutely do that. I would. Oh my God!
You could have a new guest on every hour.
Yep.
And you could hit up your listeners.
I did not say that.
What will we raise money?
Did I say that?
That's you. That's you on March 7th, I believe.
Okay, just for
March
the record.
7th, 2023. That's the Takeover Tuesday featuring Todd Anderson. Yeah, listen, it goes on. Listen.
Okay.
Insomnia. So I'm either gonna talk for 24 hours and either cure your insomnia, you're gonna go right to sleep, or we'll donate enough money to get you cured.
Do you think you could talk for 24 hours?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. I almost did. Back when I was mountain biking. So I almost did. That was it. That was the day, the moment.
That's crazy.
My memory had it in reverse. I thought you asked if I could do it and then came up with it. Nope. This is the first time I've listened back to this in all these years. This is our third year doing this, but I didn't realize you literally called exactly what we're doing. You said you got to do it. I'm like, okay.
my memory was, joking about it and you saying, yeah, I think I could do it. And then maybe a couple of weeks later, you came back with this idea of I'm going to go 24 hours and have all these guests. I have zero memory of saying any of that.
You called the whole thing.
That's cool.
You called the whole thing. Jerk.
Well, you're doing it. It's very impressive.
Hey, somebody challenges me. There you go. Look out.
Could you do it standing though?
Yes. Look, you are brutal.
Are you standing? Wall squats?
My desk is and it's like that's purposely like this. I didn't know if I was going to start
have a standing desk. Oh, very
I have
cool.
one.
I have one of those also.
Yeah, Because if I'm standing here, like I could not do all 24 hours
just sitting.
Yeah. My back would be a mess. So yeah, I've had that. I didn't know if I was going to start standing and then sit down. And it's like, just as it's funny you asked that, because I didn't even realize what I was doing this morning. I'm just like, you're just getting set up, right? It's not like I'm like, all right, gotta get my stretches in here.
Right. Yeah. Start doing jumping jacks.
Yeah, exactly. No, but yeah, it's like, I think I typically, if I remember right, I typically start sitting, and then like around 10 or 11 in the morning, I'm like, oh, my back. Oh yeah, I can stand up. And then I'll stand up. But
yeah, those desks are magic.
Yeah. Yeah, because you can just, the power, it's like you have the preset, you boop, boop, boop. Yeah. Yep. So there you go. Any other questions? Please go easy.
That's really funny that you found that audio.
Yeah.
I mean, what are the, I'm actually a little speechless hearing that.
Why?
Is that AI?
Is that AI? No. I know, huh? Imagine that. Yeah, like you don't remember, but it's like, yeah, no, that's real. It's out there. It exists. It exists.
I was saying to my wife, I think we're getting to the point now with these AI generated videos. Some of them are almost unrecognizable to what's would be real life. I think it's going to get to the point where people just get tired of watching things online because you're not going to know what's real and what's fake. Part of the allure leading up to this AI revolution was seeing some amazing things being done, like people doing backflips, or, a bear showing up in somebody's yard and falling asleep on their trampoline, or, whatever, but now you watch some of these things and it's like, is that real? And I don't want to waste my time watching fake things. Not that I was ever really into watching videos online anyway, but I'm wondering if that's going to actually have the opposite effect on social media that social media originally had on people. I'm actually kind of hoping it does, because I'd like to see social media kind of break down. But
you'd like to see it break down.
I would. I think it's really poisonous to maybe not to you and I. I think we grew up in a way that shields us from a lot of it, but I'm just in watching the generations of kids that are growing up with it, I have a serious concern about its impact on mental health, and just grounding of what is reality. So many people live through their I don't want to ruin your show going on some kind of
no, but
I do think it's a poison to the brain. It really warps what reality is, and people are striving for this unreality.
It's funny that you say all this, because it's like, and you say like, hey, I don't want to poison your show or anything like that, but I've had these conversations in real life with people, and anybody close to me in my life knows I'm into home theater. I have my show, I have this, and like I'll literally be talking to people about something like dead serious in life, and then go, this really relates to home theater because we do this, and this in home theater. And everything you're saying is exactly like a conversation that I wanted to have, I don't know, a few Takeover Tuesdays ago with different people coming on. I'm like, oh, I keep thinking, I'm like, I'm going to do this topic. And then we talk about something else, and you know how it is, my brain squirrel. But AI and everything you're saying is all like that, Chat GPT, all this stuff for home theater or anything else in the world, right? You don't know what you don't know. So if you're getting bad information, you don't know you got bad information. Right. And you start early on, I started looking into the AI thing, and it would give you basically your Chat GPTs and all that would give you your information based on what it just basically takes the entire internet, see what it says, and tells you what's going on. Mm-hmm. Right. That's it. So if the popular opinion is this, well, then that's what you're going to get. Whatever, it might not be correct for your room, but that's what you're going to get. And so you have to be careful about stuff like that. And that's the thing with, it comes to home theater or life in general. It's like if you're taking your opinions from the internet, buyer beware, whether it's
you're
home
in big
theater
trouble.
or life.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I heard a really interesting set of stats yesterday that just totally blew my mind, and they had to do with how much savings you have and what category percentage wise that puts you, basically versus the rest of the world. And I think it was something like if you have like $500,000 saved, that puts you in the top 1% of the world, right?
Yeah.
And that's probably not too shocking, but it got down to a savings amount of $1,000.
Yeah.
You have more money saved than like 62% of people in the world.
Yeah.
That blew my mind. And, I guess my point is when you go on social media, it looks like everybody's a millionaire. Everybody's driving a G Wagon. Everybody has amazing clothes. They're all out doing amazing things. And that's that like unreality that I really worry that the youth of today are getting sucked into chasing. Um, but isn't that crazy? $1,000.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, if you have $1,000 save, it means you don't need it's most people are either begging for stuff or week to
Yeah.
week or
Yeah.
whatever. So that percentage but what's funny is there's people like, and they don't appreciate that. They don't appreciate what level they're at. And they think
1,000%.
they'll be like, I'm so poor. No, you're not.
I know. Yeah, I know.
So,
Yep.
Yep. But that's, same in like, it's so funny. The same. And again, going back to home theater, you see the people online and it's like, oh, I can't do this and I can't do that. And be like, if you're even talking about this stuff, you're in that top percentile.
Yeah.
Right? There's not a lot of people like begging for food or begging for Everett and also jumping online to see what the next projector they're going to get is.
Right.
It's like,
yeah. And you and I have talked about that before about the whole, you can take less expensive equipment and deploy it correctly and have an amazing experience. I see a lot of comments on YouTube where people are down on the cost of things. And I totally get that. I still think it's a value of talking about expensive things because it opens your mind and teaches you about the possibilities of where technology can go.
Or is going.
But you definitely should not look at it and begin comparing yourself to it because that's just a no-win situation for the vast majority of everyone.
Well, I think
that's there, right?
Yeah, I think that's I've obviously I've never been like that, and I've always looked to whatever would be the future or whatever is unattainable right now. Who knows? And when you're younger, you don't know. You don't know that it's most likely going to be attainable. It's just years and years down the road. And now a lot of that could be, when you're younger, your means aren't as, or you don't have the means to do it. Maybe when you're older, you have the means to do something that you couldn't do when you're younger. But there's also the part where like things literally just come down and cheaper because the new technology comes out. Right. I mean, clearly I can afford more things now, more expensive pieces now than I could when I was younger. But but the technology also came down. The things I was looking at when I was younger are now like either obsolete or
isn't that amazing?
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. It's like the stuff that we did and looked at, and then you look now and go, oh my God. But I think everything, if you say everything's relative, it really, really hits hard now because you think of how much the dollar was worth in like the 80s and 90s and how much everything was, right? Your costs of things were actually more expensive then or relative or the same, but the dollar was worth so much less. And now it's worth, it's worth so much more and things are cheaper, but we're thinking it's more expensive. And I think it's just because of the wave that people have been on recently. I mean, things have been so good.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, honestly, you look at the cost of TVs right now.
Yeah.
They've never been cheaper. I know there's some super expensive ones out there, But considering back in the the first TVs came in what, the late 40s, 1950s, somewhere in that range.
Yeah.
Um, those original ones were like 15 grand. The first color TV, like 15 or 16 grand. So now you can go out and buy a 65-inch OLED for
Yeah.
what, 1,500 bucks, 1,200 bucks.
Yeah. And you never mind the fact that you can, whatever you buy now, for whatever price you buy, you can leave it on 24 hours and there's constantly stream content to
Yeah.
put on it.
Yeah.
Right. Back then it was, you had like, what did they turn on at like 6 p.m.? And then they were
Yeah.
off at 8 p.m. because that's all that was being broadcast.
It's
So
back
you
when we
spent
were
all
kids,
this
though. I mean, it
money.
was similar, right? I mean, in some
Yeah.
ways, some of the best I remember Star Trek coming on like Friday at like 6 o'clock, and then The Love Boat, and then American Bandstand, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. On Saturday nights. Yeah. It's
Was that Saturday? Yeah.
yeah. Saturday
back in the
nights.
70s.
I also remember Lawrence Welk
Uh-huh.
watching that with my grandparents when they were watching us. It's like, all right, and you roll right into like Love Boat and Fantasy Island or whatever. But yeah.
Yeah,
But
the
yeah,
good old days. There was a certain charm about it, not having control, being kind of beholden to what they're serving you.
yeah.
Um,
Oh yeah. I mean, we look back at it and call it charm. But if
Yeah.
all of a sudden they went back to that, we'd be like, this sucks. Like, it's like,
it's
you know,
true.
the news is on, then you'd have Johnny Carson or whatever, and then
Mhm.
it would go out.
Yep.
You know, the TV would go, and that was an R age. You went out even young, it would go, you know, you just get snow.
You get the
And
national anthem.
At 5 a.m., I think it was 5 a.m.
Yeah.
You get the, you know, the national anthem comes on. And then, do you remember why it all of a sudden went 24 hours?
No, I have no idea.
That what was the first one? Desert Storm.
Really?
In 90, I think it was at 91, something like that. 90, 91.
Really?
Because they wanted to be
I
able
guess
to
that
do
makes sense.
coverage all night long. They wanted
Wow.
to be able to break in and do coverage. That's when they stopped shutting off. At least that's my recollection of it.
Yeah,
But
no. I mean, I clearly remember like late 80s staying up and watching baseball with my brother, and then, the TV channels just cutting off.
Right.
So, yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, that very probably is exactly about the time that it started flipping over to 24 hours.
Yeah, they started, and that was cable. I mean, cable
That's not that
TV,
long ago. That's crazy.
isn't it? Yeah. Well, it's not that long ago, but I mean, there's probably a lot of people listening, not right now, this early in the morning, but that weren't even born yet.
Yep. Yeah, I know where that just sounds totally backwards and crazy. How about MTV shutting down? Crazy.
No.
That
Yeah,
nuts.
are they shutting down, or you mean just not doing music videos anymore?
No, I think they was reading like a week or two ago that they have closed the door. It's over.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Well,
I know.
they haven't really been MTV in like decades.
No.
It's just been another channel doing something else.
Yeah, dude. Well, when they kind of got into reality TV with Road Rules and The Real World and all that stuff, it really shifted what they were all about. I mean, speaking of the 80s and late 80s, 90s, I remember staying up on Sunday nights watching 120 Minutes. Did you ever watch? It was like it ran, I think, from 11 to 1 on Sunday nights, and it was all alternative music videos, mainly European bands, like the Stone Roses, the Happy Mondays, Ride, all these Euro indie bands. And that was a TV show specifically dedicated just to the music videos for that kind of music. So they never played that stuff, here in the US at least, during the day, because they were playing like what, Salt and Pepper, TLC and all that.
Oh yeah.
Bon Jovi. That was all like your daytime viewing. And then there was that one show on Sunday nights. And I think right after 120 Minutes, if memory serves, they would play a TV show called The Young Ones. Have you ever watched The Young Ones?
No, I don't think so.
I'm sure Steve knows about The Young Ones. It was like I don't know. It was a bunch of losers kind of living in this apartment. It was a British TV show. One guy had like stars nailed into his forehead. I think
nailed.
Yeah, they were
What do you
like,
mean, like metal stars? Like how do
yeah,
you
they
have
were like metal stars
Oh, okay.
in his head. It was very funny. It was a comedy. It was a
I'd
very
hope
funny
so.
show. But yeah, I don't know.
That's
Weird stuff. But if you weren't up watching that stuff at that time, then it's not going
yeah.
to resonate with you.
Let's
But
see. We
if you
got.
can note when Steve comes on, you have to ask him if he's ever watched the young ones. I'm sure he probably has.
I'll try to remember.
Yeah. Yes, yeah.
I got a
19
list of
hours.
questions here for you.
So how was your Halloween? Did you guys?
I didn't. I get to bed early. We didn't
Yeah.
do much. We took Larissa's kids trick or treating up and down the street here,
Mhm.
which is fun. They live on like a really steep hill. Like
Oh,
like you come out and it's like it's not a private road, but it's like a cul-de-sac.
yeah.
A long road, but it's really steep. So we do all the houses down the hill, and then two little girls walking up. I don't want to walk anymore.
Oh.
It's
Did
great.
you pick him up and carry him?
Nope.
No.
Nope. It was so funny. I'm like, their youngest, Victoria, is like falling way behind. And she's like, and I've got the flashlight, so I'm behind her. And I'm like, come on, catch up. She goes, why? Why? You're not. I go, I'm waiting for you. We get to the top of the hill and they're all like,
Oh yeah.
It's like, okay.
That's fantastic.
So, oh yeah. Yeah. Well, they don't know who they're dealing with. I used to make little kids cry when I was coaching hockey, running monsters, and the kids are like, I can't breathe. No, if you couldn't breathe, you wouldn't be able to talk. So keep going. Keep going. Trust me. I'm working you till you can't breathe. That way you can't talk.
That's fantastic.
Oh yeah. Yeah. That's fun. It's fun. It's tough because kids, they don't know what they don't know. So they think this is the worst pain they've ever been in their life.
Right.
And it
yeah.
is. It literally is. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh no, there's so much more. Oh,
Yeah,
there you
strap
go.
that
There's Steve
helmet
right
on.
now. Steve's in the chat.
Steve.
Let's say hi to everybody in the chat, by the way. Happy 24 hours, Steve says. Thanks, buddy. Let's see. Well, I'll do Steve's job here. So Gurinder was the first one into the chat this morning at 5:16 a.m. And then I said good morning. Then Paul Hurt dropped in. Scruffy, hey, Johnny Speakers, Hooked 72. I'm wondering if that's new. But he said Hooked. Good morning, Power just came back on after 12 hours. Small Island life for you. Good luck, DJ. Thanks, Hooked 72. Ariel popping.
Wonder where he is.
Yeah. Rachel, hey, good morning, Rachel. Paul again, like I said. So yeah. And user VT8, whatever. Yeah. No. I think he's referring to this is Ron Jeremy on. I think he's referring to my Movember mustache. So at least I hope that's what he's referring to, and he's not looking for Ron Jeremy. Steve and user. And Killing Burger. Is that yeah, Killing Burger. Yeah. So what was it? Kylie Burger.
And by the way, right there, Paul Hurt at 620, a little nod to the young ones, I believe.
Oh, okay. Where is that? Where did Paul say it?
It's like 4 up from the bottom.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that one right here.
Yep, somebody out there knows.
Yep, there you go. Paul.
Now you have now the next challenge 25 hours of watching the young ones straight. DJ, can you do it?
Yes.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's probably not, but probably could. But why would I?
Might get hooked. You never know.
No. Yeah. No. So first you got to get hooked to something. Then you do it for 25 hours straight. You got it backwards. It's like I was already doing a podcast.
That's true.
I can't believe listening back to that you actually called it out. Like you called your shot. Like, all right, we're going to do this. And then it was like, do you think you could do it? I'm like,
I just stood there with the bat.
Yeah.
Staring at center field.
Yeah. Staring. It was January, but that's okay. It's like nobody's throwing a ball. But, yeah, it's, but yeah, look at, and then we, this I remember, and I think you'll remember this. We went back and forth for the next months, remember, on how to get this off the ground. And it was between our schedules. It was like you were working it. We had an idea. We had a charity. You had a charity that you thought would be good. And
oh yeah. The at
The
NIH.
Yeah, and it was
Children's Inn at NIH.
yes, and I remember I talked to Joe Klusnick about doing it that way because he was doing stuff like that already. So we would talk it went into that summer, like, and when I say we were talking about it, it was like a month would go by, and it was like, hey, what do you think of that? Oh yeah, let me do it, and then eventually, how we got to what we're doing now, it was just like I got to do something. And I just looked at the calendar and I said, all right, I'm going to do it the first week in November, having no idea at the time when I picked it that it was when we set the clocks back.
Mm-hmm.
And then instead of avoiding that, I was like, oh no, that's great. Let's do 25. And it was, and it was just like, the home theater dozen right there. So,
when it comes though to the whole daylight savings time thing, waking up in the morning and realizing that you have another hour to just lounge around is like it's like the only benefit, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And you're missing out on it.
No, I get an extra hour talking. It's so funny. It's like, yeah, you get an extra hour and you're like, no, yeah, but this has turned into like what it was like as a kid for Christmas, right? When you were a kid at Christmas time, you were like nervous, at least for me, nervous leading up to it. Did I behave? Is it going to be the same as last year? It's like you get those nerves, is everything like that. And it's like, how do you duplicate that as an adult? It's almost impossible, right? That excitement, the nerves, the good excitement, this and that. This is literally that. It's like every year I want it to be better. I try, and it's like, and this year is an improvement on last year. We've got some giveaways that I'm going to be talking about throughout the day, that are going to run for the whole month. But so we've done that, but I keep trying to advance it, and I'm like, is it going to work? Is it going to? So you have those exciting nerves, and then like this morning, it's like, or last night going to bed, it's like, is Santa going to come? But instead of it being one Santa, I'm looking at pretty much 25, 30 Santas. Are these all these Santas going to show up and talk to me? And when one doesn't show up, you're left with, so how's the chat doing?
Though, that problem kind of took care of itself. I think, over the very first year, you ended up having more people per hour than I think you thought you would have.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that's going to be the case again. I think you'll have
lots
of people joining on to say hello.
Oh yeah. Right now it's like I am fully booked. I'm double booked in a few places. And then, like you said, that first year I was trying to get people in and out in an hour, right? Like I'd be like, okay, you want this hour? And then watching it evolve right in front of me, like, okay, people would stick around, and then other people would be like, oh yeah. And it's like, because I wouldn't tell people to leave, and it's like, as long as I got the room in the room, because I can have up to 10 people, it's like, sure, that's what we did. And it was great. It was great. It's like, I remember the first year I had a couple of listeners on, and I had this full room, and there were people in there, and they didn't say boo. They were just happy to be sitting in the room. And I was like, okay. And I felt bad. And I'm like, I'm so sorry. I'm like, that was great. Because, they're just sitting in the room talking with people like us. And you're like, but they weren't saying anything. Okay. But yeah. No, yeah, I full boat. Yeah. So it's actually, I have 2 gaps, but like you said, it's like,
it's not going to be a problem. Yeah.
No. And it's by the end of it, you look at it and go, oh, yeah. It's like, how was that a gap? So
have you released a list of who's coming on, or is it just going to be a surprise for everyone?
I try to keep it as a surprise that way, because I don't want to list anybody. And then if anybody has to accidentally back out, I don't want to call them out. Be like, oh, such and such could, because I've had a couple people this week already back out because, emergencies or family stuff, and be like, oh my God. But everybody's been awesome, and everybody, absolutely. Yeah. Just let me know what time. And then it's, okay, well, or they'll give you a ballpark of a time, and I'm like, okay, how about this? And it's like, everybody's been great. So
awesome.
Yeah.
Let's can you throw up in the chat where to donate?
The best play, yeah, actually, that's a great. Let me see. I'll pull it up here. Where you don't. It's actually in the where to donate is in the notes of what you're watching right now.
The YouTube, the description.
In the description of what you're watching right now, it's in there, and you're gonna go to Ryan Davies' Movember page, and you're gonna donate, and the description is all right there on what in here. I can tell you what it says. So it's like multiple raffle prizes, buy raffle tickets, donate directly to Ryan Davies' Movember page, and then the link is there, and then you email the receipt to me, and that will get you however many entries. So I have I broke it down. $5 equals 1 entry, 25 gets 6 entries, $50 gets 14 entries, $100 gets 30 entries, $150 gets 50 entries, $200 gets 75, $250 gets 100, $300 gets 150 entries, and $500 would get you 300 entries.
Wow, very nice.
And Todd, you know all of them, right? All
I do. Yeah, definitely donate.
And the way we're going to do it this year is we're going to do a drawing first Tuesday in December, so you'll be able to donate all month so we can raise as much money as possible for Movember. And then what we're going to, first prize gets the pick of everything, second prize gets pick of what's left, and all the way down. So and pretty much everything here is, even if you got the last prize, it's going to be worth it, you know. And
totally.
And again, it's like if you put your money, this is all for Movember. So but that way it keeps it simple, everything goes to Movember, then you email me the receipt and you get your entries. And then the way we'll do it so that it's, we're going to do it live, and you put everybody in a list. Everybody will be in the list with their entries, and then we're going to pick numbers to put next to it, and then we'll have somebody pick the number, and it's, you'll see how I think that's how we did it last year, but it's like, it's almost impossible to try and guess who's going to win when you do it it's not almost, it is impossible, because I have no idea what we're going to do.
Right.
For numbers, but yeah. So it won't be any kind of like the bingo number, and they put the winning prize in the freezer.
One of the big
first.
balls.
Yeah. Remember hearing all that? Remember how people would do that? They'd be like, they're like, oh, you put one of them in the freezer, so you put your hand in, you look for the cold one. I was like, I wouldn't have thought of that. I'm like, oh. But yeah. So
you're like, and the winner is DJ Briggs. What?
Yeah, I won again.
I won all 4 prizes.
So let's see. You want to one that I'm hoping you'll be involved. We haven't had a chance to talk, but you want to announce one of the prizes right now?
Sure.
One that I'm hoping you will be involved with, and you'll help me out by a meet and greet or something.
Sure.
All right.
Which by the way, before you start, I just
you can't win.
Well, I know, but I'm donating.
I know.
So $100, $104. So I encourage everybody to donate whatever you can to this cause, because I think it's really cool. So I'm in.
Yeah, it's men's health is what Movember is all about. Go to Ryan's page. He's donated almost $40,000 over the last 15, 16 years now. And so yeah, let's get him way over 4,000 this year. 40,
yeah, it looks like right now it's up to $204.
Yeah, the other donation was John Mensor.
Awesome.
Another listener.
Good job, John.
And so yeah, he put it in the other day. He's one of my patrons. Patrons that were in the chat the other day know what the prizes are. So John went on, he's like, how do I get tickets?
Yeah, do it, folks. Even if you don't want to win a prize, do it.
Yeah, that's just to entice you. And it's like, you most likely, sorry, I mean, this is why I'm not in promotion. Most likely you're not going to win, but it's for a good cause. So
I'd say your odds are pretty darn good to win something here.
Yeah. Yeah, I would hope so.
And some of
I,
these are
you know,
really awesome prizes. So
so, yes, I think they
all of
all
them,
are.
they all, yeah,
They
yeah.
all
Well,
are.
that's what I meant.
And
Yeah.
they're all like not. I mean, yeah. So, all right, the first one that I'll announce is something that people have been asking for, people have been looking for, and yeah, gonna admit it, stealing it from our buddy Brett. Brett Bjorkquist. So we're gonna raffle off. Somebody's gonna be able to go to Cedia. So
Ooh.
you'll get airfare, hotel, one night, and just like Brett did, he'll fly in. I don't have the connections that Brett does. Well, I kind of do because I have Brett, and I have you, Todd. So it's like, but it's like I'll get you into Cedia. You'll come in with me. You go in. We can meet. People are running, and we'll set something up. Otherwise, but
Yeah.
once you get closer, this thing's going on and events and stuff like that. But that's one of the prizes.
Yeah.
So
That's an awesome prize. When I was looking at the list of prizes, I was, putting myself in someone's shoes that might be a winner. And I'm thinking that might actually be the one that I would go for. Just me
that one,
personally. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. I mean, I think the other prizes are really awesome and I can totally make a
yeah.
case for each one.
But those are all something pretty attainable by yourself.
Yeah, but the experience of going to a giant trade show like that and the chance to meet some of the folks behind the
Mhm.
industry there, I think Mike probably could talk better
Yes.
about that.
Oh yeah.
But
Absolutely.
that's a pretty cool experience.
Yeah. Yeah. That's so the other one I want to do to that is as a patron, you get the opportunity to do it now as a patron. And that's how, like, I want to thank all my patrons. So this is how I'm going to do it. If a patron wins and that prize is there, they can pick that and something else.
Mm.
So you know what I mean? So it's like as a patron. So all you got to do is be a patron. And so that would help because to be honest with you, it sounds like, well, he's just trying to grab money for the show. What do you think's paying for the trip?
Right.
The patrons,
Right.
right? So that's why I want to thank the patrons because if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't even be able to do this.
So wait 1 second. You're telling me that someone can win a free trip to Cedia and Tic Tacs
and
for an
Tic Tacs,
entire year?
yeah, exactly. That was the big one at the end.
Sorry, didn't want to ruin that.
I got a case over here. Also, come on.
Oh, I could go through that case in about 10 days.
Yeah,
It's so bad. I buy Tic Tacs at the grocery store occasionally, and they're basically gone before I even get home.
Really?
I've got a problem with anything like that. Gum,
Tic Tac.
anything. I just have this I just
Yeah.
stuff my face with it. I don't know if I'm just trying to get rid of it or
Get rid of it. Don't buy it.
Yeah, well,
get rid of it.
It's I don't know. Yeah, I think it's after I buy it, I have this guilt of like, I really shouldn't be eating this stuff. I'll just eat it all now.
Yeah, and then you go buy more,
and then I go buy more.
You go buy more. It's like glad I got rid of it. But yeah, so that was my my thank you to the patrons. If it's gone ahead of time, then that if somebody that gets it ahead of time, that's fine. But yeah, that's the option. So if a patron were to win and there were two, the Cedia trip and something else was there, they could have both. They get to choose a couple things. So, but yeah, so hopefully that helps people, encourages people to become patrons, and then we can do more, in the future. So, but yeah,
that's really cool.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the first prize. And
so is that one night at Cedia?
Yeah, I don't know which night because I heard that I heard a couple people talking about it, that they're thinking of changing the days because it's typically been Thursday, Friday, Saturday, right? And this year when we were there, did you hear this? That they're thinking of changing it to like you come in on, they're going to change it to during the week. So it would be like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or something like that. So basically, it turns the work week into a work week.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so you'd fly in, set up on Monday, Tuesday, and then the show will be Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and everybody flies home. So you never, as people, everybody there it's all business, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it turns it into a work week, and you're not missing the weekends with your families and stuff.
Yeah,
That's what I heard.
I've not heard that. I
Okay.
know I've heard other rumblings behind the scenes. I mean, it's
Yeah.
a little bit of controversy going on there. You know, it's another reason to take advantage of trying to get there next year, because
It's definitely happening next year.
it's definitely happening next year, but there seems to be some cracks in the foundation that
Yes.
are going to be a challenge for them to overcome. But, you know, it's definitely, you know, they also need to change the location every year. I think that's one of the problems
think?
is that, yeah, you know, because you do get a lot of regional people showing up. And, you know, when they move it to San Diego or to Dallas, you know, they're drawing on different areas of the country.
Yeah.
And there is something, I think, to be said about the same people in the same area experiencing the same thing year to year. So, you know, maybe moving it back to Indianapolis for a couple years, it would be awesome to see it on the East Coast.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's ever been on the East Coast. I think as far east as it's come has been Indianapolis. But I you know, I know they're locked into Denver. I think for at least 2 more years.
I heard it was 6 when they started. I think you were the one that told me. It was like they had an agreement.
I probably did. Did I tell you that?
Yeah. So they just did their third, so it'd be 3 more, I think, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And it's a great, I mean, don't get me wrong. I think Denver is a fantastic place for it to be, physically speaking, from the infrastructure. You know, no shade on Dallas. I'm not a huge fan of that convention center and the situation going on around it there. San Diego was fine, but I think the way Denver's set up with all the hotels right around the convention center, it's really ideal. But I think regionally speaking, it would be really good for them to move it, you know, to Chicago or New York.
Yeah.
But you know, it's you know, CD is not in control of it anymore. It's run by a company called Emerald.
Oh, okay.
And that's been, I think, one of the reasons why you're starting to see a shift. It's more, my impression is it's becoming, you know, their money making operation as opposed to what CDO was running before. But we'll see. I'm sure. I'm hoping they're going to take in feedback that people are giving them and make some changes. But it's still an awesome event. It's still my favorite one of the year.
Yeah, and it's funny. It's like for us, especially somebody like myself, and I mean, even this is your work. This is what you do. But even you're like us. You're the enthusiast that turned this into your job, right? But most of the people there, it's all business to them. It's all like, you know, like either a dealer or even the manufacturers are trying to talk to the funny thing is, what I find is the manufacturers, the companies are closer to being like us. Oh yeah. They're not, you know what I mean? They're enthusiasts. They're people that are excited about their products. They want to get these out. And then you have the dealers where some of these people, and you hear it on the floor, you're walking around. Some of these people, it's like their job. Like, okay, what were you in last year? Well, I was in biomedical last year. And then this year it's like I'm selling home theater gear. So it's like they're just basically doing a sales thing. They don't really care. So they're getting pitched by the companies on how to sell their product. That's what CD is all about.
Yep.
All of these rumors that we hear about from people are like, okay, it might dampen it for other people like me and stuff. I mean, no. I mean, I was walking around there. It's amazing. It's just an amazing experience. It's like it would literally have to go away for us to be like, oh no, you know.
Right.
But other than that, it's like, I mean, going in there, seeing, I mean, you can't describe it. I can't. It's like, I do the best I can. I did the live show, but even that, it's like, you got to be there. And it is very overwhelming.
It is. It's awesome.
The first time you walk on the floor, you're like, oh.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's definitely an event worth experiencing once. I was out there like seven or 8 days this year. I got
This year.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got there on Saturday. I was supposed to
Oh,
arrive
wow.
there on Friday. Actually, no, I'm sorry. I arrived there on Friday. And then I helped build the Ascendo Storm room, which was
Yes. Yeah. Let's talk about that in a second. But we got Dom with our first super sticker. $59.99.
Awesome.
What is that? What do you call that? Euros?
Euros.
There we go. So thanks, Dom. That's awesome.
That's fantastic.
Yeah. All of this will go to, go to Movember too. Everything. I just ship it off to them. So anybody, super stickers and stuff like that. And Dom is in France, and that's a great point too. All of this is for, the giveaways are US, have to be US, because the other things that we have are basically can only be shipped in the US. There is one that will go worldwide. We'll talk about that later. But most of them are all US based. So
right,
unfortunately,
so you're telling Dom that he didn't just win a business class ticket from France to Denver. That's only like $6-7 DJ. Come on.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, no big deal. But yeah, but also to enter, you have to do the way we described it. So like if you do $100 here, it wouldn't, just because I don't want to have to be chasing everything around, and be like, I forgot this person. So, but yes, thanks, Dom. Appreciate it. $60.
I see Steve's asking if Marta, no, Steve, it has not arrived yet.
Oh yeah. I saw you guys talking about that on Twitter.
Yeah, I bought it here in the US. Apparently it's very expensive. I probably could have just watched it on like Apple TV for $2.99.
Mm-hmm.
Instead I spent like $50 to get the disc.
Did you have to import it?
No, it's not imported. It's sold by, it's like a little indie retailer here in the US who must have imported it.
No.
And I told Steve I was going to check and see what version is coming. I'm not quite sure. No, I have not checked yet, Steve. I will check. I honestly can't even remember the name of the place I ordered it from. So I'm gonna have to dig through my my Gmail account, which is just basically a heap of spam.
Oh, yeah.
Try and find my order.
PK just chiming in. All the best and rock on, DJ. PK was on the first year. PK's in India. He's one of our listeners in India. So,
ooh,
yeah.
Cool. How's it going, PK? Paul's got a question for you there.
If viewers, okay, let's see. If viewers outside the U.S. can get themselves to the U.S. for CEDIA, can they qualify this for the CEDIA trip? Well, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that of course. But yeah, that's the thing. It's like, okay, so what am I gonna like? I could book you something from like New York or something like, yeah, we could do that if you want that for that one. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, it's basically that's basically all I have to do is I say, I'm saying it's a U.S. trip. So get yourself to the U.S. Then you go.
Yeah, get out. And then you can kill multiple birds with one stone. You could get out to Red Rocks and see a concert that's right there outside of Denver. Maybe even technically in Denver. I'm not sure. They didn't have any great concerts there this year. I was checking that out. Last year, oh gosh, who was it? Steve Miller Band was there last year.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
I was trying to convince my wife to fly out with me early to see Steve Miller at Red Rock. Have you ever been to Red Rocks?
No.
DJ? Oh
no.
Man, it is.
I think you ask me this every year.
Yeah, it's just that it's that cool. It's that cool of an environment to go see a concert. So maybe next year, maybe as we get closer to CEDIA time, we can check and see if there's a concert to go check out there, because that would be really freaking awesome to go. And it's like 20-25 minutes away from Denver, downtown Denver. So, but that is definitely like a world-class location to go check out a show.
Yeah, it's such a unique venue. You know,
So
I've
good,
seen
DJ.
shows there. I've seen them, but I haven't been there. But I've seen
Yeah.
stuff there, and you just it's crazy.
It's really cool.
Yeah. Didn't you go? What you went there with your family for something? Wasn't it your
I
birthday
did.
or something like that?
Yep, my 50th
Like
birthday.
last year?
A couple years ago, they flew me out there with them. So we had a family trip out there, and we saw Third Eye Blind.
Oh wow.
Who was I mean, fantastic band, one of my favorites. I know a lot of people have them stuck in like the early 90s with their first album. They had a couple pop hits, which I've actually heard the lead singer, who basically is the band, kind of bemoan the fact that those songs ever happened, because it kind of pigeonholed them in a lot of people's minds. But they've got so many great albums, and their concerts are just amazing. They actually played last night in Philly, and I was trying to get my wife to go drive up there, but they're playing a Halloween concert in
Yeah.
Philly. They're trying to make it a yearly event now, where they,
How far is Philly from you?
just 2 hours.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah. But we had just been up there. We saw Adam Sandler live up there.
Oh, really?
Like a month ago, who was hilarious. The guy is so talented. It was like he was on stage for about 2.5 hours.
Did you yell from the audience? Could you do this for 24 hours?
I'm sure he probably could.
Yeah.
The guy just goes and he tells jokes, and then he sings songs. Very funny man, though. That was a very enjoyable.
He's like crazy talented.
Oh,
crazy talented.
Yeah. It took him, I'd say, about 20 minutes for him to kind of break the ice and get the vibe going of what he was going for. But once that happened, just high quality entertainment. If you have a chance to see him live, I've
never seen him
recommend
live.
it.
Never seen him live. Yeah.
I mean, he's pretty much just like you would expect. Very chill, not dressed. He's dressed in his sweatpants.
Yeah.
T-shirt.
Yeah.
And
he's one of those that you have to imagine is, and I mean, we have no proof, but you have to imagine he's as real as it gets. Like that's just him, and it just, he's lucky where he found his groove. It's like, oh, I'm just going to be me, and made a career out of it, so it's like, good for him.
Yeah.
Local guy.
Yeah. For you, right?
Yeah. Grew up, I think, in New Hampshire, something like that. Right. Not far. So yeah. Pretty
New Hampshire. Yeah. The new manager for the O's is a mass guy.
Oh,
Boston. His name is Craig Albernaz. And he's like a career minor leaguer that's kind of parlayed that into coaching at the major league level. He's never been a manager of a team, but this guy's accent is so thick.
Is it one of those where you go, that's not real?
Yeah, he's like,
real.
Looking forward to seeing you all at the yard.
Oh my
God! The boys
God.
back out in the field. I'm like, yes, let's go. I'm ready for the season to start already, just so I can hear the post game press conference, breakdowns with him.
Yeah.
I'll send you a little clip. You can watch it later. You'll probably get a kick out. I might have to get you to interpret some of what he's saying at some point.
Oh, that's funny.
It's so why do some folks from the region have such a thick accent? Like I've got a couple good friends who grew up in the Boston area who really don't have a Boston accent at all. So what's the driver of that?
Really, it depends on like the area you grew up in, the area you were in. It's like there's different, even just inside of Boston and the outskirts of Boston, the accent is going to be different. You have your Southie, which is really thick. North End is Italian, but it's a different accent. And then as you come out, it really depends on, like Worcester has a different accent. The Worcester region, which is a mix of like a Boston accent, and then the Rhode Island accent is the Worcester accent. Because then you have the Rhode Island accent, which is, that's a different take on it. And it really is just how you grew up and the area that you grew up in, and some are thicker than others. And then, yeah,
I guess it's no different than as you get down, in our area down here, just south of DC, there's definitely the Southern accent in Southern Maryland is that's where kind of the beginnings of where you begin to hear it.
Yeah.
Where we live north of Washington, D.C., there's really I mean, maybe you would tell me that I have a little bit of a Southern accent. I don't know. But
no, I wouldn't say you have a Southern. I wouldn't say
No.
I wouldn't say you have like an accent. Obviously you do, because if you go to England, you have an accent compared to them. But it's like,
sure.
You know what I mean? But it's like, it's New England, the South, there's different places that have such a thick accent that it's distinguishable, right? Whereas everybody else is like, like within this country, it's like having a British accent. Oh, you're from Boston, something like that. Or you're from
Chicago,
the South,
or like upstate New York. Yeah.
But even like California has their like, that's more of like a surfer. That's if you're gonna stereotype it. But it's like, I know plenty of people from California that don't have that accent, don't have an accent.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm wondering if it has more to do with like where we came from. Because it's such a mix. This is one of the starting points of the country, and these people are like, you come here, and it's, I don't know, how did we, the regions that are so thick and in their history that they want to keep it. Whereas if you get further out of it, like a few towns away, it's not as great.
Right.
It's because
it's really interesting how regionalized it is. I mean, the Philly area, that Philly accent is also super. My wife, she's born and raised from Philly, and she does not have it, but her mom definitely does.
Yeah.
Water.
Yeah. Oh, mortar. Water. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's water. Water.
Yeah. Water.
Monday, Tuesday. It's great. Burries.
Yeah. That's why it's like, I know Steve gets upset, the wrong accents in movies and stuff. And then it's like, I hear people complain about Boston. That's a fake accent, and be like, I've heard that. What do you mean it's fake? And it might not be dead on, but it's like, but what is dead on? My favorite was Steve, who is in the chat. It's like, my favorite with Steve was, what was that movie in outer space? And he had a bad Kiwi accent. I'm like, it's a space movie. They're in outer space. It's like, how do you have a bad any accent? They're in outer space. You don't know what influenced it, what their life, what this alien's life was like, and how he got his accent. I don't know. That's a bad Kiwi. He's not Kiwi.
Yeah. Oftentimes when you get these space sci-fi movies, inevitably a lot of folks have like a British accent. Have you ever noticed that? It's like more of a sophisticated take on.
Yeah. It's whenever they wanted somebody to sound intelligent, they give them a British accent. If they want them to sound stupid, they give them a Boston accent.
That would be a space movie for you. Everybody on the spaceship.
That's why I had to get Steve on the show. I had to get Steve on the show to balance out the stupidity. Not that he's any smarter, but he has the accent. So how's that for a backhanded compliment?
Man, he's got quite the memory, Steve. I mean, both of you guys do. Both of you guys do. You're well paired together.
It depends on the topic. It's like, but you ever heard that joke about, and I'll use Boston instead, but it was actually about another one. But like if you're a doctor or you need a doctor and you're about to go into surgery or something, and your doctor comes in with a British accent, you're like, okay, I'm in saving. And they come in and be like, yeah, we're going to open you up here and we're going to cut down here. And, it's all going to be over in a few hours. You'll be great. You'll be back in your car. No problem. The guy's like, I'm dead. Oh, God. Oh, God, help me.
I feel fine. My shoulder feels fine. My whole body feels okay. Bye. I'm out. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Who was it? Oh, John would know. John Saccone, my buddy John, he would know. I think it was Billy Connolly. The comedian. He's like, he was saying the same thing about pilots. And he's like, he goes, "You're a pilot?" And he goes, we're going to be, he goes, "Yeah, we're going to be taking off in a few minutes." It was the Boston accent. Like, "Oh, we're going to, hold on, buckle up." And it'd be like, "Oh, we got Nigel." It's got a British accent. And I'm not going to do a British accent. We got Nigel. We're going to be taking off and be like, and you go right to sleep.
Right.
No problem.
I'm in good hands.
I'm in good hands.
Oh, God. Space shuttle. That's good.
Yeah.
Park the space shuttle, quick.
Yeah, Greg. Park the space shuttle. Mark. Park the space shuttle, Mark. Greg, the awesome ninja. That's my son-in-law.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, it's my son-in-law,
Hey.
Greg. He'll be on a little bit later today.
Is he into martial arts?
Not unless he needs to defend himself. I don't know. He's an awesome ninja. You can't even see him.
He has a collection of throwing stars. You remember those magazines we used to get
Yes.
back in the 80s? And you'd open up, you could buy like throwing stars and ninja costumes. And
oh, yeah.
I have my black belt. Okay. Yeah, I have a black belt too. It's leather.
Yeah.
I wear
actually, it's reversible. It's brown on one side, black on the other. You flip the thing.
Oh, is it really?
My belt? Oh, yeah. Not the one I have on at the moment. But yeah, no, I went in high school. I went to a Halloween dance as a ninja, a white ninja. Yep. Walked around there in a white gi and then wrapped my head up, walked around. And one of my best friends growing up, thought I was hitting on his girlfriend and decided to haul off and start kicking the crap out of me.
At the dance?
At the dance. Yeah. This was back when you could
gosh.
actually beat the hell out of somebody and they'd just be like, stop.
Right,
Oh,
right. Right.
No, he like pounded on my head, like punched so, and like the first one, I wasn't expecting it. I went like this. I'm like, Ricky, what are you doing? He didn't know it was me. And I'm like, Ricky, what are you doing? I put my hands out like this, like what's up? And he just whack. So his right comes right across, hits me, knocks the thing down, and he just keeps pounding and pounding. I couldn't hear out of my left ear for like 2 days after this. And when I finally took that thing off, he goes, "Oh, I didn't know it was you."
I guess punch first and then ask questions later.
Well, yeah, when you're looking at somebody's girlfriend, yeah, I guess.
Didn't you like strike
No,
like a karate pose?
yeah, and I looked ridiculous, and he kept pounding. No, because once the thing went over I wasn't expecting it. Once I'm blinded now, so that ninja costume isn't good for close combat.
Right. Yeah.
Comes down over your eyes, and I'm like, I don't know what I'm looking at. I couldn't see. I'm like, and I'm
That's
just
a great
getting
point.
hit.
Like, it makes no sense why you want any covering on your face, right? Because you could easily just
pull it down, and now you're doing Three Stooges. Whoa, boink. Like, what are you doing?
if your opponent can get their hand in there to grab it. I mean, real ninja, I'm assuming you can't get anywhere.
Well, the idea of ninja is stealth. They're not supposed to have hand.
Right.
That's why you have a throwing star. If they get close enough, you throw a star. Right. Yeah, exactly. Or you throw out your nunchucks and whack, bang. And it's like you don't want them in close proximity.
Right.
So, hey, Dan. Can Dan hear us?
Hey, guys.
There he is. Hey.
Having an issue with my headphones.
All right. Danny Speakers joining in from parts unknown. He's not far from me, Todd. He lives a few towns away.
Oh, is this Danny Speakers?
Yeah.
Danny
Speakers.
Hey, Dan. How's it going?
Good, Todd. Finally get to talk to you.
Yeah.
Usually it's over chat.
Looks like you're hunkered down. Are you hunkered down?
Oh, this is my basement office. So, yeah, I'm hunkered
Early
down.
morning. Bright and early.
Morning.
Is the sun out even yet? Is the sun up yet?
Oh, it's just starting to come up.
7:03. Yeah.
The sky was amazing this morning. I went out. I ran this morning at 4 a.m. and the stars. It just was something else. I think that storm that blew through.
Yeah.
Oh, it was just amazing. Yeah, the storm. Did you guys get a storm yesterday or the day before?
Major wind last night.
Yeah, major wind last night. It was great.
We had a lot of wind too. So I think it just cleared everything out, and the sky outside is just those days where it's just so clear.
Yeah,
really amazing stuff.
Yeah, and the sky. I mean, the light. Did you have any clouds and stuff to be?
No,
highlighted?
nothing.
No,
nope.
Crystal clear. Oh,
crystal clear. Yeah, the star. It's just beautiful.
Nice. Did you have any oh, there's an echo.
No, nothing.
No. Yeah. We're hearing it back by Dan. We got a wicked echo. What's that, like a 4-second delay?
No.
We're hearing it back by Dan. We got that's more than 4 seconds.
Yeah.
What's that, like a 4-second? Yeah. No. Yeah. See what Turn on the echo cancellation if you can. Todd, that's what I did want to ask you. What's that, Dan?
Oops. There we go. Yeah. Shoot.
Setting up that room and that Christie projector. I literally haven't had a chance to talk to you about that.
Yeah.
You had the pictures online on Twitter. I saw you. I mean, what was that like? And how'd you get involved with them? Would you just show up?
No. There was a lot of pre-planning with my buddy Paul. On the PR side of things, he and I were chatting about it, and I know everybody that was involved with that room anyway, and he was working with them and went to them and kind of pitched, hey, let's have Todd come out, and I was just psyched to show up. They didn't really, we had kind of joked behind the scenes. Like they're like, oh, we're going to have a tool belt for you and put you to work. I don't think they expected me to just show up and be like ready to rip.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much what happened. I showed up. I was there with Ryan Charpentier and Matt Trinkline first thing Saturday morning, like 8 a.m. that previous Saturday and the rooms were already built, but everything was in boxes. And I just said to Matt, I'm like, let's just tell me what to do. So pretty much helped unbox everything. They were just giant crates full of all the equipment and, laser level things, and just start laying out the rooms and doing whatever they asked me to do. So it was just tons of fun to hang out with everybody first and foremost, but secondarily just kind of see how they pull something like that off. To be a part of it was quite an experience. I have tons of video that I've taken. So I ended up making, so far there's been 40 videos that have come out of CEDIA that have gone on YouTube, and I'm down to the video content that I shot. So I have the entire building of the room on time lapse over like 5 or 6 days, and just a bunch of other stuff. And I'm not quite sure what I'm going to do with it yet, but I'm going to pull something together. But fun. It was a really good time. But I was the only downside to it all is that by the time Wednesday rolled around, I had my first interview was with Anders Storm he's with Direct. He's the CEO of Direct. And that was on Wednesday, and I was already kind of just exhausted because it had been Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, just getting after it, very long days, and not complaining about it because it was awesome.
Yeah.
But, just I was a little concerned because, CEDIA is just exhausting to me.
And that you have the elevation, which we forget every year until about 2 days in, and you go, oh yeah, that's why I feel like crap.
Yeah. I was really dehydrated. It made it a lot tougher to run the gauntlet of interviews over those period of days. But the whole thing was so much fun that by the time I left, and I ended up catching COVID, when I got onto the airplane to come home, it just hit me like a billion bricks. And I just all of a sudden I'm like, man, my throat's starting to hurt. By the time I landed back in DC, I had a raging fever. And luckily that held off to the very end. But the first day,
it's a coincidence.
First day I was there, I heard about people having COVID, being on the show floor, building out these rooms. I'm like, come on, bro. You can't show up. You can't show up sick to an event like this, on the first day, go shelter in place. But it was really cool to hang out with everybody and watch, all the minutia behind the scenes. It's quite the process, and hats off to Matt Trinkline. That guy is he was kind of
Oh,
leading both the PMC room and the Ascendo room, because
mhm.
Storm was involved with both. He was kind of the project manager for both of those, and it was pretty awesome to watch him in action. So
Yeah, he was
that's
watching him. Oh, were you there the morning that they had the press?
no, I was
Oh,
down. I was
what
with
happened on that one? I remember. Yeah, you weren't there, right?
I had to be down with Quantum Media Systems that morning.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I
And
missed that.
and everything had gone. And it turned out I was talking with oh, what's his name from Ascendo? He was on the show.
Jeffrey.
Jeffrey Hansel.
Jeff, yeah,
Yeah.
Jeffrey. I was talking with him afterwards, and he's like, he was so mad. It turned out just to be the
network switch.
the network switch. Yeah, and
Yeah,
he's like, a $50 network switch. That was it.
The night
Went
before,
bad.
I don't know if they told you this, but the night before the show opened, they were having that network problem. They couldn't calibrate the system. I think those guys were there until like 4 o'clock in the morning. And, I left at like 10. I'm like, I am out. I'm going to go get in bed so I can be ready to roll tomorrow. Yeah. And I texted with somebody involved in the project around 6 a.m. the next day. And they were like, yeah, we're basically still here. So,
yeah.
Gotcha. I know that problem reemerged.
Yeah. Yeah. They started the demo and it was funny because Chris added in the Roger Waters piece at the beginning, and it's like, and it's so funny. It's like everybody's like, see, I told you shouldn't have added that in. It had nothing to do with it. But even Chris was like, I had to add it in, didn't I? I had to. No,
everybody's looking for the trigger for the issue.
Right? Yeah. But the funny thing is we're in such close proximity to everything, and like you said, Storm is, it's in that room, and then the room right next to it, is that PMC one you were saying?
Yes, to the right.
Because this is sound room 7, so sound room 6. So did you hear about this one where Matt's like, he's on the computer, he's got the laptop out, and they're like going at it, and he's like doing all this stuff, and then finally, I forget who it was, drawing a blank on his name, but he goes, that's the wrong room. He was making the adjustments for 6.
Whoops.
He rebooted and did all the adjustments, but he didn't realize it's just like a tab, like we have, and he did sound room 6 and he shut it down and restarted it. But luckily this is early in the morning, so it's not like a bunch of people were in there and all of a sudden the thing just shut off.
Right.
But because he did that, now he just added to the problem, because it's like, now I've got to get that rebooted up and running again, and that didn't have a problem. And it's like, it was fascinating to watch. It was,
that really.
I wonder if they make backups of the.
Oh yeah,
and they just restore it back to what it was before.
Yeah, they have the profiles all saved.
Yeah.
I know Matt in particular because I've done some stuff with him. He is always telling you, back up right now. You got to back this profile up. Okay, now we're going to switch over, right? So,
yeah,
I'm sure. I mean, he's very calculating on everything that he does.
But that's what was so interesting, is that it wasn't about that. Like, Matt was looking at it as like, this is easy to fix. But when you don't know what it, and anything in home theater like this, it's all about the variables. How many variables are there? How many things are there that can go wrong? And when you add in this network situation where it's like, and that's what it was. It's like everything was on his end. He's like, it's going fine. I don't see a problem here. But then you'd go to play it, and like the front stage wasn't playing, and they're like, why isn't this happening? And it's like, so then you'd reboot and do this again. And it's the network switch. And it's like, the more complicated you get, the more chances something can go wrong. But then you get the simplicity of being able to fix this. And it's like, I mean, it's just,
thank God the experts there.
Yeah. I saw him in action at Expona, running from like room to room. The Storm was there too. That was running around fixing things.
Yep.
Yeah, he's a good guy. If you ever get a chance to corner him and have a chat with him, he's a lot of fun. Super interesting person. Crazy smart. Very passionate about what he's doing.
I was just gonna say, very passionate about all of this. and
Yeah.
trying to get
That the entire Storm Audio team, right from Olivier and Sebastian, right down through Gary Blouse and everybody, they really are kind of the glue that holds those rooms together, because that group of people is just so awesome. I mean, you might see them interviewed and whatnot, and they seem like they're really nice and jovial, but that's exactly who they are behind the scenes. And I think it's always good when you see that. And the same with all the other folks involved in that, especially in that Ascendo room.
Yeah.
Jeffrey, awesome guy,
Yeah,
super,
I talked to Jeffrey in Cinemike's room at Expona for a few minutes. He's just a down-to-earth guy, super
yeah,
nice, super smart.
very
Actually
passionate.
listens to you. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's cool, Dan, to see how many people from the industry are that way. I mean, it's a rare bird that you run into where you walk away just shaking your head. I mean, I had a couple of those this year where I'm just like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
But it's really neat to see so many people that are so really just like little kids on Christmas morning talking about their equipment and ideas that they have and what's coming, and it's awesome. But Jeffrey's one of I love that guy. What he's doing is awesome, but also just his whole persona is just a lot of fun.
Yeah. I heard recently on Audio Unleash with Brent Butterworth and Dennis Berger. They did their Wednesday show, dropped with Dr. Floyd Toole.
Oh yeah.
That was
And
good.
he had a quote in there that I love. And I said it when I had Brent and Dennis on this week. I said, one of the things, and I've said it to both of you guys over the years, one of the things I love about home theater is it's like the marriage of technology and art, right? It's like the artists they create stuff, and we're trying to take the technology and get this into our homes, right? And then you hear Dr. Toole say this, and this, I wrote it down as soon as he said it. I was like, I had to back it up. He's like, quote, "Science in the service of art is our business." And that's like when you're talking about Jeffrey or Matt or any of these people, it's like they're artists too, but their brush or medium is different than what the art that goes onto the screen. But it's like to be able to do all, and that's where you get that passion. And it's like these are engineers with such a, for all intents and purposes, they're engineers, but these are engineers with a passion for the art and trying to find the next, when I had Jeffrey on, and he's done so much, but yet he's still going. It's like, okay, well, I solved that. Let me try and do this now, and with sound, and it's just
like that crazy cardioid speaker that he's built.
Yeah.
The Halo. I mean, how badass was that? I mean, the sound that created, considering the depth of the speaker, and they're mounted on a wall. Insane. No,
I just had
first cough of the day.
First cough.
7:18.
It's early. Yeah. Sorry, tapping out. No. But no, listen to stuff like that, and it made me think of Jeffrey and the infrasonics. And one of the things I would love to ask, if I could get Dr. Toole on, would be, and this is where people, and you guys will like this, both of you guys will like this, people that hear about the infrasonic subs and stuff, like, you don't need that. You can't even hear it anyways. Why do we need stuff like that? What's the point? It's expensive and it's unnecessary. Is it possible that those infrasonics, those sound waves, actually affect the listening range? Okay. Meaning that when we take audio out, right? So like if an explosion happens in real life, the entire frequency range is there, and that's what we hear it. But if you take out the stuff that is quote unquote imperceivable to us, now literally they're gone, right? The speaker can't duplicate it. So anything under 20 hertz is gone. Is everything above 20 hertz and to 20 kilohertz, is that affected? Is the quality of that affected because those other hertz aren't there bouncing moving around affecting what those frequencies would sound like?
Don't know.
Is that I know you don't know. You don't have doctor in front of your name.
Right. Well, he doesn't show us that it's his
doctor. He's humble. But you know what I mean? Like, just like if you say like, oh, it's imperceived. I mean, it's kind of the equivalent of streaming. You know, it's like, well, we're going to compress it because that stuff's really not as important. But we all know it is, because if you get you get the physical disc that's uncompressed and you get the full range, which anybody will tell you is still not the full range, but it's, quote, less compressed than what you get on streaming. Is it possible that to duplicate reality, you need the full range? You need everything, even if you can't hear it. It's because those, it's physics that's
how it interacts with the
part
other
of
ways.
it.
Yeah, I'm not sure how they. I mean, you definitely could make an argument for having infrasonic speakers being able to properly play down through 20 hertz. Most of the time, the infrasonic is crossed over right around 25 hertz in the system. So, I think, Jeffrey would tell you that's the whole reasoning behind him having infrasonics and what he calls kick subs is he makes those kick subs so specialized just to operate in the audible range where you really get that chest compression.
Yeah.
In the 30 to 40 to 50 hertz. And then he wants the larger one taking over for the lower end duties. I don't know. It's a good question. I would probably say no, they don't propagate in some way or they don't improve or take away from the other sound waves in the room. But if that's what you're getting at,
I would say I don't see how they don't, because think of a single sound wave. You have, first you have the Doppler effect, right? So like as it's coming at you, it's going to sound one way, but that's not a single sound wave. That's a bunch of them, because a single sound wave coming at you, you haven't heard till it actually gets to you, right? But like a boat going through water, there's a wake behind it, okay, of that frequency pushing through the air. Well, all those other frequencies are now going through those, you know what I mean? Each frequency has a wake behind it, and it can affect that. I mean, and just to let everybody know here, these are literally the conversations on why Todd doesn't call me in the middle of the day. Because we've gotten into the nitty gritty on this stuff. Remember, talk about why they don't have CEDIA on the East Coast down by sea levels. Todd, remember that conversation?
Yes.
2 hours later, it's like I was just calling to say hi. But yeah, is that possible? And now I'm a car painter. I don't know. I'm just spitballing. And you might be right. It might have nothing to do with it. And that is exactly what happened. But I just feel like when you take anything off, it's going to affect what we would be perceiving because it was there in reality.
Well, it definitely, infrasonics, they definitely add a physical perception. You're not hearing it, even though your eardrums are still,
right,
moving. You can feel pressure changes.
Yeah, your body feels it.
It definitely adds into, at least for me, the fight or flight sensation.
That's why you ran out.
Goodbye.
Gotta go.
I mean, case in point is what they pulled off at that show with those insane 65-inch subwoofers that they had just cranking away. I mean, that was pretty insane.
I was going to ask you if you rolled out that one you had in your theater and rolled in one of the new ones.
No, that one is still sitting in the back of my theater room. So getting that thing out of the room is going to be, I don't know how it's going to happen, to be honest.
Well, yeah. Look how long it took you to get in the room. Bringing it into the room, you have the excitement of bringing it into the room.
It's so heavy.
But then getting it out of the room is a disappointment. You're not going to be very motivated to get it out of the room.
Hey, the ones that they, the two, they basically had 2,000 pounds in infrasonic subwoofers there in that room. Each one of those was like 995
Yeah.
pounds. That's crazy, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah. And it's I had a question asked on why they had two.
Why
Was it
not?
just for show? But I was thinking it was for my answer was it might not have been just for show. It was for
To
the
pressurize the entire convention center?
yeah, to bring it down. No, for the like what does Storm call it? For their and Trinov has the waveforming.
Oh, acoustic room treatment?
The acoustic room treatment. Don't you need one to counter the other? Like that way they can cancel one can
I
cancel out
don't
the
think
other when
so.
needed? No.
Yeah, no. And I don't think that active room treatment actually treats down below 20 hertz
Okay.
anyway. That would be a Matt question, but I think it's probably left alone. In Trenoff with waveforming, it's also completely uncalibrated.
What do you mean?
The infrasonics.
Oh,
at this point in time, they calibrate down to 20 hertz, and then with an infrasonic subwoofer, you basically run it off of one of your sub channels, and you put a crossover digitally into the Trenoff processor, and one of the subs in your room no longer operates down as far as the other subs in your room. You cross that one sub over to the infrasonic. So I think that's something they're working on. Waveforming is not complete yet.
yeah.
I think they still have more pieces of it that they're going to roll out. But big difference between I'm pretty sure that Durac has an infrasonic add-on for art, but I don't know. I'd have to talk to Matt about exactly what it's doing. But I think they're at their room. I think that was more for show. Those two.
For show.
Yeah. Now, in the other room, in the PMC room, they had the Deus Audio Invicta, which I unfortunately missed it. But Matt was telling me the first day that they rolled that out, they were playing some music through it. It was, nothing was calibrated yet. They only had two speakers set up in the room. And he said that you could literally feel the concrete floor of the convention center rippling.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That sounds safe. If you can get everyone to play the same thing at the same time.
I know. These speakers are insane.
Yeah.
Really. I mean,
well, that's what Jeffrey said on the show here. He was like, the infrasonics with the right frequency, you can crumble foundations.
Yeah.
And it's when you hear that, it's like, and then you see like in Europe, they're like, well, these projectors aren't energy efficient, so they're gonna, put restrictions on stuff. It's like, what's gonna happen? Like, they don't know this yet, but what's gonna happen when people start using infrasonics and you're like, hey, at the right frequency, we can do you can act. I mean, they're actually a danger to society. Like
that's the warning, not just for hearing, but for foundation cracking,
the integrity of the building around you.
Yeah.
It's
the first movie I ever watched, once I had this thing integrated into my system, I made the mistake. I made an adjustment in the settings in my processor that I forgot to change back. And I had my both my daughters were home from school, and I got everybody down into the theater room, which is a rarity to get my wife and kids both to agree to watch a movie together with me down in the theater room. Everybody just wants to sit in the couch up in the family room. But anyway, I forget the name of the movie now, but it's one that begins with a bombing on a British street. It's like a bomb goes off in a post box or something. And I swear, I thought we were all going to be dead. This bomb went off, and the infrasub, sitting 2 feet behind the seating. You could just feel the entire room like flex. I was like, whoops, sorry, wrong. I think I had the wrong profile engaged or something. But I mean, I think all of us were concussed. It was just so ridiculously loud.
And they all turned to you and said, and that's why we wanted to sit upstairs.
Right, exactly.
Oh.
I'm like, what? So Dan, are you going to Expona again? You drove out last year, right?
I drove out last year. Yep. I'm gonna go out again this year. I might fly this time. I'm not sure.
That's a long drive.
Yeah, I don't mind
15
driving.
hours.
Yeah, it took me 16 to get there. But it was nice, get out there and get to see a couple of friends that I never got to meet in person. So
That's cool.
except for Johnny Speakers, I got to meet him at
M-Wave.
I met him at Expona, and then I didn't get to meet. Sorry, yeah, I didn't get to meet Mike because I also drove out to what's the one in? Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I'm getting confused. Expona is in. Is that the one in
Schaumburg,
Chicago?
Yeah, Schaumburg, Illinois. Yeah.
Yeah, so I drove out to that, but the year before I drove out to the one that Michael used to do.
Yeah, M-Wave.
Yeah,
Kansas
M-Wave.
City.
Yeah, and I got to meet. So that was a long drive too. That was 22 hours to drive out there.
Yeah, that's
Didn't you buy some stuff there and bring it home?
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, that's why you drove out.
Yeah, I drove out there because at that point I was doing a lot of woodworking, and on the East Coast you can't get any cedar, so I stopped at a Home Depot out in Kansas, bought a bunch of cedar, and my car smelled great driving all the way, driving back. But yeah, I had this little car filled with cedar, and luckily I had nothing else in there. So
wow, must have smelled good driving home.
Yeah, it smelled great.
Yeah,
so
that's cool.
Did you get to Danny Speaker's house?
No, I got to go to Johnny's.
Johnny.
Oh, Johnny. Duh.
Yeah,
you're Danny. Duh. Yeah, you got
Danny.
to your house.
Yeah, I'm there right now.
Eventually. Yeah, you got to go to Johnny's.
Yep, John, and I got to go to Mikey Schramm.
Oh, you went to Mike's too. Okay.
Yep.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That must have been a lot of fun.
That was a lot of fun.
Yeah,
great
setups.
Yeah.
Great setups.
Did you hear anything at Expona that you really liked?
Not as much as I did at M-Wave. I really liked the Ascendo Swans.
Oh yeah, those are special.
That's where I met Jeffrey, was in the Cinemic room, and all they had was those two swans with the 15-inch subs and one infrasonic. And I mean, as DJ, I kept saying, "You guys got to go listen to this. It's like being in a real theater." I mean, it
is awesome,
loud and clear, and just, I mean, I smiled the whole time. But
did those black swans, were they the ones that have the Fleck carbon fiber look all over the? Yeah, those are beautiful, aren't they?
Yeah, they really are.
I know those are like the unobtainium speaker, though. For the cost of those things.
Yeah. But at Expona, it was great. I enjoyed more, visiting with those guys than the actual show itself.
Mm-hmm. Did you happen to was Seat and Sound at Expona? Do you remember by any chance?
I don't remember.
Are you familiar with them at all? Mark Seaton's Seat and Sound?
Nope.
I think he's out that way. I heard Seat and Sound there long time ago. He's kind of like JTR speakers.
Yeah.
That's very similar type of outfit. Big into, his if I'm remembering correctly, I think he does a lot of compression driver stuff, and JTR is another one that's really cool.
Yeah. Unfortunately, those are a little out of my price range too, because I like the new ones that they have, the thin ones that can just be mounted to the walls.
Yes.
I mean,
those supposedly are coming to my home for review soon. I heard those down at Audio Advice. He was down at Audio Advice Live.
Yeah.
And they sounded really, really good, and they look really nice. But he does. You remember his old subs? I think the naming has since changed, but he had the orbit shifters. Do you remember that?
I don't remember those, but I have probably seen them, but just didn't know what they were called.
Yeah, very cool stuff. He's a really good guy.
Yeah, it's nice when just a regular guy can compete with larger well-established products. So
Yeah. So I see Johnny Speakers is in chat, and he said Seton used to have a big HT setup, and that's what I remember, Johnny. I remember, gosh, it was probably 2015 was the last time I went, and he had a really great home theater setup there that just blew me away. Plus, he's a really cool guy. He's another guy, DJ, you probably could have on your podcast and really enjoy talking to about audio. He's a cool guy.
Yeah, I don't think I met him.
Mark Seton. Yeah, it's what's interesting is Seton Sound has been in like the buzzword vernacular of home theater folks recently, and I'm not sure why that's the case.
Yeah, no, I don't think I met him. I got
it. There's another show coming up down by you, right? Another audio. Was a Capital Audio show? I think it
Capital
is.
Audio Fest. Yep. Yeah, that's coming up in 2 weeks.
I was thinking about driving down to that because that would be a lot closer than the other two. It's 14 hours to get there instead.
Yeah, my take on it, and it's funny. I haven't gone to that in quite a few years, just because it didn't feel it. First off, it felt like the same thing. The few times that I've gone, it just kind of felt like the same thing over and over.
Yeah.
Say it was the same vendors, same setups, and I it just got to the point, and it's like 20 minutes away from my house. I was like, I don't know. I just wasn't drawn to it like I wanted to be drawn to it. I think they're trying to grow it. It's not in DC, unfortunately. It'd be really cool if they had it downtown in DC. It's actually out in Rockville, Maryland. So I don't know if I'm going this year or not yet. I usually it's kind of, for me, I'm at the point in the year where I'm kind of tired of covering things. I'm looking forward to taking a little break, because then we start right over with CES.
Right. CES, and how much else is coming out like new? Right, the big stuff you get stuff at CDA, you get stuff at CES,
and then ISE in Europe is the next big, like, for home theater. ISE will be the next kind of road stop.
And you went to that last year, right?
I did. I don't think
you did your trip across Europe.
Yeah, I was thinking about going back this year. I'm not sure if I'm going to, though. I have to wait and see how I'm feeling. I'm pretty tired right now. It's been this 2025 has just been a crazy year. My wife has been working insane hours just with the whole government situation. I'm feeling like I need a little breather, but I don't know. I might get energized. ISE is awesome. If you like Cedia, ISE is like Cedia on steroids
for home theater, right?
For everything.
That's what you were saying. Oh, for everything.
Yeah. Oh, it's so imagine Cedia's hall, and then multiply that by 7, and you've got ISE.
Really?
They have 7 convention center halls all next to each other at this Barcelona convention. It's unbelievable. Each hall is like multiple football fields. Okay. And they have their home integration and home theater hall. And then next to that, they had something that was kind of a mix of home theater and integration, but it starts to bleed into more professional settings. They had an entire hall dedicated just to like lasers and smoke machines for concerts. And you're like, how could that possibly be that you could have an entire hall dedicated? I'm telling you right now, you walk into this place, and for as far as you can see, it is like laser shows and smoke machines.
It sounds like a lot of smoke.
Yeah. It was insane. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got video. I don't know if I ever showed you any of the videos, but just like some of the smoke machines are like small cars. And these are the things that you would have at like a professional concert, right?
Yeah.
It was something else to go experience.
Well, that's one of the things I was just going to say. Something like that is like, how much redundancy is there? Right? Like you got 7 halls like that, and like you go, okay, yeah, you
Not
do
like
what
not
they
as
do.
much as you think. I mean,
Yeah, well, that is what is amazing is that you even, and again, I can only say experience Cedia, but it's like you think there's a little bit, but everybody has a different take on stuff. Like you go to the different manufacturers for displays and
mhm.
different, but then when you see like, why is this place so big? And you're like, why is there a Ram truck parked in the back here? What are they, and you're like, but you go over there and you're like, oh, we're going to integrate this and we're going to do this. And
Well,
it is all technology.
and ISE also, like I was saying, it bleeds more into the pro audio, pro setting of things, concert venues, clubs, whatever. I mean, they have an entire hall dedicated to just giant line array speaker demos. They were running those outside. So the flavor of it is, Cedia is so home theater and home integration focused,
Yeah.
which is why I love it. ISE definitely trips more into other areas. And you also, one of the things I thought was really cool, you got your vendors who just make amplifiers that they sell OEM, to folks who are building out amps and stuff. You had those kind of folks out, people with, manufacturers of just speaker drivers who are trying to appeal to people who are, companies who are building speakers and looking for new technologies to wrap into their speakers. So a lot of those, what's that?
A lot of original equipment stuff.
A lot of original equipment. You can sit and talk to all those folks. So I was thinking if I went back, I would maybe focus more on that side of things to try and learn more about that. But it's just too much to do in a couple days when you have that volume. It can take 40 minutes to go from one building to the next. So,
yeah,
it's
all of that. It's like, so how did you organize it?
I didn't. I just showed up. And
I mean, like, how did you focus? That was my big thing walking into Cedia. It's like, until you know the lay of the land, like you have to walk around a few times to start to figure out when you're not lost, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you first walk in, you can walk in any direction. Next thing you know, you don't know how you got in there. Right.
Yeah.
How is that where you get 7 places to go?
It took a while to figure it out. I mean, they have I think ISE is better organized than Cedia in terms of the app that they give you with the maps and everything. See, Paul says here, stage lighting folks are serious about lighting as we are about home theater. It's true. I mean, you see that kind of insanity there. It's pretty cool. But yeah, I mean, I had, told PR contacts that I was going to be there. So I had some things prearranged and I had kind of mapped out where I was going to go on printed out maps. But then the rest of it, I just, I spent hours just kind of stumbling across stuff, which was a lot of fun. Plus you're in Barcelona, which doesn't get old when you don't have a chance to go there very often. So
never been.
I've never been either.
Yeah. You guys, you know what? I would say wrap it into ISE and go check it out.
If I could.
You could.
If I could get out of the country.
Do they not allow you out of the country?
I think they'll let me out. It's coming back that I'm worried about.
They're like, wait, who are you?
I fell for that again.
You'll be that guy that just lives in an airport, right? They won't let you past security.
I can't leave anywhere.
The new terminal, exactly.
Yeah. That wouldn't be good. I'd make the best of it as long as I got my laptop and I can podcast.
It's awesome.
No, Todd, I cannot do 25 hours from an airport. Before you ask the question.
Oh, here comes my dogs.
Uh-oh.
If you can hear them.
No.
I guess the house is waking up. Well, I should probably let you guys. I know Johnny or Dan. I got Johnny speakers on my.
I know.
Right.
I asked Dan if he'd been to his own house. So
I know Dan. Dan probably wants to chat with you about some home theater stuff.
Oh, I don't mind having you on here at all, Todd. I mean,
I
think it's great I get to finally talk to you. So.
Yes, I know. I thought I might see you down at Audio Advice this year, which, by the way, was a fun show to go to.
I was going to go down, but at that time, I've been struggling with a job right now. So
I hope that's been working out for you.
yeah, I got a contract job, so I'm working and making money again. So that's good.
Good. Glad to hear that.
Cool. I'm actually talking to somebody that's coming on next. Hang on a sec.
I thought you were going to
not next, but yeah.
When you were talking about your wife and her job, I thought we were going to roll that into, segue into the House of Dynamite and start talking about that.
Oh my God.
Yeah. What
have you seen that
movie?
Yeah. Yep.
And I hear that I've heard for some folks that work in that industry, in that part of the government, that is actually
nuclear weapons,
very realistic. But the only part that apparently isn't realistic is as that missile is coming into Chicago, it would have broken. Apparently, it breaks into like multiple parts.
Well, yeah.
And that's a part of the movie where that was like the one flaw in the movie, where in the real world situation like that, that's what you would actually be looking for once it passed
a certain point.
The certain point, which apparently is also true. It's like 58% success rate of knocking these things out of the sky, which is a little disconcerting.
Yeah.
But
like they said, you're like trying to hit a bullet with a bullet. I mean,
yeah. What a great movie. Catherine Bigelow is one of my heroes. Is she the stuff? Well, I mean, from Point Break.
Yeah, I know.
Back in the day, got dogged, but I love that movie. And then, I mean, you look at Hurt Locker, Zero Dark 30 is just a masterpiece of all masterpieces.
Yeah, but here's the thing, like you said, Point Break got panned back then.
Oh yeah,
but now it's almost like, and no offense, but it's almost like rightly so, because you put Point Break up against like Hurt Locker, Zero Dark 30, House of Dynamite. Which one doesn't belong?
I know. Yeah, Point Break. It's true. I mean, look, I would take Zero Dark 30 over
just watched it recently.
Yeah, I love it too. But it's more nostalgia. I think if I showed that to one of my kids now, they'd be like, "Dad, come on."
It's we always say we talk about Die Hard being the one that spawned like Under Siege. Right. Yeah. And all these other movies, it's just Die Hard on a bus. It's Die Hard on a boat. It's Die Hard this. Well, Point Break is basically the blueprint for the Fast and Furious franchise.
Yep.
It's literally the first Fast and Furious movie. And it's like, I'd never noticed that until I recently watched it. The 4K came out on Kaleidoscape. And I was like, oh yeah, I'm like, I love that movie. And I was like, how come it never dawned on me that this is just the first Fast and Furious? It's like, Keanu Reeves, Paul Walker. Yeah, you guys talk?
Right.
Not anymore, but back then.
It's just, I don't know. There's something about, I love Keanu Reeves, and it's not for his like supreme acting skills. It's just for his persona that he has on screen. There's something about it that's just very relaxing and enjoyable. Also, from all accounts that I've read, it sounds like he's just a really good human being.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so I find him very endearing. So I really enjoy watching all of his stuff. And that movie is just, his job in that movie is the work he did is just so good. And the cinematography, everything about that movie is fun.
But except for the story. You're going undercover as a surfer.
Right.
We're going to teach you how to surf.
Surf, right?
What? No, the guy that goes undercover as a surfer goes, hey, I know how to surf. I can do this. You don't go and it's like, I don't know what I'm doing. You're not really gonna get embedded in the surf community when you're like, whacking yourself off the head with your surfboard, just getting it off the top of the car.
Right.
It's like, what are you doing?
So many great moments, though. I love the fact that they have a character named War Child. Back off, War Child. You can't make this stuff up. But Catherine Bigelow, though. Come on. And she just nailed this most recent movie, House of Dynamite.
Yeah. There was a whole article on it that
perfect.
Again, when I was talking with Brent Dennis the other day, and Brent, did you hear that, Todd? Did you hear Brent?
I have not. I've not heard it. No.
At the beginning, I've gotten many comments on. He's going to be on later today too, and I've gotten a lot of comments from people on like, that guy, and it's usually that's the people that make the comments. That guy said he hates home theater. Yeah, that guy is because at the beginning of it, he's like, "There's not really a lot of movies I like right now," and I'm like, I kind of just don't like home theater anymore. Like he said, like like
Wow.
he went there because he's in just what he's doing for work and stuff.
Yeah.
But so he says this at the beginning of us talking, and then at the end, I'm like, I've had this in my head. I'm like, I'm gonna tell him about House of Dynamite. And I couldn't wait. I'm like, you say there's no good movies right now. And he goes, oh, but there is. He interrupts me. He goes, oh, but there is one. And he talks about House of Dynamite. I was like, there you go. That's what I was going to say. So like everybody's talking about it. It is that.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
I thought Weapons was also a fantastic movie.
Yes.
Really enjoyed it. There's been a few others this year that surprised me as well. But
yeah, I'm kind of stuck on F1. I know everyone complains about the
yeah, Todd,
sound
the announcer,
like that, but
I complained about the announcers.
Oh,
what do you mean?
It was just
With
it's a little hokey.
Yeah,
they're like, oh, he's coming around the turn. You know, they could have, if they had just eliminated that, I think that movie would have been really top shelf for me. But it kind of had that Star Wars episode. Was it, which one had the pod racing?
Oh yeah. The first one, Phantom Menace.
Yeah,
Phantom. It kind of had that Phantom Menace, you know, with the announcers kind of hokey, like, here comes young Skywalker.
Oh, now you put that in my head. Thanks. Now that, yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Oh my God. No, you're not wrong. I gotta go back. I gotta hear it now. Oh my God, you're not wrong.
That was my reaction to that, but not to dump on the movie. I think that's cool though that it's latched on to you and you're really enjoying it. I mean, it's exciting that stuff like that is still coming out.
I mean, it was like Dune. You know, I'd be watching Dune all the time. My girlfriend would be like, she'd come in from outside or wherever, and she's like, again. I'm like, yep, again.
Oh yeah.
But with Weapons, I planned on taking my stepdaughter and stepson, to go see it at the same time. One of them couldn't go, so I went with my stepdaughter. We went and saw it. Then I went with my stepson, and he and I went and saw it. And then I got it at home, and my girlfriend and I watched it. And so I've got to see it like 3 or 4 times already. Yeah, I really thought it was good. There was only one spot that confused me, and is when they had the actual the gun just floating over the house. I'm guessing just to symbolize that it's a weapon, I guess.
Yeah, I mean it a lot of times for me, horror movies don't hold together through, for the entire length of the movie. Usually they fall apart around 90% through. Yeah. And there's always a letdown of like, oh, come on. You couldn't have come up with. I thought they did a really good job though tying that movie together.
Yeah, they did.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, that's nice of you. That's probably why you like horror movies maybe a little more than me, and you can talk to Steve a little bit more about them. But I use like 20% in, I'll be like, this doesn't make sense. No, that would never happen. No.
Well, you could say that about so many movies though.
Right. But the problem for me, and that's one of the things, it's like, if you can't suspend disbelief, then you're lost. Right. Yeah. And if you don't have if the movie isn't speaking to you, if it's not resonating with you in a way that allows you to forgive, right, and suspend disbelief, then you're not going to get into it and do that. And yes, for instance, like in Star Wars, yes, I can suspend disbelief and say, you can stop light at the end of a stick somehow. Mm-hmm. I don't know. Right. Or it's okay that you blew up a whole planet and all right, we're just going to move on with the story. Like billions died. I could suspend that, but when you get into a horror movie, and I've always said, I think it comes from growing up in art and stuff and all, like the basic slasher movie is like, I'm going to try to show you how we're going to make it look like we cut somebody's head off, and it's supposed to scare you and shock you. And I'm like, I spent my youth going, how can I do that? You know, how can I make it look real? How can I do cuts on my finger? Like I used to go into art class and I'd take like an X-Acto knife, the blade, not an X-Acto knife, but a razor blade.
Used to be a cutter, apparently.
No. And I would cut the blade to the shape of my finger, super glue it on so it would look like it's into my finger. And then, because the metal for a razor blade isn't that thick, so you could cut it with a pair of scissors in art class, do this, put the fake blood coming down, and you'd just be like, oh, I got to go to the nurse. And I go to a teacher and be like, get out. I loved that stuff. You know, put a cut on my hand, put a piece of paper in there, put the fake skin around it. Paper. Oh, my bone is showing. It's like, I mean, I do all of that so that the shock value. It's like, so now I go to watch a movie and you're like, okay. Like, it's like, I'm like, oh, they're just doing it.
If you know about movie magic, that, you know, it does kind of take that thrill out of it, I think.
Right. And it, like a lot of horror movies, it's like once you've seen them, the shock value of that movie, it doesn't really lend itself to a lot of multiple viewings because you get it. You already know where the shock is coming from. But that's why a movie like Alien is so good, is that I don't care how many times I see it, I jump. And it's like you just get into, and you're invested in the movie and you're enjoying it. And then all of a sudden you're like, where is that part? Oh, there it is. And you're like,
Yeah.
you know, it's stuff like that it's not, most horror movies aren't like that for me. Most horror movies are a few minutes in. If the story hasn't grabbed me, it's just like, all right, who would really do this?
Did you see the, I'm forgetting the name of the movie now. It's a horror movie that takes place on a late night talk show.
No. What a horror movie that takes place on a late night talk show?
Yes, it
sounds like the end of Joker.
It's shot to look like a 1980s, maybe 1970s late night talk, late night talk show, and they're looking to boost their ratings, and it's like a Halloween night, and they have like an exorcist come on.
Oh,
Late Night with the Devil.
There we go. Oh,
yes.
Yeah, Paul had it first, and then Van Gool had it second.
Have you seen that? Have you guys seen that movie?
Apart.
I have.
No.
I'm not a big horror movie person.
This is a good one. I think you should check it out.
Oh.
It's pretty
Good timing.
The Ninja.
Yeah, the Ninja.
The Ninja.
Ninja.
I'm
The
so
Ninja.
tired.
Yep.
You're so tired.
I've been up.
You promised me you were going to go all 25 this year, Todd.
Yeah, no, that's not going to happen.
That was good timing. Yep, that's Greg, my son-in-law. And right when I put on, you see Meg go by in the background.
Yeah, she's running away.
Yep. Oh, we got no audio.
Hey, Greg.
Greg, we can't hear you. We can read your lips.
Yeah.
Help.
Yeah. Oh, I thought it said, I have the best father-in-law. I thought that's what it said. I thought that's what he's saying.
Well, yeah, I am his best
Can you hear me?
father-in-law. Yeah, now we can.
Oh, lovely.
He only has one father-in-law, I think.
I hope so. Meg had a sweater on, and the store forgot to take off that little magnet thing.
The store?
Yeah.
You
know that little magnet thing? That,
the sweater. Okay.
Yeah.
The security thing?
Yeah, exactly. So I was just with a magnet trying to
pull that off of there without the ink exploding.
Exactly.
Is that a thing? Does the ink actually explode?
I think it's a myth. I think like if you're buying like a Gucci thing, but this is from like Target, so I highly doubt it. But
yeah, they can't afford ink.
Yeah, no.
It's kind of like peeing in a swimming pool. That's a myth too, right? The blue cloud.
I had somebody ask me the other day at the restaurant, the fire alarm. When you pull that, does it spray ink all over you? I'm like, I don't know. Pull it and find out.
That's right.
Right. There's something called fingerprints, though. That.
Yeah, and video surveillance nowadays.
Right. Yeah.
You can't go anywhere without.
Yeah. No.
You can't go anywhere without that. So, it's not like the old days. You know, ding dong ditch that don't work anymore. Not with Ring cameras.
No. Yeah, you can't do that.
Yeah.
Awesome, guys. Well, listen, I'm going to hand it off to you to keep
All
rolling.
right. I'll see you in, what do we got? 2 hours down. So 23 hours, 22 hours, because you'll be back at 5. Don't
That's
get
right.
a good night's sleep, Todd.
5 a.m. I might pop in and say hi.
Yeah, you got the links. Please
later
do.
in the day. Come in and terrorize you.
Check in on me. Make sure I'm okay.
Awesome. Well, good luck throughout the day. Dan, great meeting you. Greg.
Yeah, your Todd.
Good seeing you, Todd.
Keep working on that black belt.
Thanks for kicking it off.
Will do.
Awesome, guys.
Later, buddy.
All right,
man. Talk to you. Bye.
Peace.
And now Meg.
Oh, she made it.
There we go. We got a husband and wife team up here.
Yep.
How you doing, Dan?
Good. How's it going?
Excellent. I was using your planter yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, we took the plants out for the winter, but I got one of those inflatable Halloween things, and I put the planter to help stabilize it during the wind, because that thing was like, whoa.
Yeah.
You guys talk amongst yourselves. I got to talk to a couple of people here.
All right.
This
I think the last
scintillating conversation here.
I think the last time all four of us were, we'll say together, we went and saw The Flash.
Absolutely.
Was that The Flash that we saw?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Yep, up in Millbury.
Yeah.
Oh.
It was a while ago.
Yeah. How's the home?
Yeah.
The home treating you guys?
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah. It's coming together a bit. There's still like raw drywall spackle on the like a couple walls, and we'll eventually paint it and stuff. Just I don't know. Because it's livable, it's hard to get the motivation to work on stuff.
Yeah. How about the home theater? Has that come along?
Yeah, similar scenario though. I'm trying to
less
put up
spackle,
these...
more carpet.
Yeah, less spackle, more carpet. T-shirts coming soon.
Yeah.
But yeah, I put some insulation in the ceiling to help with the base trapping, and I put fiberglass in because it was the cheapest.
Yep.
And I really need to cover it to make sure I'm not inhaling it 24/7. But so I've been slowly putting up like piece by piece of this wood, almost like wood paneling. It looks like.
Yeah.
But it kind of looks fancy-ish, but it was cheap. So I'm cutting that and putting it up myself. But putting the 4x8 sheets up by myself, and then getting the screw gun and trying to do that, but it's a little bit too tall, so I'm using a step ladder and then put my whole back against it. And then I got this wicked long extension, which I have as a prop for some reason.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, this is funny. Jack, who's down in Australia.
Oh, you're right.
He's like, I'm supposed to be watching DJ, but I just walked out of the Oasis concert in Melbourne. Have a great show. I'll catch up in the AM. But he's actually at an Oasis concert, and and he's stepped out to check us out. So that's pretty cool. Thanks, Jack.
Cool.
Thanks, buddy. That's great. That's
You have a
great.
wonder wall.
Yeah. So and I'll catch up in the AM. So
His
I don't
AM.
Even, yeah, his
He'll
AM.
still be here.
Yeah, we'll stay. That is kind of fun. It's like people checking in from all over the world at different. It's like it's nighttime in some people right now. So
What time is it there?
in Australia?
Yeah, how far are they?
8:02 p.m. is my guess.
Yeah, he's my AM. He said, my AM. Jack, what time is it there, buddy? Right now. He was on. I remember he was on. He did
11:03 p.m.
Wow.
11:03 p.m.
Yep.
11:02 now. So he's okay. Well, at the time he wrote that, so
Sure.
there's the time delay.
Yeah.
Time delay, which is it's crazy, right? Like the technology that all these people can be watching and listening, and all within seconds of each other is pretty cool. So,
Crazy.
No, I'm glad. Pumpkin, Meg, Greg. It's what I wanted to. I call her Pumpkin.
I know, but
Me,
but
Pumpkin.
you said, I know, but you said Pumpkin, Meg, Greg. So
yeah, Pumpkin, Meg, Greg. Okay. Yeah, I call her Pumpkin.
He calls me Pumpkin.
Yeah, exactly. No, if people talk all the time, like we don't have people coming up in home theater. We don't have young people anymore. I don't think that's true. I don't think it's any more true now than it was back when Dan and I started. And it's like, you just don't know who they are. You don't hear about it. And but Greg, Meg goes to college and meets, for all intents and purposes, me, and is like, whoops. And here you are. But he's literally doing everything that I did back in the 80s. And Dan, like you started out, it's like you just try doing things and screwing it up and starting again. And that's the way it goes. And Greg asked, I got a show. I'm the father-in-law is like, and every time he asks me for advice, I go, try it yourself. Like, just do it. Because it's like, I could tell you, but you wouldn't really, and look at all the stuff you've done starting in college when you did your little project there. And now you got a carpet theater. You built the trailer that we're going to get under the deck as soon as I can get the other stuff out of the way now. But you're doing all these amazing things with home theater stuff that when you get to be our age, my age, you'll be like, is anybody else coming up? And hopefully it's
Right.
a little kid you got going right there right now.
Absolutely.
Maybe.
But what's it? You guys talk, the two of you, Meg. I want you to tell the story about buying the TV and what it's like what you're doing right now and the experiences that you're having, so that people know there are people out there, young people.
We can
enjoying
start by
home theater.
saying that we were originally going to have a theater just as our living room, and Greg had a great surround sound setup, a TV that he liked. We weren't going to do anything crazy, but
Surround sound sponsor is Danny Speakers, by the way. Just wanted to throw that in there. That's the contracts we have.
You got his,
just
his
so he had a
SBS
great setup
elevations.
going. But he had these 2 tower speakers next to the TV, and me being me, and now we're gonna have a little kid soon, said those tower speakers can't be there anymore because those are asking to be knocked down and topple a child. So the solution to that was scrap it all. This is Greg's solution. Scrap it all.
Wait,
Are you raising your hand?
I need to input.
Go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
My next thought was, okay, how do I bolt speakers to the wall or do in walls to try and come up with that same atmosphere minus the towers? Because I don't really need the towers. They just look cool and they're fun. So I was like, oh, perfect. I'll just space it out. And in my head, I'm like, all right, this is going to go perfectly on the right side. But the left side, I have a window grouping. And it's 2 windows with like a little trim piece in the middle. And
this is all to be centered on where he sits in the living room.
Listening position is the most important. MLP.
Yeah.
Or the MPL in your case, Megan Page. But there's a window there, and you wouldn't be able to close the shades if I put a speaker there. And I thought, because in my head, I'm like, I have to have this. I'm like, this is the most logical solution. This is the best compromise.
It's like a double window with a pane in the middle, and he wanted to bolt a speaker right into the window pane.
Meg's
like, not the window pane, the frame.
The frame, the frame.
The window
pane
not the window pane. Glass pumpkin.
The frame. Listen, I don't install windows for a living. The window frame.
Oh, okie dokie.
You could do it to it. Yeah, you could.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, right.
So
he wanted to mount it to the frame, the metal, not metal, the wooden piece down the middle of the 2 windows with the frame around in the middle.
I was like, what a compromise, what a deal. Then we'll get a really, and then that was ixnayed, and I was like, all right.
That's gonna look crazy.
Yeah, it would have looked nuts, but no one comes over anyways. We don't have friends. So.
Still gonna look crazy.
Oh God, a nice set of drapes to hide.
Just a huge speaker jutting out of the wall in the middle of the curtains.
What I love about it is that's what's great about having you both here, because that's a guy's, right, Dan? That's a guy's thinking. If you're not there, Meg, that is done 100%.
Yeah. 100%. Well, it's all we say it all the time. Greg's practical. Greg's thoughts and ideas and design choices are all very practical and function based. Not even practical, just function based.
I had that same type of thing. I had a window, and I actually built off the wall and just had piece come down in front of the window and mounted my speaker to it.
There you go.
Yeah.
I love it.
Because I wanted to be symmetrical with the other side. I mean,
yeah,
absolutely.
I had to in here when I started, like, because there's on this side of the room, Meg's been in here. It's all windows. This whole wall over here is all windows. And I got the idea from Larry at SVS and how he sets his elevations up on the side walls. He'll take a 2x4 and run it just on an angle, bolt it to the top of it, and you just lean it. And that's what I did for my first set. Like when I put my surround speakers on the side, I put that 2x4 behind the curtain. You couldn't see it behind the velvet curtains I got up. And so it looked fine on this side, but this side is just mounted to the wall. But now I actually have the elevations up there on the ceiling, not on the ceiling, but right up against the ceiling. And I have my surrounds at the back, but same thing. It's just like, all right. As a guy, you'd be like, I'll just throw a 2x4 up here, bolt at the top and bottom. Don't worry about that. That would not be safe for a little kid. They wiggle the board and the whole thing right down eventually.
But then the kid learns not to do that.
Yeah,
exactly. They only do it once.
It's like
maybe that's the deal.
Before you guys go on with the horror stories of Greg, this I think is a great comment right here from Steve at. So Steve at in the chat, Steven at 797 says, my son is now 37. Little interest to do what I do with home theater. Enjoys watching stuff, but satisfied with TV and phone for most things, and will go to a commercial theater for Marvel or Star Wars movies. And I get this question all the time too, with talking about Joe. And they're like, is Joe into home theater? And I always say, I'm like, oh yeah, he's into home theater. I wouldn't say he's into it like you are, Greg, because, or maybe he will be when he has a house and can do it himself. But part of that, I think, is he was raised around it. And
I was going to do the same thing because that's how my daughter is too. It's not like it's a big deal.
It's common to him.
Right. This is how it's supposed to be.
Right. So like where it looks like, and again, from my perception, it seems like Greg is more into home theater right now, but Greg wasn't raised around it. Greg is still like, he's doing everything I did when I was younger and learning and trying to, figure things out and see what's good, see what's bad, and just having fun doing that, exploring. Not that Joe doesn't do that, but most of all that for Joe, he was raised under. So it's just common to him. And it's not like he even has that much more knowledge about it, but it's like, okay, I'll get to that, so it's, Meg, do you think if you hadn't, this is a tough question because you married him because of who he is, but if he wasn't into all this, do you think you'd be into home theater as much, even though you were raised around it?
No, I think I feel like we could get to the Best Buy story of building the carpet theater, and that'll kind of supplement this conversation.
Well, I that's the thing is I know the answer. I feel bad.
Myself I wouldn't put the effort in to do it.
No.
But it's almost like maybe I would. I don't know. Maybe I'd be a little if I had married somebody that didn't care at all. I'd think that like whatever we were doing with our speakers, like I'd probably have like a couple speakers. Maybe I'd probably ask you and have you help me set it up, or have you help him set it up, and then that person would probably just be like, okay, my father-in-law set this up for me.
Yeah.
Kind of like how you do, like you help like our family members, like you'll help them put in a Sonos bar or something, at least something to sound better than normal.
If they want something better.
I think that's probably where I would land. I don't think I'd do it myself, but I appreciate having it in my life still.
Yeah.
And we can get to that with this.
Tell the Best Buy story is just.
So after the window conversation, Greg decided, okay, I'm just taking all the speakers downstairs and I'm going to build a carpet theater. Which I'll let Greg get to the carpet part after, but to that we needed a TV for the basement. And so I got home from work one day and Greg said, "Do you want to go TV shopping with me?" I was like, "Oh, sure. Okay." So we hopped in the car and went on to Best Buy. I had no idea what we were doing. I had no idea we were getting a TV that day. Okay. So we hop in the car and we were looking at TVs, and Greg told me that listening to your podcast, you had said to just get, I don't know, Greg, if you want to explain how that thought process was, like to get the biggest.
Sure. I think you can correct me if I'm wrong, father-in-law, but I believe you say if you don't know, then get the biggest TV possible, because that's going to be the most immersive experience for you in a theater, and that's going to make it feel like a theater. If you're going the TV route or whatever, if you're going the projector route, similar thing. Picture secondary, because the size and the grandiose of it all is like, the wow factor is like the most important. When you're starting out and you don't know.
When you don't know what quality is, don't worry about the quality, because you're going to be wasting money on something that you can't even appreciate yet. So get something that, go for what you can appreciate, which is like the sheer size, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So this is what Greg was telling me, and he said, "This is what your dad said." And I was like, okay. So we're looking around and we're looking at TVs, and I was like, that looks awful. That looks awful. Hate that. Nobody's going to want to watch anything on that. Greg's going to hate that. And finally it clicked. I was like, did he say this to you, or did he say this on the show? Because you have been like building we've been together for 8 years now. Like, you've been building on this for about 8 years. It's not like this is your first step. We've had the OLED screen in the living room. He's been around your theater stuff for 8 years now. Like, I was like, it kind of clicked that I was like, I don't think he meant this for you right now, like where you are. I think this was a show quote, and because he listens every week. I come home on Tuesdays and my dad's talking in the house, and so I was like, back up, wait a second. So then we had this conversation and come to find out it was a show thing, not something you said directly to him. And I was like, okay. But like, look at something that has some quality, because you're going to spend money on this big TV and you're going to hate it. Like, I know you're going to hate it, because I hate it. I don't want to look at it. Making me upset. It's too bright. And so that was a little like snobbish of me. And then
quality.
Yes, right. I said to him, though, there was like a really nice kid helping us out in Best Buy. And I said to Greg, I was like, get whatever you want. Like, I don't even care. I didn't even know we were coming to buy a TV today. I was like, pick what you want. Don't just like throw money at a TV, like a really big, crappy display TV, because it's cheaper than an OLED, because you're going to get rid of it. I know you're going to get rid of it. So then it's money wasted anyway. I was like, I don't even care anymore. Like, just get what you want. And the kid at Best Buy was like, I don't know if I've ever heard a wife say, just get whatever you want.
Yep.
I was like, to be fair, I hate all of this. Like, I grew up around it. I know what we're looking at. I don't like any of it.
In terms of like the, you don't
quality.
like any of it,
right? Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Not that you
the
hate
lack
home
of
theater.
contrast. I think it was
right,
because it was all washed out.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And that's what I said too. Like, we're not getting it for like football games. I feel like a lot of people will walk in and get one of those really big TVs because they want to have something really big to watch a football game on with their friends. Like, we don't really watch sports.
People and their friends, gross.
Yeah, we don't have friends, nor do we watch sports. So that's not what we're going to be doing with that.
These are my kids, everybody. We're a friendly group of people.
We actually do have friends. One of them just happens to be your other kid, and then his wife. Those are the two people we hang.
I marry into my friends.
Yeah,
only done it once.
Oh God.
So, the end part to that story, though, to kind of answer your question too, which Greg doesn't know this part of the story yet, but I told you, Dad. Oh, sorry, the dogs. Is that once we got home, we got the TV downstairs. Greg took a bunch of the speakers, and we were left with just one speaker in the living room. And I had said, I was like, that's fine. Like, we don't need anything crazy in there. We're going to have the carpet theater downstairs. Great. And then we were watching a TV show, and I almost said out loud, something's wrong with this episode. It sounds like they're underwater. And then I stopped myself because I realized it's because he took all the speakers away.
Yeah.
And I was about to put my foot right in my mouth because I couldn't stand to listen to it. It sounded terrible. So to answer your question, since Greg on his own volition has put more speakers in the living room, and it's gotten better. Tastefully, yes. But to answer your question, I think I would notice a difference, because now I know that I do notice a difference, and I probably would ask for help from you to like set something up just so I didn't always feel like we were listening to TV underwater. But I don't know if I'd be as into it as, like, I don't know if it would be as involved in my home as it is with Greg here, because I grew up around it. And I would just bring my kids to your house to watch cool movies in Papa's basement.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I was gonna say, not having a home theater in your life, even if you didn't have me to set it up or whatever, I think you would eventually have someone build one, just because of your core memories as a child, like hanging out with your friends down there and stuff. But like you're saying, maybe you just bring them to.
I think Joe even more so would do it before I did, because of like video games and stuff. Because he loved playing video games in the theater, and just that experience. Like, I think Joe will do it when they have space. Because right now they just have the living room in the apartment, and you can't do much to that.
Right.
But they have speakers. They have more than one.
Yeah, he's doing the Sonos surround, I think, next.
Yeah. Well, he has a bar, and then they have like that big one that's standing up.
Yeah, on the side.
It kind of looks like a lamp.
On the end table or nightstand or whatever you call it.
It's like
They have a lamp too, don't they?
Yeah, IKEA sells like a lamp, Sonos speaker mount, built-in Sonos, but it's also a lamp.
Yeah.
So you can put it like adjacent to the couches and still have that surround experience without.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
that.
But what I think, like, the difference is he's going to go, like, when he moved out, he had to get that set of headphones, right? We talked about it at the Christmas show when we did the Die Hard episode, and he had to get the right set of headphones. He needs the quality. He wants that, and he'll do it. But what I don't see him doing is all the tinkering and extra little experimentations that Greg does that I did when I was younger to get to this point, right? He was, I don't want to say born with the knowledge, but raised with all the knowledge. So I don't feel like he has the need to tinker and try to experiment to see what's good and what's bad. I don't want to say it in a bad way, but it's almost like he's burnt out. Like, why would he do that? He's like, I grew up like that. It's like, oh, I went to watch a movie and had to help my dad fix the theater. Why would I do that now when I could just get it right?
Though, like you and I always say, you and I are much more, and I think Greg is too, like, nothing is black and white. And so we're going to try every little thing under the sun. Whereas Joe is very black and white and textbook, and like, this is what works. This is what doesn't work. And he grew up with it. So like, there's no need. That's why there's no need to tinker. Like, he's an engineer and he knows what works best right now. And maybe like there'll be updates in the future and he'll follow that kind of.
Well, Joe,
thing.
Yeah.
And he'll follow that, but I don't think he'll feel the need to tinker and like maybe put a speaker in the window.
Yeah. Well, Joe's like I mean, in a way, Joe will tinker if he doesn't know about it. Right? Like, look at it. He was like, oh, I need to do this with my truck. I need to learn how to weld. So he'll go out and experiment and tinker and learn how to do stuff like that. And it's the same with, you know, myself and Greg. It's like, if I don't know about something, I'll tinker around, mess with it until I learn about it. But that's the difference. It's like, Greg's like, I'm going to learn how to do this. And he's at that stage right now. Whereas Joe's just waiting for a room and get there. You know, but
and
yeah,
then to be like me and know what works, but still try everything else around. You know, I mean, I have multiple speakers, sets of speakers. I mean, my theater's been apart, I don't know, probably 10, 15 times. It's never done, never ever.
That's where I think, Greg, I think you're going to be like Dan and like Johnny speakers, and like
don't
even
do
seeing that in you now. Don't do it.
No, I was gonna say the same thing. That's I think sounds just like Greg.
Yeah, like new speakers get, oh, let me try these speakers. Like you get bored of hearing that set of speakers, and it's something in you is like, I got to change this. I don't get that because I do other things. I have different ways of tinkering. But yeah, I see Greg being like that, like another set of speakers. Let me see what these ones sound like. And where Joe is like me. Joe will set it up and be like, until another technology comes that's like, oh, we could try and do it this way, or you heard about a different way of doing it that seems viable to you, then he'll do something like that. But actually changing out what already works, that's me. That's Joe. I think that would be you, Meg. You'd just be like, it's working. Why are we going to mess with it? Because I'm going to go on to the next thing I don't know about and learn about that,
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's just a revolving. I mean, and then you find out that, all those speakers I just took out, sound much better than what I just put in, and then you're swapping them back out again, and then you just start filling your basement up with speakers. So
exactly. So Dan, let me ask you this though: so speaker A you've been listening to for a while, right? And then you're like, okay, I need to freshen things up a bit. What is this going to be? And you get speaker B, right? And you install those. Is it that the speaker B is necessarily better? Or is it because it's new that you're like, oh, I like this? And have you ever gone back to speaker A and been like, now listen to speaker B for like a month or so, and then go back to speaker A and go, oh, I like this now? You know what I mean? Like, is it because it's fresh, or is there legitimately, it is better at times?
I think it's because it's better at times. Like the speakers I have now, I was thinking, oh, maybe I should get the updated version of them, but then I saw that they were, $5,000 a pair, and I'm like, well, no, I guess these ones sound really good. So,
you see the price of the new ones, you're like, wow, the ones I have are really good.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, I have no problem with the speakers I have right now. I mean, I say to my girlfriend Cheryl all the time, like, you really have a good sounding theater here. And she's like, yeah, it's your theater. So, but I just always am amazed sometimes when I like listen to F1 again. I know I keep bringing that up, but and no one's home, and you really just crank that up, and it's like you're actually there. There's no distortion, there's no nothing. So I think I'll have these ones for a while. But I mean, I'm sure I'll upgrade again. And then I mean, I'm already thinking about upgrading the ones in the ceiling. I started off having on ceiling, then I put them in the ceiling, and now I'm thinking about going back to on ceiling again, just with a different style speaker. So
yeah. So what did you go to in ceiling? Because before you had the on ceiling with the SVS elevations,
right? And then I went to the Mag 6Rs, those ones that Rob H always talks about.
Okay.
I built the enclosure for him, so I had this big box, 4 of them up on the ceiling, and then I actually took them out of the box when I redid the theater for the third time and put a new ceiling in, and put them into the ceiling. And now I'm thinking about actually taking those down, filling in the holes, and putting on ceiling Arundel speakers, so that all of them are the exact same speaker or speaker manufacturer. So I'll go back to that.
All right. Now you have tall ceilings, right? You have 9-foot ceilings. Are those
9-foot ceilings? Yep.
9-foot ceilings in a room that. What's the dimensions here? What are they about?
My room's 12 by 12 by 9.
I was just gonna say 12. I thought I didn't know it was an exact square, but
yeah.
Have you thought of? Now here's a fun one. Have you thought of putting in a suspended ceiling? and then now you could hide your everything. You could put a suspended ceiling and put a bunch of room treatment up there, and you only got to come down like a foot, because I don't know, you're not even at the front of your room. Are you utilizing the entire like height with your screen?
It's pretty close, because remember I have that little cubby.
Yeah.
And I actually, even since last time you were here, I was able to take that frame around the screen I had, and actually move the whole screen just into that cubby, so that I could actually get the full size of the picture.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I can't go up any higher or lower, because it's set inside this built-in. So
yeah.
But
Yeah,
I mean, I don't have any speakers up that close to the screen anyways, because I'm sitting a little further back.
So you could taper it if you wanted to, but that's one of the things I was trying to think of, even in my new theater, like maybe doing like I have 9-foot ceilings in there, but doing a suspended ceiling, so you could find a way to, because those are the only speakers that'll be showing in the room. Other than that, everything else is behind, fabric, behind false walls. But yeah, it's a good way to hide some absorption up there, off of your ceiling and stuff. So, but yeah, you have the space to do it up there. I just didn't know, but yeah, you taper it that way.
That would be good too, because I tell you, trying to run speaker wires in a ceiling that's from the early 30s is really difficult. So I mean, that's why I had to take the ceiling down, was just so I could run those speaker wires.
Yeah,
that's the only reason I took them down, because I didn't want to see the speaker wires, on the exterior.
The run. That's one of the reasons I didn't mount these to the ceiling, is I didn't want that speaker wire going across.
Yep.
Greg, what do you have on your did you ever put anything on your ceiling yet, or do you still have just the joists?
Joists plus insulation plus there's this like almost like wood siding, like someone would use for like waste coating. Is that the proper
wainscoting?
Wainscoting, yeah, stuff like that. And I've slowly been like putting it up on the ceiling and putting my back up against it, and then using the extension drill bits.
Yep.
This.
One. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then like going under my arm.
Oh yeah.
Screw in.
Oh
Hold
yeah.
it up with the other hand, going around, screw another one in.
As the other side is falling down.
Exactly.
Well, that's why you use a 2x4 on one end to prop it, and then you take the other end and just pop it in.
Exactly.
Yeah. Hanging drywall, ceiling by yourself, hanging that stuff by yourself. Yeah, there's ways to do it.
I did that. I'm like, I think this is rigid enough. I'm getting it up there. I'm screwing in on the side, and the thing goes snap, and then I'm like, okay, I got two pieces now. Well, that makes it easier.
Exactly.
Because of the age of my house too, like even the what's the thing in between the joists that are like those little boards they put up in the middle of them?
The braces that go.
I got like joists running that way, but then I've got these little like 2x6 or 2x8 blocks that they shove in between the two joists.
Oh, the fire blocking
or stringers? They just kind of.
Yeah, they just kind of like threw them up there. I don't know.
Probably
I can
braces.
take a picture. But then they like come out of the joists a little bit in some areas, just because the house is old or whatever. So putting up that stuff, and then there's like it's bowing, but no one's gonna know.
Yeah, there's nothing straight in your house. That's how my house is.
Yeah.
Old house.
No, if I what I usually do is I'll stand up when I'm playing video games to go grab something like this, and then my whole house is tilted that way.
Yep.
So the chair goes by. So I've stood up and then sat down. See, it just moved. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. That's great.
Everything, the whole house is a little crooked. And when we were like doing renovations, we would take things apart or like go into a wall, and we'd be like, that was an interesting choice.
What the heck is that?
It's like how they put things together back when they built it. You can tell what was DIY. And I'm sure people will say the same thing if they take apart what we did. But
everything back then was DIY. There was no standards. So.
There were no codes, no standards.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, "Oh, the house is good bones," and I'm like, "Sure, I don't know what the bones are supposed to look like, but if everyone's telling me they're good."
Yeah. Oh my God. Remember some of those studs we pull, like trying to screw into or pull out? They're like petrified.
Yeah, they're all rough. And they're all rough cut and everything like that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Good stuff. So, Meg, how loud has it been while you're home?
It's actually not loud at all.
Really?
Yeah, no, I don't really hear. It's nothing like the one at your old house.
The one we
that
had.
Would shake the house.
You're doing something wrong then, Greg.
It's not like that, yeah.
I keep browsing Marketplace for something bigger than my subs I currently have. I'm just looking around.
Oh, you just need more.
I've got 2, and that's one thing that I still got to do. I just it seems like such a PIA, so I haven't the sub crawl.
Well, if you have,
you're fine.
Well, even with 2, but you have for all you have the carpet up, but it's not. I mean, if you do a sub crawl, you're basically trying to pressurize your basement, the entire basement. So it's like, you know what I mean? Like you're not just looking at, you have these carpets hanging, but you don't have an enclosed space. Your enclosed space is still the basement.
When I walk in,
duct tape
all the seams from the outside, slide under, duct tape the floor.
For base, base is going right through that stuff. Base is going right through the carpet. It's going, so you're trying to pressurize that basement. Now, if you got a couple of, even at that basement, it's not that big. I mean, it's big, but it's not. Yeah. I mean, what's the dimensions of your house? Like 24 by? Is it even 24 by 24?
Great question. It's not that big though.
Yeah. And so, but you throw in, a couple of even the new SVS 17, you throw 2 of those in, it would pressurize that basement. But then, Meg, you would feel it. You would, the whole house would be
when you're down there though, it still sounds really good. It's not like because it's not shaking the house, it doesn't sound good. It sounds really good.
Right.
Yeah,
but
I almost
not a
want
problem.
I almost want you to experience it. I almost called you DJ. I'm not sure if that's allowed, Dad.
Yeah. No, I know. I got to get over to experience it. But from what I'm hearing, from what you're saying is, and Dan can attest to this, it sounds like what I'll bet you any money. It sounds like what Mikey Schramm's theater sounds like. And because what you have is, and why it sounds so good, is you have those carpets are they are, getting rid of the reflections. One, for a couple reasons. One, your actual walls are further away. So any reflections or anything that is going through those carpets is going through it, but then to try and come back in after it bounces off of the actual walls, which are further away, is going to be very difficult for those higher frequencies to come back through the carpet, right?
Yeah, loses its
refracting back and back behind the faux walls, which is where you build them.
Right. So what ends up happening is your room is going to sound very accurate to your pans, your surround sound, your ambient sounds and stuff like that. And if you can just get enough bass, and it sounds like you have it, like Mikey Schramm has, it's like you have, enough bass in there to get a feel, but it's not like what Meg was saying, like what we had at the other house, where it was like you get the punch in the chest or you get a rumble up through your seat, which is all well and good in the theater, but that's the stuff that's going to shake multiple floors above, right? But you're getting an amazing experience just from the higher frequencies and 200 hertz and up of just, that's it. It's just, I mean, you're getting like I said, all your dialogue is probably crystal clear, your pans, your ambient sounds, all of that are going to be perfect. It's just to get that final piece, that's going to take you have to have an actual room. And then now you have other problems. If you do that, now you have to add more absorption to take, because now those reflections of those higher frequencies are going to be bouncing back at you. So it's like your room within a room is a great way of doing it. And that's the ideal way, but to pressurize that whole basement to get the bass response that you're looking for would literally like lift the house off its foundation. It's like, which is kind of fun.
Maybe it would correct it. Maybe it would fix the floor issue. Who knows?
Yeah.
I was
and people are saying this, Symphony audio. I don't even know how to say that.
Symphony audio.
Yeah, Symphony audio. Saying transducers, bass shakers. A lot of people saying this in the chat right now. But yeah, have you messed with that or even thought of that yet, Greg?
I have not. I've messed with a bass shaker. Give me a second here. I need a prompt.
Yeah. You'll like these, Meg. They go under the seat. And they give you the same effect that we had at the other house. Like you feel it coming up through the seat.
And if you need one in an amp, I can.
Guess who has it?
Yeah, I can send one over.
I've messed with this thing, but I don't think I could connect it to the theater. It's like they call it a wooger. So it's like a bass shaker for your body.
Your X1 suit from
Ready Player One.
Ready Player One, yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I got that for this.
Oh, you got your he has like that pretty much like the Ready Player One setup.
Yep.
Yeah, he's saying Rumble Pack for gaming.
Oh, here we go. That's the window.
That's Greg just walked out the window.
Yep.
Yeah, I got that for this.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, I remember hearing about this.
Yeah, it's all
pulley system.
It's a pulley system off the ceiling with tension on it so that he can move and not get tangled in it. Are you looking at us right now, Greg?
No, I'm looking at nothing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we're looking. Greg looks like a Navy SEAL going on a night mission.
Yeah.
When he first told me that he bought a pulley system for the ceiling, I thought that he thought it so like he could like fly in his games. I didn't get it. Like I didn't know that it had the wire. So I was picturing him like, he's like, I got a pulley system for the ceiling, and I'm picturing him like pulling himself up so that he can be flying in his games. I was like, what is happening? I don't.
That's too far. That's too far.
That's the limit.
Yeah, that's where we draw the line. That's where we draw the line. Actually, no, I liked the idea earlier when we were talking about like if you married somebody that wasn't like Greg, that wasn't into home theater. First, it's not possible.
No, I don't think it's really funny.
It would never be. You would kill that person.
Say, yeah. Well, it's the same thing I've always said to you. Like, I don't think I could have married somebody that isn't handy, like that doesn't know how to fix something, because you always knew how to fix something. Or
someone who will dedicate the time to learn how to fix something, because I don't.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm not handy. I will make myself handy.
Well, the quickest way to say it is you're not afraid to fail.
Yeah. Right. Oh yeah.
Right. Because like you'd be like, oh yeah, who can do that? I'll give it a shot, and you might fail, but then you'll learn from that and do it. You know, and it's like
I don't know how many things I've broken, and
everything really.
Right, I'm too cheap to have someone come in and fix it, so I figure out how to do it myself.
Yeah.
I think it's funny. Like I have a lot of coworkers that'll say like, "Oh, my husband's not handy at all. He doesn't know how to fix something." I'm like, I think if I was in that situation, I would learn. Because I work. I do think I'm intelligent. I figure out how to solve problems elsewhere in my life.
Right.
But growing up with you, if something broke, you would know how to fix it. Or like if I had a flat tire, you'd know how to change that. And same with Greg. I grew up around that, and so I can put my energy into other things. I think I would learn. I think I'd teach myself, but I don't know if I wouldn't. Not that I wouldn't be happy, but
well, I've told the story.
It would just
Meg.
be really weird, and I think there's different people for everybody. But when people are like, "Oh, my husband doesn't know how to fix anything," I'm like, I don't think I could do that just because of who I grew up with and how I was raised.
Right. Yeah, and it's you are like that, and I've told the story before of you when you got into the second accident when you shattered your bumper.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like I was like, all right, it's your car, you deal with it. This is your situation and whatever. And she went and got the matching duct tape, not just the normal silver or black or whatever. She got the correct duct tape, taped up her bumper all by herself. I was so proud. I was like,
well, that was in a case too that I was like,
and
I was alone. I was leaving dance when my bumper fell off, and I was by myself, and I needed to get home. So I was like, let me figure out how to fix this, because I was by myself. Nobody was around. So
Right.
that I could learn to problem. I do know how to problem solve, but so
Right.
same with home theater. Like I wouldn't be as into it as Greg is, but I also don't see myself being with somebody that wouldn't be into it at all either. I don't know. That's a good thing we don't have to find out.
I was gonna say you're safe for now, Greg. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel better about our relationship now.
yeah, there you go.
Yeah, this was great. Thanks, guys.
There you go.
All right. On that note, I'm gonna take off because
All
I
right.
got other things to do. So
All right.
Great, Dan.
Thanks, Dan.
Great seeing
Appreciate
you
it.
again.
See you, Dan.
and I'll send over that bass shaker and amp so that you can at least have one, because you're only worried about one seat, right? Meg's
Absolutely.
Seat. So that
Yeah.
way you can all set.
Thank you so much, Danny. That'd be cool.
All right. I'll talk to you guys later.
Later, Dan.
God bless. Good
Thanks,
seeing
buddy.
you.
Bye.
Bye. So what's this? Could it be an amazing His and Hers theater build could be an amazing TV show.
Oh yeah, build
Okay.
off. We can rent storage units, and we'll each have a storage unit. We have 48 hours to do a His and Hers theater build.
Oh,
Are we
geez.
allowed to call in help? Because if so, I
Yeah,
get
the
dibs on my
moderator. I
dad.
think the moderator would be
I get to call my dad.
I get dibs on my dad.
Well, that's-
He's my dad first.
I don't think you get dibs. I think he's a shared resource. I think that's baloney.
No,
Yeah.
if we get to call in experts, I get dibs on my dad.
I don't,
You
I don't
can-
think I need my dad.
Yeah, you can. I was gonna say you call your dad if you need help.
No, I think I'll take Danny. Me and Danny.
There you go.
There you go.
Then it turns into DJ and Danny's build.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Build up. Sponsored by Meg and Greg.
I think
Yeah.
Dad, you and I trying to make decisions together in a theater would be entertaining enough for one show.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, no. Do you think what would you fight me on?
I don't know. Probably things. I find
Yeah.
something. I'm sure.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's fair. Because I'd be like, you called me. Why
Yeah.
are you arguing with me? I don't want it that way. Yeah. 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 No, that's what I was saying before. Like, if you were with somebody that wasn't into home theater, you'd tear them apart, because you would you'd be like, no, that's not right. And they'd be like, I want to, like you said, I just need a TV to watch football game with my buddies. And they'd put it on vivid mode and be happy, and you would be miserable.
And I'd be like, my dad's gonna come over, and I'm gonna be so embarrassed.
It'd be like meet the parents.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Johnny
No.
Talk Home Theater. Talk Home
Yeah.
Theater.
No, that's one of those things too that I think has been funny, like marrying somebody with the same interests as you, of being and letting him, like Greg, learning, and how you're saying he's starting kind of like how you started and learning as he goes. I feel like it's been I don't ever feel, I honestly don't think I feel like it ever anymore, but I think in the beginning, like when we were first married and first started living together, I'd have to stop myself from being like, well, that's not how my dad would do that. That's not, like, because you can't say that to your husband. That's not fair. You can't.
Right.
I didn't marry you. I married him. But
Right.
it'd be like, that's not how dad would do it. You should do it this way, So, or like, don't you want to call my dad, see what he does? Because he knows how.
Yeah. Well, he did early on. He would ask me, and and what I would say is, try it out for yourself.
Yeah.
And because that's where the fun is. And I also knew that's what he likes to do. Right.
Yeah.
It's like, I know if he wasn't a tinkerer and he just wanted it done, then I could do that, but that's not who he is. And it's like, Meg, you're actually getting a glimpse into, that is how my dad would do it when he was, that's how I got to, you're getting to see who I was, how I got here.
It's like young Sheldon.
Yeah, exactly. It's there you go,
God.
young DJ. It's like, it's but yeah, that's how you start out. And it's and what's funny is, it's sad because, and Greg and I talked about this a lot when he was starting the stuff, or actually we were first time we were talking about it, because he started this stuff before knowing me, but that's where I think the internet is robbing a lot of people, because they want that instant gratification. They want every problem solved at the beginning, and it's there. That's not it to me. That's not the point. You know, somebody earlier on in the chat, the chat's going crazy. We got crazy numbers we're having. Thank you everybody in the chat. But somebody said, sorry, I forget what it was, but somebody said, like, that's the nature of us. It's tinkering. It's like that's who we are and why we do what we do. It's just the idea of having a theater in your home is like, let me see if I can problem solve this. Even in today's day and age where you can get all those questions answered, there's still so much to learn and do. And that, you know, that's what Greg's doing. But it's like I said to Greg, don't really pay attention to the internet, because it's not that the information is wrong, right? Nobody, well, that's not true. I was going to say nobody wants to give bad information on purpose, but I guess there are some people. But a lot of times, Greg, you've asked me questions and I'll be like, no, they're right, but it's not for your situation, you know? And if you don't, the best way to learn that is just to do it yourself. And, you know, then you'll learn, oh, that's why that does that, you know?
I think that's the one gatekeeping thing about our generation is like with how, I mean, every generation has people who are tight on money, but it's like to get into it, to spend the, you know, 500, 600 bucks on the receiver and then the speakers and then all that. I think that's where you'll lose a lot of people, because they get afraid to make a decision when purchasing a product, and people are like, well, just try it. And you're like, I can't afford to just try it. I just want the best thing. So I think a lot of people, my generation, are like that. Whereas I'm like, I'm going to go on Facebook Marketplace, find the cheapest thing, assemble it, and then go from there.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And when I started out, we didn't have Facebook Marketplace, but what I would do is I went down and, like I've said it before, like John was working at a Radio Shack, and I'd go down and get the cheapest possible receiver that they had, which was probably like $100 or something. And I was like, all right, I'll get this and I'll use this for like a month. And then when, you know, save up some money and go get the next one that was $100 more money. And John would be like, okay. And he'd give me the exchange, no question asked. So they're like, what'd this come in for? You know, whatever. But there, again, where there's a will, there's a way. You know, if money can't be the obstacle. I mean, first off, if you're even entertaining the idea of this stuff, you've got to have a little bit of money available to you, because otherwise it's, like you said, it's a non-starter. So it's not like we're talking about, you know, extremely poor people going, I wish I had a home theater. They're wishing for so much more before you can even get to that point, right? So even if, yeah, exactly. So if you're even entertaining the thought, you're like, okay, you've got to, and now it's, if you're complaining that something's too expensive, then you're just, in my opinion, sorry, it sounds like a jerk thing to say, but it's like you're quitting, because there's so many other ways to do things. It might not be as perfect. It might have some issues with it that the money would solve, but there are more ways to do things than just throw money at it. You know, I mean, look at your theater in itself. It's like, I got carpet available. Let me see what I can do. And you know, and what are you learning there? You're learning about, you know, frequencies going through, coming back. You learn all these, like, why does this sound so great? You know, and that's where you learn. And it's, I think it was Rob Cohen, when we were talking, and, when I think it was him that did, he did the Fast and Furious movie. And then, but he also did Hurricane Heist, which is a ridiculous story, but it's an amazing home theater experience. Absolutely amazing home theater experience. And I watched I think I listened to the audio commentary with him on it. And he was saying, like, when he did Hurricane Heist, the budget for that was like a quarter compared to like when he does a blockbuster, like a Fast and Furious or something. Right. And he's like, all right, for this shot here, I want to bring in 2 cranes and we're going to get the disc going this way and all this. So he contacts the studio. Yeah, I need 2 cranes. And they're like, nope, the budget wasn't there. He was like, we're not paying for that. You got to figure it out for yourself. And he's like, all right, how about one crane? Nope. He's like, I needed 2 cranes for this shot, and he couldn't even get one. And I don't know what the tech was, but because they told him no, and they wouldn't throw money at the problem, he invented a new way to make that shot. So it's like, if you want to be creative, you can do it. But if you want to say that it's too expensive and you can't do it, then you're quitting, because things have been invented because they literally didn't exist and they didn't have a way to do it. And there was no money to throw at it, but people problem solved around it. Just because you don't have the money. That's why Plex exists. Like if we had Danny Speakers still here, we'd go at it for that. It's like, that's why Plex exists, because people wanted something like a kaleidoscope. They wanted the ability to just access from their seat. They want to do that. You don't have to throw the money at a kaleidoscope. You throw the money at it and it's streamlined. It's perfect. It's awesome. But you want that experience, you can build it yourself for cheaper. And nowadays it's coming back to, is it really cheaper? Because by the time you're done with your hard drives and everything, you could have gotten into at the starter of a kaleidoscope, right? So
I feel like that's the appeal of home theater too, though, to like people like you and Greg, and I would assume most of your listeners, is like the journey of making the theater and not necessarily just the theater itself. Like the work you put into it and the different, like you're saying, the different things you try and the different things you put together. Because like you're saying, like, yeah, if you don't have any money, that's a non-starter, because you do need something to start a theater.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I think an obstacle to get like the best home theater could also be too much money, where you just are like, well, I don't want to think about it. I'm just going to hire somebody to do it for me. And they do like a cookie cutter home theater and you don't know anything about what you're doing. Like when you guys build a home theater, you're learning through the process, and then you're actually really appreciating the things you're seeing and hearing, and the way, like you're saying, the way things work, like the way the carpet that Greg hung up works, the way the walls that you put in your theater work, or the base things. Whereas if you're somebody that just can throw all your money at it and say, make me the most expensive, best thing, it could be the best, but you don't understand why it's the best and you don't appreciate it as much.
Right.
Yeah, but they might, because it's the only thing they know.
And well, no, because the first time I had Brent Butterworth on, and he'd been to $1 million theaters, movie stars theaters, all of these like amazing theaters. And I asked him, I'm like, what was the most amazing theater you've ever been in? The best sound, or the best this? And he's like, it probably something. And his answer was, it's probably something like yours. He's like, those $1 million theaters, they're gaudy, they're this and that. And he goes, and they're put in by people that are like a Howard Stern's. Like, I'm going to have somebody build me a theater in my house because I don't want to go out and go to the theater. They're celebrities, and they're putting out this money so that they're paying somebody so they can have a movie theater experience, but they don't care how. It's like when I buy a car, I don't know what exactly happens, or I use my phone. I just want it to work, right? Well, there are people with enough money that they can build these amazing theaters. They don't even know what they have. Somebody like us would go into their theater and be like, what kind of speakers you got? I don't know. Like, I don't know what kind of speakers. I don't know what kind of amplification are you running in this place? I don't know. There's a room back there or something with everything in it. I don't know. I've never been in it. People say that, but it's a different type of person, right? They're not listening to this show. They're not watching this. They're not paying attention to this stuff. They have what they have. And it's like, people that'll build their, like, on cribs or something. The celebrities are like, I got a bowling alley over here. I got a movie theater over here. But people like us, that this is what we do. It's the tinkerers. They're like, we want movies in our home. And like Meg said, it's like, that's part of it. It's like, it's building it, learning, experiencing it. And like Dan said earlier, it's never done, right? You're always adding on to it and doing something to it. And, once you've learned one thing, you move on to the next and you keep on learning. So,
and I wouldn't sell yourself short either, though. This is a multi-award winning podcast and show, so they could be watching.
They could be watching.
They could be.
Right. Yeah. Could be watching. Yeah. Exactly.
At Howard Stern? Oh my gosh, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, at Howard Stern. I'm watching. Yeah, okay.
Nice try, DJ.
Yeah, that'd be funny. But yeah, that's that's our audience. That's who we are as people, and that's everybody that's been on here is like, oh my God, I'm just like that, and that's the idea. So it's hard to imagine people being different, being that way about a theater, but
I feel like that's what people imagine though, that don't know anything about home theater, and you tell them you have a home theater, like they're just like, oh, you're rich, like you're rich.
Yes,
somebody like put that home theater. I remember growing up saying like, oh yeah, we have a movie theater in my basement. People would be like, oh, you must have a lot of money, and I'd be like, wow,
no, we have a movie theater in our basement.
Yeah, we had that's all our money. No, and I would always be like, no, my dad did it. My dad put it together, and that still probably doesn't click for the average person, but they're like, no, like, but then I do think that there are people that I know now that their families do have a lot of money and they have a quote movie theater in their basement. And I'm like, it's nothing like what you have. It's like a big TV and maybe a couple speakers and some like theater chairs and a popcorn machine. Like, it's not what you would expect.
Yeah. Giles, buddy.
Man, it is early and I'm in my pajamas.
You wear camo shirts to bed? What are you afraid, like, Red Dawn's going to happen? You got to get up and head to the mountains?
I'm in bed and my wife comes in and she's all like, are you here? Are you here? I was just asleep.
Yeah, it's
never finds me.
From your wife. He's got a fern over his face.
That's it. Yeah.
Time for bed. Man. Giles throws on a ghillie suit.
Got to do what you got to do to survive these days.
Yeah, it's not easy.
It's a
Giles, buddy. This is my son-in-law, as you see, Greg, and my daughter Meg, the Meg.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Welcome.
You don't even want to know that story.
Oh,
What's
yeah,
that?
That's exactly. He said, didn't they make a movie about you?
Yes.
That's exactly it.
You don't want to know how my co-host Steve went there with that one. So
I'm not going to go there.
Yeah, don't. No.
But it was good enough for there to be a sequel, right?
That's the one.
That's the one. That's the
if you want to tell the story, Meg, you can tell it.
No, I'm all set. You can tell it.
No.
Tell.
Yeah, that was funny. Well, Steve went bright
Steve
red.
Tell it later. Tune in.
Tune
in for Steve to tell the story again.
Yeah.
We'll leave that one for Steve and another day.
Okay.
Or later today, whenever
later
Steve wants to drop in.
Welcome him on the podcast. And make
Steve will be showing up.
Mm-hmm.
So I see you have pressed family into service for these early morning hours.
Well,
you're all like, you got to come at 6 a.m., 5 a.m.
Yeah. No, yeah. Well, yeah, they started at 8 a.m. You're starting your time. It's 7 there, right?
On Saturday.
7 on Saturday.
You realize 7 o'clock on Saturday. No one should be doing this.
Well, I started at 6 a.m. here, and I'm going till 6 a.m. Sunday after we set our clocks back, buddy.
Right, man. You are a machine.
No,
a machine.
Well, it's either that or the no brain, no pain theory.
I have no brain,
but
I have pain. So So, are we of an age yet where we can talk about our ailments? Just as a general topic of conversation, like, I woke up yesterday and my back gave out on me. I swung my feet out over the bed. I had to swing them right back.
Yeah, there you go. And we got the perfect balance here. We have you and I, and then we have the kids.
I have a whole human in my body, so so I got more.
He's pregnant
than anybody here.
Yeah, you're doing what, 6 weeks?
Describe it like that.
Meg?
Yeah.
6 weeks?
Yes, we're doing 6 weeks.
6 weeks.
I remember those days.
Yeah.
My wife was not very happy during those times.
I'm feeling them.
It was a tough time of my life. Let me tell you, it was brutal on us, right, buddy? The pain that Greg is going through right now, I get it. Trust me.
Oh no, it is just kumbaya over here. We're good to go. We're not in two separate rooms or anything.
No.
It doesn't get any better. Just accept this is the way life will be moving forward. Yeah, that's but great. now that pain turned into a 17-year-old with a driver's license and
oh, that's awesome.
Cars and it's been a minute.
Yeah,
been a long minute.
Wait till you get snow.
Snow.
Watch out for those trees.
Oh,
wow. I thought you were going the other way. I was drifting in parking lots with the snow, not the.
No, that's what Meg thought. She was going the other way, but no, road turned to the left. Meg went straight.
Those trees come out of nowhere.
They tried to turn the wheel, and the wheel didn't turn.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh man. Happen. Yeah. We're getting snow out here in Colorado already.
Already?
Wow.
Yeah. Nice. Up in the higher elevations.
Yeah. Well, we were just out there for my son's wedding. And you can see snow all up in the mountains and stuff. We drove from Salt Lake to Moab, and you get that whole backdrop there.
Oh, that's a pretty drive.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Yeah,
you're driving through the desert, looking up at the mountains and stuff, and it's like most of my family is like, "Where are you?" As we're driving through, and like they're all like, Tatooine."
I saw some Jawas.
Yeah. And I mean, there are actual parts that look like, is that Obi-Wan's little hut up there on the hill? And it's crazy.
I know
such a different world.
They go out there so that when police drive by, they can pretend like they're Obi-Wan and we are not the criminals you're looking for.
Just keep going. I'm not here.
Yeah, you don't need to find me. Just keep moving. Move along. Yeah. That's cool.
So thanks for getting up this morning, Giles. Thanks for joining me at such an early hour for yourself.
Oh, dude, I went to bed about 3 hours ago. So
really? Would you have a banger of a Halloween party?
No, that's just like a normal schedule up till 3.
Wow.
Yeah, I have to find time to do things. So I just, everybody's asleep. I can get started with my day.
There you go.
My second day or third day, however you want to think of that I squeeze into one day. You know how it is.
Oh, yeah. You get your activities and then the stuff you got to do. And at the end of the day, you go, time for me.
Well,
and next thing you know, 3 a.m. pops up.
I know. And I'm all like, I've been editing this stupid video for 8 hours now. What am I doing? Or whatever it is,
Yeah.
Or
see here, and Giles got me into Stark subwoofers.
Ooh, I'm glad you're having a good time. They have inventory again. They for a long time with all the the import stuff going on, that I think they were like, nope, we're not playing. But they got restocked finally. And I hear they're selling pretty good now, which is good.
Nice.
So good for them.
Nice.
So if you want like 8 more of them, go ahead.
There you go.
They stack.
Yeah. Stack them.
Stack them. Yeah, I've got I have 3 raw 24-inch subs sitting in the floor of my viewing room right now that I have to build enclosures for at some point. I'm old and lazy. I look at them and I'm like, that's a lot of work. They look pretty on the floor though. People ask me about them when they come over.
Of course, they're not plugged in.
They're just raw drivers.
Oh, jeez.
Just big. You see the magnet.
Yeah. Oh wow, that. Oh okay.
Yeah, and then it's fine the first time people come by and they're like, "Oh, what are those?" I'm like, "Oh, that's a project I'm working on." And then like the second time they come over, they're like, "Oh, you've been working on that project a while now." I'm like, yeah. And then the next time they're all like, "You're never going to do that, are you?" I'm like, "No, I am. I promise."
Mm-hmm.
One day.
Been there. I'm there. I'm there. Greg, this is what you can do.
Yeah.
This is you tinkering. This is what happens. You end up like Giles. You start your own channel and you test speakers and you mess with stuff and
I also end up like Giles and have a moped engine sitting on my kitchen room table for months. So, just like your speakers sitting around. Yeah.
Just so you know, though, those are the kind of things that lead to separate bedrooms. just so you know, these things are partially under your control.
Yeah. Time for dinner. Can you slide the moped motor to the other side of the table, please? We're having guests.
Why does it smell like oil in here all the time?
It's not the salad dressing.
So here's a story from the world of reviewing products. So I was going to review a table.
Oh yeah,
right. So you know, one of these, I get these things all the time. Like, can you do my cat litter box? Can you do my XYZ? Right? Through the kitty litter people and the tufting people have been out of control. But I got one for this Eureka ergonomics sit stand table, right? And I'm all like, I wouldn't mind having a sit stand table. That looks pretty cool. I can make a video about this thing, right? So, you know, and they want to sign these big contracts, and all. I'm like, dang, it's for this table. But I'm like, okay, whatever. So, you know, the boxes come, box number 1 and box number 2, right? I get everything ready. I'm going to film the assembly so I can talk about how hard or easy it is, or however it ends up, right? And so I take everything out and I start putting stuff together, right? And so it's like one of these tables, and it's got like a, you know, it goes up and down, and it's got a central section and then like 2 wings that come around you. So it's like a gaming station kind of thing. Sure. And, you know, I'm looking in the box, and I do this section where you put together the base, and then I'm like, okay, I have to put the top together because it comes in the centerpiece and the 2 pieces left and right, and they bolt together on the bottom. And I find the wings, and then I'm looking for this centerpiece, and I'm like, how can I have missed this centerpiece? So I go through the boxes, and I'm looking, and there's nothing. But then I realize that there is this piece of odd foam that was included that I thought was just packing material, but strangely, it's the exact size and shape of what that middle piece of the table would have been. So I'm like, no, they couldn't have just put a piece of foam in instead of the actual tabletop. So I write the company back, and I'm all like, hey, you know, I think there's something wrong. I can't find this piece. You know, what should I do? And then I get this letter back saying, the company has decided to go a different way with reviews. So there's no need for you to complete this review. Thank you for your time. And I wrote back and I said, I've already started this. Yeah, I just need you to tell me where I get this last piece from. And they're like, no, we'd rather not have a review at this time. So I'm thinking,
yeah,
there are 10,000 of these tables at Amazon right now that don't actually have a table in them. They just have a piece of foam.
No way.
Oh my gosh.
What happened?
They're like, please don't complete the review.
Yeah, just don't talk about this. So yeah,
your review turned into a PSA.
Yeah, the more you know.
Yeah, like do not buy this foam.
Yeah, they all the pieces are not there, and they didn't know it. And I don't know, somebody messed up at the factory or something, right?
Yeah.
They're all like, oh, well, there's this empty space in the box. Let's just put a piece of foam in there to fill it in. For all of them.
A foamy table.
Dude, table. I get so much stuff like that. Things that don't work, or they're broken, or missing pieces. And I guess it's, you know, just part of the process for these new things that are just coming out. NBA, can you tell us what it is exactly?
Yeah,
it has nothing to do with hi-fi. It's a table.
Yeah, it's a table. Yeah,
that's all you get.
Yeah, that's all.
That's all you get.
Yeah, tell people that though, like how much stuff you get in that you don't talk about.
Oh, I would say maybe 20% of stuff is stuff that it just gets thrown back. I mean, 1 out of 5
Yeah.
Like and man, big TVs, the big whoppers, stuff bigger than 85 inches. You don't even want to talk about the breakage rate on those things.
Oh, I bet. You need like 4 people to move it.
They'll come in and, I mean, for all the stuff that I've done to get across all brands. So this isn't picking on any particular brand. It's just all of them. It's the shipping process, right?
Yeah.
I'm at least 50% breakage. If and it's higher. I've gotten more broken ones than I have ones that are not shattered.
Wow.
And that's just all due to shipping.
Yeah.
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 It's those things are hard to deal with, right? I mean, shippers have a hard time. They come on these what's the thing on the lift back trucks or whatever?
Pallet?
Yeah, they're palletized. They got a lift gate and they strap them to the inside of the wall of the vehicle and they ratchet them down real hard. And dude, I've had them shattered on the top, on the sides, in the middle. Just they drop them and bounce them. And when they come and the little handholds on the side are all ripped.
Yeah.
Yeah, that. So they were carrying it somehow and it ripped and dropped, right? So they're hard to deal with.
Do you have like a team or like a dedicated person to make these returns? Like, how do you deal with that?
Every brand has a way to deal with it, right? Usually there's a PR firm that manages stuff for the different brands, and their job is just to make sure that you get through those kinds of things. And if you have questions, they can help you find the right people. Like, what kind of panel is inside of this thing, and how many backlit zones are there, and blah blah blah. So that they handle that, and then they do all the logistics as well. So if something's broken, they'll get another one out. And it's similar like just regular customer service. I'm sure this is the same kind of process that a customer would go through. Like, I just bought this thing, it's broken. And they're like, oh, we'll get another one. And dude, all these broken things just go straight into the landfill too.
Yeah. But like, how do you just do you keep a dumpster at your house? Like, how do you, and then do you just hang out at a UPS for a couple of days, making all your returns? Or, how does that work?
Well, I have in the backyard, I have a graveyard of pallets where the pallets go to die. And every 6 months or so, I put up an ad on Facebook Marketplace, free pallets, come and get them.
Oh,
and then, but yeah, I mean, the delivery folks, they're all like, oh, you got another one today. How did you like the last one? And, so they kind of know, and they're like, was the last one broken or how was that one? But apparently, like these shipping companies, they'll get a lot of returns for TVs and stuff too. And apparently a lot of the returns, the TV companies don't actually want the TVs back. They don't want to pay for the shipping to have them come back all the way because that's worth more than the TV is.
Sure.
So they hire shipping companies to go do the pickup, but they only pay them to pick it up. And then the shipping company can do whatever they want to with it. So there's some kind of timer that goes on. I don't know exactly how this part works, but I was talking to one guy and he's like, is this, when they were picking up the last TV, he's like, is this broken? I'm like, yeah, it's completely shattered. He's like, oh, that's a bummer. I'm like, why? He's like, well, we take these TVs when we get them and we take them back to the warehouse and they sit there. And when the clock runs out, the bosses like to just take them home then.
Right. It's like a lost and found.
Yeah,
right.
That makes sense.
Yeah. And so and he's like, well, if it's just shattered, then, we'll recycle it. So I guess there's like some shipping overlord bosses that have their entire house plastered with televisions.
Well, yeah, if it's damaged to a point that maybe it could be fixable, right? Like, all right, the screen broke over here. Can I get that? You call the company and be like, can I get a new screen and have it fixed or something? You do some, or if it's cosmetic or whatever, it'd be like,
exactly. Yeah. So if this stuff works, but I think at some point, I don't know how they determine which ones never go all the way back. I don't, or maybe none of them do. I don't know. But some of them for sure, the shipping company just picks them up and then they do whatever they want to with them, which is interesting. Right. So,
yeah, it reminds me of my dad. You go to Sears to buy a refrigerator, and they have the regular price of a, you buy it full brand new refrigerator.
Yep.
Or you go to, back then it was like the Sears warehouse.
Yep.
And you'd buy back then it was a big deal. You buy the open box and be like, say the refrigerator was $1,000 regular, you'd pay like $300 because it was damaged.
Right.
But the damage on it, like, so we went to the warehouse, bought the TV, they deliver it, and then you call, it's still under warranty, and you call up and they ship you the piece that was damaged. And that's what he did.
Right.
So you be like, why didn't the first person just do that instead of, you know what I mean? Like,
because they paid their money, they want it
exactly.
new.
Exactly. It's brand new, and you want it brand new. I don't want it damaged. But like, instead of having all that shipping back and forth, why the company can't even say to these people, just keep it and we'll ship you the brand new piece to put under there. Like, in this case, I remember it was literally the vent at the bottom of the refrigerator.
Right.
That's it. It was cosmetic. It was the plastic vent that went over the opening for the ventilation underneath the door.
Here's another.
That's all
story.
It was that was broken.
Here's another story for you. I was working with a large name brand company with a large name brand storefront on a range, right? So an oven cooktop thing, right? And so it's it's one of the slide ins it doesn't have the thing that sticks up on the back. It's kind of flat, so it's like counter height, but it's the whole unit. Anyway, I get the thing in and it's great. The installation folks come and install it and everything. But when they're done, I notice that they didn't, I don't know if you guys know this, but when you install a range, there'll be an anti-tip foot. So there's a bracket that goes onto the wall that gets bolted in. Yeah. And then when you slide the range in, there's a little hook on the bottom that it hooks into. That way, when you open up the door, pull out the tray and put your 800-pound turkey on there, the whole thing just doesn't flip up over onto you, right? So they didn't install that, right? And they took all the packaging and everything with them, and it was all gone. And so I get a call from the quality folks from the install company, and they're like, hey, how'd everything go? And I'm like, everything's great, but they didn't install the anti-tip foot. And they're like, oh, well, we'll send somebody back out to do that. And they're like, do you have the foot? I'm like, I don't have anything. They just, they came and did it, right? It works and everything's great, it's in great condition, but they just, I don't think it would ever tip over, really. Not really, because it's got like a convection fan in the back, and it's pretty heavy back there. And I'm like, but if you want to send somebody to put a foot in, I'm very happy for that. So a little while later, another install crew shows up, and they have a whole nother unit. Not just a little piece of metal.
Not just the piece. They bring a whole
nother one, and they set it in the garage, and then they unload it, and they come in, and they're like, what are we doing? And they're like, you got one. And I'm like, yeah, you guys, they just didn't install the foot last time. And they're like, oh. So they go, and then they come in with the little foot thing, and they do everything. And slide, and I'm like, just put the foot on and just leave. This one's great. I don't, you don't have to try,
swap it out.
And they're like, okay. They're like, but we can't take this one back. I'm like, what do you mean you can't take this one back? They're like, we can't do anything with it, right? So we have to leave it. I'm like,
so now you got two.
So now I've got two, and apparently they had an extra foot in the truck. Right, that's because they brought another foot in and they installed it, but they didn't open this box. So I leave this thing sitting there, and it sits, and the video's out, and it sits, and I talk to the folks, and oh, everything's great, it's wonderful. I'm like, what about this other thing? They're like, we don't know what you're talking about.
That doesn't exist.
And it sits, and now my family member has a new range in their house too.
Oh jeez, that's great.
It's just, I don't, this stuff is so weird how these things happen. It's
all part of the overhead.
Apparently
it's all factored in.
So yeah, there's I got a lot of, I'm sure that folks that are really big that do this stuff a lot have all kinds of crazy stories.
Oh, crazy. It's all like it's all factored into the cost. People, you have no idea. Like they don't care.
I don't think they do. They're just like, move the units.
Yeah.
We can't take back broken stuff. We can't blah blah whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
So it's all fun and games.
Yep. John, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good. Good afternoon.
John Thompson, live from, where are you? London now?
London, England. I'm in the wonderful place of Bloomsbury, right next to Tottenham Court Road and Oxford Street.
There you go. What time is it there now? You're 4 hours, because we haven't set our clocks back. That's later tonight. You're 4 hours ahead of us.
At the moment, it is 1:24 at the moment. 1:24.
1 o'clock. Nice. Yeah. Nice in the afternoon. See, Giles? It's nice. It's the afternoon there.
So as I learned on Ted Lasso, you would say it's what, 1:30 or something at 1:30?
Yeah, 1:30. It's half past one.
Yeah.
Yes.
We say that here.
You don't say that?
You've never said that?
I say that. But
I say 1:30.
In the TV show Ted Lasso, he apparently did not know that and learned that.
Yeah,
and then
I know that one.
And I learned that one.
There's quite a few podcasts on YouTube about Americans finding idiosyncrasies in England.
Yeah, well, we went over one the other day. You and your damn aluminium.
Oh, yeah.
Aluminum.
There you go. You said it right.
You sound so American.
Yeah, aluminum.
My gotta have some aluminum siding.
Yeah, aluminum siding.
Aluminum siding. Aluminium. And then you have laboratories.
Yep.
Yes. Laboratories.
Chocolate or golden?
And the excessive use of the letter U.
Yes.
Like in honor and color. and those things.
Yeah, we talked about that one too.
Yeah. That's good stuff.
Yeah.
And of course you have the date the wrong way around. Because you put the
month
of the month and day. That one can be a problem. Like on like February 2nd or January 3rd, Some things are obvious, like the 31st or whatever, but
the Americans are the only
there's no 31st month.
The Americans are the only people in the world who do that. Everybody else has it the sensible way around.
The sensible, yeah. We're also the only ones still not using the metric system, I think, right?
Well, Jimmy Carter failed there, you see.
And I was part of that. I remember when we tried to convert, and it was
I remember too. It was horrible.
Yeah, it was horrible. But when you look back at it, it is like, this is the harder way.
Oh, totally.
The metrics, everything's tens. It's easy.
We use the metric system in the hospital. That's all we use.
Yep.
So we should.
Yeah, but I used to joke when we were doing films. It's like, we're on set with a 35mm camera, and we've got a 28mm lens, and the person is 6 foot away, but we've got 400 feet of film in the mag.
It's like, yeah.
There's one thing I don't understand still, though, and that is a stone. Like, I heard somebody, they're like, "Oh, I'm 4 stone." I'm like,
it's based on a stone. Obviously, somebody said, "Look, you weigh the same as this big stone that we have."
Yep. I have no idea how many pounds a stone might be, or kilograms even.
Pounds, 12 pounds in a stone.
Oh, a stone is 12. Okay, that's easy.
So it's kind of like a foot to inches.
Yeah. Well, it's like the whole. Yeah. The inches are interesting because it's medievally the size of a thumb. That's where it came from. That was 1 inch. Was the size of somebody's thumb.
Was your knuckle to the end of your thumb.
Yeah.
And then obviously a foot is a foot.
We all look at our thumbs now.
Yeah, we're all going, well, I've known that for a while. Like, it's 2 inches. Okay, that's 2 inches. Yeah.
But my thumb's different than your thumb.
Well, everybody's is. That's what makes it so ridiculous. It's like, but yeah, a foot was somehow 12 inches. So some guy's foot measured up to another guy's 12 thumbs.
Everybody still goes to the pint, and everyone still goes to the pub and has a pint.
Oh,
yeah.
And an English pint is far more generous than an American pint.
What? What do you pour it over the top?
No, it's just we have slightly bigger glasses. If you ever see this
so
bulge on them, just
yeah, no,
They
it's
are
like
big.
the British gallon is slightly more generous than the American gallon.
You're just trying to say you're more generous than Americans?
Ripping each other off over there, aren't you? Giving yourself short measures.
Oh yeah. Oh, I saw a video on Twitter. It was probably a TikTok or something on Twitter, but it was the Starbucks thing where they had the 3 sizes, small, medium, and large, and they poured the liquid into the small, and because they fill it with ice, you're getting the same amount of liquid in each one.
Do you know how Starbucks...
Have you seen that?
Yes. Have you seen how Starbucks they save billions of dollars? It's one of the greatest innovations. And you being you, DJ, would have thought of this straight away. But do you know how Starbucks saved billions of dollars?
How?
Smaller cups.
They decided to have one lid that fits all 3 cups.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's obvious. It's an obvious one, but it's like
yeah.
Nobody
else says that. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's that's cool, and there are other kind of there are other examples of things like that are like kind of moments. So like I'm sure you guys have heard of the Tabasco thing, right? Tabasco wanted to sell more Tabasco sauce, so they made the hole in the top of the bottle bigger because the Tabasco thing, you have to like come out, and they just made the hole bigger so more came out, so people bought more Tabasco sauce.
Did you know that's why the debate about toilet paper exists? Which way the toilet paper is supposed to go when you hang it, if it goes over or under? Toilet paper companies started advertising for it to go over so that when you pull it, more comes off and you have to pull more off. But if you have it hanging and the toilet paper comes under the roll, then it's much easier to pull less off. So that's why toilet paper companies show it the way over. So you think that that's the way that it's supposed to go.
I think it's the way to go because it's just easier to get. Because for me,
I think it should go under.
All right, everybody. All right, we're gonna put everything on hold here, and Meg and I are gonna argue. And welcome to our family. But how many people have had that toilet paper line where it's free? Like when you're looking for the line of tape and you can't find it, well, you're trying to find that piece of that toilet paper line, and it's on the back side. You can't find it, and you keep rolling it, but it's stuck, so it keeps going around. But meanwhile, there's people, I need to use the bathroom. Like, I can't find the line of toilet paper. It's like, but if it's rolled the other way, it's easier to see because it's coming at you, and the light hits it, and you see the line.
If you're having trouble starting,
would you like to retort?
Take it off the hook, and then find it, and then put it back on once you found the line. If you're starting the roll.
All right, now I gotta take crap apart.
It depends on that.
You should think, right, DJ. Here's a great one. The Sundance Film Festival. You think, great film festival.
Thank you for bringing it back to movies.
Well, I'm going to put back to movies and toilet paper. You go to the Sundance.
Exactly, Giles. You never knew what you were signing up for, buddy.
You have all these independent filmmakers who've paid their every last cent to be able to get to the Sundance Film Festival, so they've hired somewhere to live, but they can't afford any commodities in it, so they're going around all the hotels nicking all the toilet paper. See all these filmmakers walking home and I go, your jacket looks a bit weird. Oh, I don't know why. Oh, it's because you've got toilet paper in this.
What? They were taking it?
I'd say, because literally they'd hired like a cabin or wherever it is, and they couldn't afford to like food or anything, so you have to bring your own stuff. So several filmmakers I've seen walking around, and it's like, what's the matter with your jacket? Oh no, you've got loads of rolled toilet paper in there.
Oh god, they spent everything just to get there.
Toilet
paper that's the devotion to the art. They actually start stealing toilet paper from hotels, so that
that's your starving artist.
Yeah,
that's great. That's great. See?
So what are we talking about so far? What's the hot topic of the day?
Toilet paper.
Toilet paper. Yeah, well. So
I'm gonna sign off, Dad.
Well, yeah. What's that?
I said I'm gonna sign off.
Oh, okay. Bye, Pumpkin. Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye. See,
we burned her out with this.
Yeah, we burned her out with the toilet paper.
Yeah, I don't want any more toilet paper conversation.
There you go.
Yeah, she thought she was getting involved with a professional crowd, and we ended up with toilet humor.
Yeah.
Potty talk.
The biggest topic I would say that of the time, and so we talked about it a little bit this morning, but was the latest Netflix movie, House of Dynamite.
I haven't seen it yet. How was it?
You haven't seen it yet, Giles?
I haven't seen it yet.
Have you seen it, John?
Yeah. Yes, I've seen it. I went to a
Greg,
screening.
have you seen it yet?
I have not.
Oh, so 2 against 2.
The House of what?
House of Dynamite. It's on Netflix.
Actually, that's not how it's said, though.
Netflix are on a roll of high-profile films because the other one which is really good is the Colin Farrell film, which I don't know if it's on there yet. Is the Ballad of the Small Player with Colin Farrell, where he's
I haven't seen
the gambler in Macau, because Macau is like the new Vegas of basically Macau makes in a day probably what Vegas makes in a year. If you go there, it just looks like Vegas. It's literally like Vegas, but on steroids. And this is about Colin Farrell, who's this pretender who's pretending to be a lord, who's obviously stolen a load of money and is living the life of Riley, and he just needs one lucky hand.
But doesn't everybody?
Colin Farrell is brilliant in it. He's absolutely amazing. It's beautifully shot. James Friend shot it, who shot All Quiet on the Western Front and won the Oscar for it. It's directed by the same guy who directed All Quiet on the Western Front. It's, Netflix.
And that's on Netflix?
That's on Netflix. Netflix are in real trouble at the moment. So they're trying really hard to recover. Because for years they were the #1 streamer. And then literally around about earlier on this year, they suddenly dropped from being the #1 streamer to number 5.
Now
that's a hard drop.
It's a hard drop.
You know who #1 is, don't you?
Prime?
Not Prime. I would say Apple.
YouTube.
No, YouTube. Oh, geez, yeah.
YouTube TV.
Basically, Netflix for years belittled and bemoaned homemade, self-made short-form content. And if you think about it, that is now king. Short-form content is king. The 1-minute video is everything.
What was the little one? The one that was short form, but it was also vertical.
TikTok?
No. It was movie. It was original content. It started in 2020. It started at the beginning. It was like not Tubi. It was little. It was like short bits, and they were literally 7-minute episodes.
Yeah,
and that's what it was geared towards. And the premise of it was fantastic. Okay, I loved it. Everybody was like, I signed up for it, and it was at the beginning of 2020. They had legit actors, legit stories. If you turned your phone, it was filmed for both. But if you turned your phone, you could get it in widescreen. You could watch it at home. But they were 7-minute episodes, so that like you could go out on your lunch break and watch an episode of this. Watch it. The premise was great. What happened was COVID. It killed it because nobody was on their phones anymore. Everybody was at home looking for that content, and the whole thing went kaputs. I can't remember what the name of it was, but that idea of that short form content.
There's some big players behind it, wasn't there? That was the problem. Is the self-made content is actually excelling because people are finding it more real and more legitimate, and actually pulling away from well-known names who are expecting large amounts of money for doing these things. This is why YouTube is doing so well. I mean, I was shocked the other day. I don't know how this happened. I just suddenly discovered now that Apple is a $4 trillion company. I remember Apple was like, because it was the first $1 trillion company, and it's like suddenly in next to no time they're a $4 trillion company.
Well,
I watch a lot of Apple TV.
Well, but I mean, the thing is, Apple in particular, and Prime, and not so much Netflix, can, as far as they're concerned, the movie budget and the film content is like a rounding error as far as they're concerned, how much money they're making.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you about Netflix. Did they go to number 5 because their numbers went down, or did they become number 5 because everybody around them went up?
No, it's a static market. There isn't really. I mean, this is the thing. It's like a race to the bottom now because almost everybody in the world is subscribed. So it's like, well, it's just about, it's like mobile phone companies now. It's like, there's no more subscribers. It's just how you move them from one platform to another.
Or, how do you retain them?
But you work it out now. It's like everybody for years were like, oh, yeah, cable TV is way too expensive. Yeah, great, going to streaming because it was really cheap. Well, now, if you work it out, you're probably spending 5 times more than you were on a cable subscription for all the streaming services. I mean, everybody's put their prices up.
Yeah, you just can't subscribe to all of them is the magic. You had to pick.
But that's the thing. Yeah, you're having a conversation. Have you seen X? It's like, oh no, I can't see that because I'm not subscribed on that. So it's like, and then suddenly that's what's going to get you because you're going to go, oh, mind seeing that. So you start a free trial. You forget you have a free trial. It ticks over, and the next thing you're on you're on the hook for it.
Yeah, they make it easy to sign up and easy to forget that you want to, cancel, right? And
I mean, the latest thing actually they're all looking at is attention ratios, and the traction ratio is how long are you where you pause the video, if you stop, if you look. I mean, there's a whole thing. I don't know how implemented it is, but years ago, Samsung and everybody had this whole thing where the cameras in the television actually could see what you were looking at the screen and where you were looking at. Because Dolby had this whole program that was designed for analyzing. It's like the ultimate Dolby Vision is what are you looking at?
Yeah,
it's looking at where you're looking.
People have no idea. Dolby Vision means they're watching you.
Yes.
Whoops.
It's like, where were you looking on the screen? How long were you looking for?
Yeah.
I had this incredible psychologist, Poppy, something her name was, who was like in charge of this whole thing, and she was doing research into audience analysis as to, it wasn't just what you're watching, it's like, where are you watching, how long are you watching this for, what do you look away, what's the look on your face, are you distracted by something else? And this is the whole thing. They're all looking now for how long you're looking for, and this is why 1 minute content has now become almost the new thing. Everybody now is making short films. Short films have become the new sort of vogue thing, because you either make a short film that's 1 minute, 2 minutes long, or you make a film that's 4 hours long. There's nothing in between now.
Yeah. It's finding a movie under 2 hours is getting more and more difficult. Like, or movies being under, because sometimes I'll do that just for this show. I'll be like, all right, I've only got like an hour and a half. What can I find to watch? That's good for an. It's very hard. It's like most movies are way over 2 hours now.
But if you look at all the great films that we remember from the 80s and 90s, most of them are 80 to 90 minutes. I mean, like Red Heat with Arnold Schwarzenegger is 88 minutes.
Gosh, I wonder how long Ice Pirates was.
Probably not very long. Probably less than 100
Ice Pirates.
Well, we're talking about great movies of the 80s.
Yeah, it's a great film. That's a good film. Have you not seen that, DJ? Is that not on Kaleidoscope?
Let me see. It sounds familiar. I'm
if
pretty
you
sure.
haven't seen Ice Pirates,
91 minutes.
91 minutes. There you go.
See?
It was released. It was re-released recently, wasn't it? I'm trying to remember which label
I don't know, but it's just got classic lines like, "Why'd you make it black? Because I wanted it to be perfect." Just amazing like zingers and stuff, and then they get old and their hair grows, and they do the slow motion thing, and they have space herpes, and
Oh yeah, no, I remember this one. Robert Urich. Robert Urich was what the show was that Hunter? No, that wasn't Robert Urich.
I know what you're talking about. I can't remember the name of it, but just a class. Oh, it's so hilarious, and it's got that comedian. He takes his head off his body and a bit.
I haven't. Oh my God, I know the name, but yeah, everything you're saying now, I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that special. The
thing is, you were talking about a bit of hardware a minute ago, but the real thing is that there's been no innovation in the AV industry now for years. So no one's really, that equipment is boring, because it's like, well, there's nothing else it's going to do. It's like, how good is it? Well, it's pretty damn good. Do I need to spend $20,000? No, because it's not going to be that much better. So everyone's. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, I thought when we heard about it, Giles, about the new HDMI.
When it comes,
that's probably the next innovation, because like you said, we talk about it all the time, but we haven't had anything since 4K.
Yeah.
There's not been not a reason to upgrade since then. But if you track back, it's been every 5 to 10 years easily, where we would go from pretty much since the 90s, where you'd upgrade something.
They're heavily pushing 16K at the moment, as if like everybody needs 16K.
But you don't need it though. That's the thing.
You don't even.
How are they going to market that?
Yeah, but I mean, it's like going like, oh yeah, the new DisplayPort, the new HDMI supports 16K. It's like, well, so what? I mean, the only thing I know that's 16K is the Sphere, and the Sphere really needs 16K because it's massive.
Yeah.
So, and I think the next generation of Sphere they're about to build is going to be somewhere between 32 and 64K because the panel sizes, the pictures drop so dramatically.
Yeah.
The next one they build, which they're probably going to build in Barcelona, is going to be potentially off the charts but then that needs that. Because that's the new immersive experience. The guy designed that, who invented it, he said, IMAX is great, but what's better? How do I go better than IMAX? What's bigger than IMAX? And I mean, anybody who's been to the Sphere, I mean, it's fascinating because I don't know if you'd be there. You end up having to walk through about 3 miles of concessions of like all the little shops and things to get there. And then you walk into this corridor that's narrower and narrower and narrower until you come out this tiny little door. And the tiny little door you go through then opens out to this absolutely immensely massive screen. And you go, Jesus. But it's, it's like not for the masses though, because suddenly we're in a new environment. Well, people are paying $70 to $200 for tickets for the Sphere. Cinema used to be 99 cents. The dollar theaters. I remember the dollar theater I used to go to all the time in New York. Now it's suddenly becoming a very elitist thing.
When I went to New York, all the theaters I went to were quarters, and you just put them in the machine.
I think those.
And they knew where your eyes were looking when they.
They knew exactly where your eyes were looking. People were like, "What is he talking about?" They're like, well, "I'm old. That's what I'm talking about."
Yeah.
So, from my perspective, innovation, right? The big changes haven't really so much been around the technology at a macro level, but really around the capability for companies to produce these large panels at low cost. Right. So, it feels like the 9800-inch TV came on the scene over the course of a year or 2 years. Right. It's like they're super expensive. You can't buy them. And now you can get, a 100-inch TV for $1,500 or whatever. Right. It's just, it felt like it happened overnight. And that was for me the most recent big change for the consumer market.
But that's the thing, isn't it? It's like the default size now is 77 inches, and I'm sure very soon it'll be like 98 inches. It'll be like that'll be like the minimum size people will be buying.
Yeah,
and that's the BBC years ago wrote a report, and they're trying to shred it as fast as they can and make sure that nobody ever sees it, because they did this long analysis and study, and they came to the conclusion that the biggest TV that anybody would buy would be 42 inches. Nobody'd buy anything bigger.
That's hilarious.
Well, then suddenly they realized that they've made a massive mistake, because basically the TV size you buy is basically the biggest one you can get in through your door, and actually people take windows out to get them in. So people aren't like, they don't care as long as they can get it in the room. That's all they're interested in. 100-inch, 150-inch. I mean, the short throw projection TVs are brilliant because you can easily get 150 inches. As long as you got a nice white wall, it's pointed at your wall.
If you want, go that route. Yeah, that's this is funny. Don Hensley 403. Hey Don, how you doing, buddy? I'll be on later. He said, damn it, I got a phone call and missed part of the conversation and can't catch up. Can you guys do a commercial break so I can catch up?
We were talking about toilet paper.
Yeah.
We're much more on topic now. Much more.
We're a little bit more on topic, but
to the raffle tickets.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we could talk. Yeah, we could talk about that in a second. We should do that.
But I mean, HDMI though is fascinating because it's so obsolete and it's so archaic that actually
it really does suck.
Yeah, it's still got HDCP. Nobody in their entire world has ever pirated a movie over HDMI. Even if you could, you wouldn't do it. Why would you do it? Because with streamers, you're just going to rip it and download it straight off the net. You're not going to sit and plug a HDMI in and then record it off that. You're just going to rip the file exactly. You're not going to. So that was a complete nonsense. They didn't need to put HDCP in because it protects nothing and it just makes it difficult. I mean, most people complain about all their systems. All they complain about is actually HDCP handshaking.
Yeah, sure. Well, here, I'm going to make my prediction real quick. So my prediction is that the next big innovation in connection technology, sure, there'll be the new HDMI format, but everything is going to go over IP eventually, right? Yes. If they can figure out how to deal with that. And you'll have one cable that comes out of the back of your AVR, your processor, right? and it'll go to a switch. And then from that network switch, you'll have one that goes to your display device, whether it's a projector or a TV. And then you'll have one that goes to your amplifier, and that's another amplifier. So it'll all be, we'll be doing 10 gig fiber backhaul on all of our connectivity inside of the AV system. That's my prediction.
But the weird thing is, I don't know what it's like over there, but now quite easily I'm being offered residentially. This is residentially easily 5 gigabits per second internet connections.
Sure. Yeah. It's not like that here.
But I mean, you're looking, there's a company in this country, because they're all trying to make themselves sound really like men of the people. This thing called Community Broadband, which is not community, it's a private company calling itself. But they're offering I think it was 5 gigs for £30, $30, I should say, £20, $30 a month.
Right. I mean, we don't even have fiber where I live. And I live in a suburb of Denver, Colorado, which is a fairly metropolitan place. So, yeah, we're far behind in fiber bills in the U.S. I mean, it is archaic here.
Yeah, I don't have fiber here.
What is fascinating that I discovered about the US is that we're trying to get faster and faster connections, because mainly financial institutions need faster and faster connections because the latency can cost them money. If you're trying to make a trade and you miss it by a few milliseconds come out. They've now re-energized all the old microwave links. So because they're faster. There isn't that latency. I mean, we're talking about milliseconds difference, but the difference, I mean, there's a company in New York that made a fortune in revitalizing the old microwave links. And now suddenly it's like all this financial traffic goes over microwave links because they're a lot quicker. There's like literally the lack of, couple of milliseconds can make the difference between them winning and losing. And I think it cost them like God knows how many billion to do it, but it made the money back in 6 months. So there was a documentary on YouTube about the next generation of US communication. It's like, well, actually, we're going back to the old microwave leads because they're quicker. Because you haven't got that transition between optical, physical. It's just, you just bounce it around and it hasn't got that latency by being changing medium.
Well, I'm going to go microwave some links for breakfast, but thanks for having me on.
Wow.
Great segue.
Coming in hot with that one, Greg.
There's another marketing thing.
There we go. He's 6 weeks away from being a dad, and he's coming in hot with the dad jokes. Nice job.
Going back to we're talking toilet paper and marketing breakfast. It's like the whole reason.
Yeah, you're going to microwave some breakfast links.
But the only reason we call sausages and bacon breakfast meats is because it was an advertising campaign in the 20s to sell more bacon.
Ooh.
Yeah, there we go.
I will eat bacon any time of day.
There you go.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
He's always time for bacon.
All right. Before you go, Greg, you meet Paul Frederick. You know him as PF PF Productions in the chat.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Same here.
Yeah.
I'm not supposed to be on until 10, but I was hearing the discussion. I'm like, ooh. I got a few things to say.
Yeah. There you go. Jump in.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to say, as a content creator myself, I make documentaries and videos for companies. And, you were saying we don't really need 16K, which I understand. But I have an Apple Vision Pro, and their immersive content is unbelievable to experience. And I know we're a ways away, but I really think that's where the innovation is going to come in the next phase of things. And I don't just mean watching movies on it. I mean their Apple Immersive, which is 180-degree view. I think it's 8K per image. Blackmagic just came out with their camera to shoot it. And it is phenomenal. They've got a little short that they've created called Submerge, where you're on this submarine. It's like 15, 17 minutes. It's the first dramatic production that's done like a movie. And it is captivating. It's 3D like you've never seen. You're literally in the movie. And once you see it, I just think that's the future, more so than going to a cinema and sitting there.
A convert, we love you because we spent a fortune making all our content work. The best way to see the Avatar movies is on the Apple Vision Pro.
Yeah.
Because they look like nothing else. It's funny, but nobody adopted it. It's the highest return rate. The highest return rate for any Apple product, because you have, 21 days to return a product. 65% of all Apple Vision Pros were returned within the first 21 days. People bought them, tried them, and then returned them in the first 21 days.
Well, I think we're all sort of beta developers that have it early and kept it because they released it way before it was really ready. It's gone through several updates that have improved it dramatically. And now the Blackmagic camera just came out. Like, I don't know. As a matter of fact, a lot of people still can't get their hands on them. It's a $40,000 camera system, and it shoots like, I don't know, 2 or 3 terabytes a minute. I mean, it's massive investment, but when you see it, I think we're in the very, very early phases of doing this and have it becoming more mainstream. But DJ's watching stuff on his glasses, you know, and the Vision Pro, this Apple Immersive is what they're calling it. But you know, it's the 180 3D, like you say, Avatar is amazing on those headsets because it can scale up the frame rate. I just, and from my point of view, I think that's going to be the future more so than going to a cinema, watching it on a 16K projection. But I wanted to jump in with that opinion.
Well,
I
love it.
Yes and no, because everybody argues the communal experience. It's about meeting other human beings. That's the whole thing that you can't recreate, and everybody likes to go out and meet other people because suddenly you become a bit weird if you just isolated all the time. I mean, I know what you're saying. I mean,
but at the same time, John, think of it this way: like everything that Paul said, you kind of there's a potential that you're both saying the exact same thing because imagine right now the 4 of us have an Apple Vision Pro on, and it's like instead of us seeing it like this, we're all in the same room, and we're sitting around a table together, and I'm looking at you, and it's like,
and I have hair.
Well, wait, I don't know if
unfortunately I look like Charlie Brown, but that's what I chose. but you know what I mean? Like, so it's funny how I agree with you because that was my first thought, John, when the Apple Vision came out. Me and Ara came on the air, my buddy Ara, and we were like, I'm like, this will never be big because of exactly what you're saying, John, is that it's once you put something over your eyes, the human psychology is like, even though you're watching something, the human idea of this is like, wait a minute, I don't see the world around me. But if they can create a world in there like Ready Player One, where now I'm comfortable and I can meet people and talk and feel even a bigger connection. Right? Like I'm watching the 4 of you or the 3 of you right now on a flat screen and I feel a connection to you guys. And then when I meet you in person, it's like, oh, wow, it's weird to finally meet you in person. But like Giles, I've met you in person. We've hung out and
and it was weird.
It was. Yeah. And it's like, we cut it short and said, let's run to our hotels and get on the screen.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? It's like, but you feel like you know the people, even in this environment. If that can be bested by, oh, wow, we're sitting at a round table together and like, hey, look, Paul just walked in and sits down at the table and we feel like that's what happened. That's pretty cool.
Well, explain to me this then, DJ, because you're talking about that. That's what's a fascinating one is exhibitions. Because in reality, there's no need for exhibitions anymore because everybody knows everything that's coming out even before you come across. But like you're talking about, Giles is in Denver where you went to CEDIA recently. Why do people go to CEDIA? Why do they turn up to that? Why do they go to it? Because there's a certain thing about meeting other people, seeing them face to face.
Correct.
It's something you can't replicate.
Yep.
But I mean,
Danny Speaker said it earlier today, and I've said it every time at CEDIA. You go there for the tech. The first year you're there, you're blown away. And I said it to Mikey Schramm when he didn't get to go this year. It's amazing, but it doesn't replace the interaction with the people. And that's what so you're 100% right, John. I'm not saying it's going to eliminate it, but in lieu of being able to do that, we can still bring people together in other ways. Like right now, we can't all go to Denver and hang out and do this show, but we can maybe recreate that environment of us all being in the same room together in lieu of it. You know what I mean? Like nothing's ever going to replace actual interaration.
But I mean,
the last
CES.
Go ahead, John.
Sorry, CES is an interesting example because that's dying on its feet because literally nobody wants to spend all that money. You know, like Sony used to spend $5-10 million on a booth. So, but now they've realized that you have better reach. You know, if you think about it, everybody knows everything that's going to be there even before the show opens. Now there is no surprises, or very rarely there's a surprise. Yeah, and that's the thing that's. yeah, there's finding that fine balance of people actually meeting up, and I think you'll find that a lot more happens. That it's the off the cuff social interactions. It's the things that you're talking about in the bar late at night. Those are the things that actually make it special, because you suddenly find something out, or you'll connect with something, or you learn something. You're not just wandering around the whole exhibition. I mean, I always found CES, it was like you had to train for it, because I mean, to walk from one hall to the other could take you an hour.
Yeah, I can't wait for CES. I love going to that show.
It's Vegas. You just love Vegas, don't you?
I do like Vegas. I like the shows and stuff. I'm not a big gambler, but yeah, I do like to go to CES and go hang out, and that it's fun.
I mean, but this whole thing, though, you have to look at it. It's like going back to cinemas again, the whole theaters, CES, Vegas. Everybody's pricing themselves out the market. I mean, somebody was complaining the other day that a salad and a Coke at MGM was $60. Yeah, and it's like the theater. It's like everything is. You can't actually. Everything has to. This is the thing. Everything is now so expensive. It has to be so special and so unique that actually suddenly feel let down when it's not. I think this is where a lot of cinema has fallen down, because you go, well, I just watch it at home.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm agreeing with you, John, and I think that's part of what the goal of this Apple Vision experiment is. The last update, you can literally sit in the room with a person with the persona that now looks very much like that person, and you can watch a movie like you're both sitting on the couch talking. You can talk to each other while the movie's playing. You can make it a virtual cinema you're sitting in, and you buy. One of you has to buy the movie for $25. So now it eliminates all of that high cost of going out, but you still have the social experiments.
Only one of you has to own it?
I gotta look into. I believe that's the case, but even so, if you both bought it for $25,
right? It's just like going to the movies. You both got to get.
It's like going to the movies.
I can't put you on my back and buy one ticket.
you eliminate the people in front of you talking and shouting at the screen and being on their phones, because it's literally whoever you want sitting with you. And what I think that's really going to kick this off is doing that at a sporting event.
Yes,
I think they just announced they're going to do an NBA game. All the Laker NBA games are going to be where you could sit in seats at the stadium, look around like you're there.
Yeah.
And they said it's actually going to be very easy to do, because you don't have to add graphics. You look up and you can see the scoreboard. It's like you are there experience. So imagine being able to sit there with your buddy at your Laker game in probably the best seat in the house, and watch it virtually, talk to them. I really think Ready Player One isn't as far off as we think. Now the price of these units are way too high, but it's like I said, we're all beta testers. But I see this as where it's going.
That's the thing. Apple failed because their system was really $5,000, and the Meta version was $400.
But there's a drastic difference in the quality of them. It's kind of like saying, why would you pay $20,000 for a projector when I can go get one for $1,000 at Walmart? There's a huge difference in the quality. I mean, this Apple headset is leaps and bounds above
but
all the others.
What's happening here is that the market is being seeded by Meta, and then potentially when people get into it, they go, oh yeah, I'll buy an Apple Vision Pro because it is actually so vastly superior. But I think most people's experience originally is for the Meta one, because it's so cheap, and people go. It's funny because unless you've really experienced it, because I mean we were involved with the development of the Apple Vision Pro, and it was. To me, I always thought it was amazing because we had this thing you could do the IMAX experience. It's like no home cinema can do the IMAX experience, but the Vision Pro can do that. You can do a Sphere experience quite easily.
I watched Gravity while sitting on the moon, because one of the environments is the moon. So you could be sitting on the moon, and you look up and make the movie Gravity as big as you want on a virtual screen floating in space. It takes things to a whole different level. I mean, I love it, and I totally get it why they're not selling like hotcakes, because it's $3,500. But I think the next version they're going to eliminate the front screen, which is bulky and doesn't make any sense that someone can look at your eyes while you're using it. I understand why they were doing it. It's for that social aspect you're talking about, but
if I'm
just throwing it out there. Anyway. I think, right. Well, and the other thing I want to say is, like, 85 to 90% of the time, I'm watching stuff in my theater all by myself. So what's the difference if I have a headset and I'm watching things by myself? I mean,
what is fascinating with the Vision Pro is it is a forerunner to the next development of computing experience. Because I don't know if you've used Vision Pro in the desktop environment, because the hand gestures and other things for doing virtual working and having a virtual Mac is quite well. You actually have a real Mac attached to it, but you can have your computer set up there. And I mean, I don't know if you looked at the roadmap that next generation of computers, keyboards are going to disappear because no one wants a keyboard on a computer anymore. You just dictate everything. You just talk to it. It suddenly becomes like HAL.
Well,
how are you,
Dave? The other
Dave.
What's that? Oh,
I was
Dave.
Dave.
Yeah, exactly.
Dave.
The other thing is do you think, building off of the idea of the Vision Pro, the F1 trailer that came, the haptic F1 trailer, do you think that's Apple's test market for like a haptic vest and because that's the one thing the Vision Pro can't do. You put that on your head, but you're not getting the visceral reaction of your subwoofers in the room. You're not getting that when you're in an actual theater. You're getting the actual surround sound, and you're getting the bass those frequencies are actually coming through you, right? Whereas, when you're using a headset, it's not the same experience, but if they can do the haptic version, do you think that's what they're working with?
Do you know where you feel a lot of low bass? And looking at the research, particularly the Russians did loads of research, and said, do you know where you hear a lot of low bass through?
What do you mean? Where I hear it through? My body.
Actually, where your body picks it up from, where it actually certain bass frequencies, not your ears, these other parts of your body that pick up certain low bass frequencies.
Yeah.
And I like sort of cues. It's your eyes. Your eyes actually pick up very low bass. It's very weird. They transmit a lot of the neuroinformation as to what the bass response is. And it's like,
well, that's where your eyes would be like jelly. Your eyes are like a jelly, so they're just sitting there, so you could see how that would work. Yeah,
you can buy Croson eye shakers.
Bass shakers. This is great.
Well, I mean, ultimately where they want it to lead to, which is the Elon Musk the Johnny mnemonic thing, where you got a jack in the back of your head and you just off you go directly straight into your brain. That's what
I wouldn't mind that.
Developing for years. I mean, he's managed to get several people who are paraplegics to agree to, having operations where they've implanted stuff in your brain, so you can suddenly have, in there, say medical things, so you can experience other things from your physical body you couldn't before. But you can see where it'll lead to.
Yeah. I was at the Apple store when I got mine, and they said the day before someone came in with a vision issue where I forget what it's called. They could only see like 2 or 3 inches in front of them. Everything else was extremely blurry. They put the headsets on, and of course the screens are only a couple inches away, and all of a sudden they had perfect vision, because it's showing the environment that they could no longer see on the Vision Pro. They said everyone in the store was crying. The guy wearing it was crying. He said, I could see.
Now he can't see. He's crying. The Vision Pro shorted out. We got issues.
Okay, so it's the exact opposite for me. I can't see anything here. If it's this close, it's just a big blurry mess. So for me, all headsets are extremely challenging, just because I have to have glasses on to use them. And
they do have inserts. Like I bought some inserts.
It's just kind of painful to deal with that.
I get it. I think it's early stages.
Huge amount of money in those optics. That's where Zeiss are making a fortune. I mean, you're looking at a couple of $1,000s for the lenses.
I think that's why they're expensive.
If they can just build in the blurriness, that'd be awesome.
Glass has always been expensive. You look at a decent projector. A decent projector's got an optical glass lens, and suddenly the price goes up 5-fold.
Yeah, to have actual glass. Yeah. As opposed to what is it? Plastic, but it's like, what do you call it?
It's the same sort of plastic they use in satellites, because satellites use plastic lenses for the weight, because they can't put glass optics in really easily. So if you think about it, it's technically some of the plastic lenses are amazing, because most of the satellites that do surveillance have got plastic lenses in them, and the images they get are incredible. But they're all there for weight because you couldn't put the glass lenses in the satellite because you'd never get off the ground.
I think that has more to do with color accuracy. No, the glass lens is going to be more accurate color going through it, coming out on the other side. Whereas in a satellite, you're not like, well, is that the shade of red that we wanted out of that? You don't care. It's like you're actually, you can get a sharp image, you can get plenty of detail, but the color, the color change going, like any prism, right? You're going through glass, you're going to be more true on the other side than if you go through a plastic. For color.
Oh yeah. I mean, I think it's the purity. I mean, you spend a fortune for, and it takes them weeks, if not months, to make them. I mean, you go to a lens factory and they're sitting there polishing them for a week. And then the coatings they put on them, and the way that, the glass is funny because glass is the most expensive thing. Going back to you saying about Blackmagic cameras are funny because they're like disposable. They're disposable cameras. Yeah. The thing is,
40 grand.
Well, that one's not, but a lot of them are.
They're
cheap.
I'm done with it.
The thing is, they're not going to last that long. They've got an 18-month lifespan. But the thing that lasts is the lenses. I mean, you buy a set of lenses, they'll last you a lifetime. And everyone now, the massive obsession now is finding old lenses. There's loads of camera companies now. What they're doing is buying up all the old lenses they can and remounting them so that they'll work on new digital cameras because everyone loves the looks they get because they look amazing. I mean, you mentioned Blackmagic. Blackmagic, to me, I think is a fascinating company because in the production world, they've democratized the whole thing because their stuff is actually inexpensive compared to a lot of broadcasts and professional equipment. But it's really good. It's really well engineered. Like their video capture device is so engineered.
And DaVinci Resolve is the, de facto color correcting software, and they give it out for free. It's amazing.
But that's the slight joke. It's like, because you can buy a base light or a new coder and spend $1 million on that, which is some still high-end films are still done on that. Because I was in a suite yesterday with one, or you can just download Resolve. Yeah, I mean, obviously panels are the thing where they make money selling you the panels, but even those are quite cheap compared to some of the other professional ones. I mean, it's weird because people now joke about like color correction and stuff, and it's like, oh yeah. Really, it always has really been really expensive. You go back to the 80s and 90s, a high-end telecine suite was like millions of dollars, $5 million. And now, now you can do it on your laptop. I mean, this is the this is the thing we're all asking: where is it all going? Because the commercial market has collapsed. Nobody makes commercials anymore because it's like you could spend $300,000-$500,000 on a commercial. Or you can get two guys in a room with AI and knock it up for $5,000.
Or ship half a coffee table to Giles and he'll do the commercial for you.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you ship the other half, you get 2 videos. Yeah. Speaking of coffee tables, it is time for me to depart to my coffee table.
There you go. So, it's not as nice as Greg's exit. You were working on it. Yeah. It's time for your coffee. I'm going to table this and go have some coffee. Maybe you should.
I like it.
See?
I like it.
I'm going to table this for a bit. Yeah. Okay. But, all right.
One quick question. Are you going to CES?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I do want to try this year. I have never been to CES, but I do want to try.
It's so huge. It's big. It's fun. Yeah. Let me know if you're going to be there.
Okay, I will. Thanks, buddy.
All right, everybody out there.
Nice meeting you, Giles.
Later, Giles. Talk to you, buddy.
Bye.
This one here, this is Paul. Paul Hurd. He does audio professional over there with you, John, in England. And he says the loudest gig I ever worked on, I couldn't see my laptop screen because the SPL blurred my vision too much. And he goes on to say, before you ask, I had in-ears and ear defenders over the top, so I could hear fine, just couldn't see anything.
Wow, that's amazing.
Oof. Yeah, so just playing off of that idea that like how it affects your vision, how it affects your eyes hearing the bass. But that was honestly what the Infrasonics were kind of like over at
Infrasonics this year. Is fascinating because they're taking technology from years ago, which was I hate to say this, the Nazi sound experiments. Which, if you get the wrong frequency, you can either kill somebody or they will basically defecate massively, and turning it into entertainment.
There's a fun trick in your theater, and why you want leather seats instead of cloth.
The toilet paper again.
Hey, everybody, watch this scene and hold on. Imagine a whole room of people crapping their pants. Like, I'm gonna put Lucy on. I got these new subs, and you're gonna crap your pants. Okie dokie. Back to the toilet paper discussion.
Yeah. Gives a new meaning to the word horror film. Horror show.
Yeah. Yeah. You want to see the movie industry go into the toilet. There you go.
Well, the movie industry is well into the toilet at the moment. It's trying to crawl out.
Yeah.
We had the worst summer ever in the history of the movies, and we now have to get from now until next year, because next year has lots of really nice, exciting films that may make more money than God. But
really?
Yeah. Well, you got Steve Spielberg's new film. You've got Odyssey from Chris Nolan.
Yeah.
I mean, tickets have already, all the IMAX tickets for Odyssey have already sold out already. For the first week. I mean, they're like gold dust. I mean, they're changing hands for silly amounts of money on eBay for a film that's like 9 months away.
Wow. Yeah, that's amazing. Well, they're an experience. Those movies are an experience, and that's, I think, where it's got to head.
I didn't realize this, but actually, Odyssey is the largest production film ever made.
Really?
No film in the history of the world has ever been as big as that. It actually has the title of the biggest film ever made.
So in which way? In cost or?
In production, as in like sets, extras, practical physical boats, horses. Yeah, because he likes to do everything for real. So he's literally pushed the boat out on making sure it's all real. Don't worry. I mean, I think Spartacus probably, if you look at some of the scenes in Spartacus, they were all real. This surpasses some of the scenes in Spartacus.
That's what I was just gonna say, like Lawrence of Arabia, Spartacus, stuff like that. It's
Ben-Hur,
the Chariot.
Was years.
Yeah, it's huge scope of like, and back then where you see those movies now, and where you think today they would just take for crowds and stuff, they can just duplicate digitally for the crowds. And back then they actually needed the crowds. They needed all those extras, and you had one shot to get this, because here comes the sun, which was your lighting, and you have to do it this way. And things have gotten easier, but then on top of that, we make it more difficult and challenging on purpose for the art of it. So, but yeah, speaking of filmmaking, did you see what I put up behind me there, Paul?
Yeah, my good friend Vladimir.
Yeah,
that's the documentary I worked on. This is the name of it. I pulled this out.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, it's backwards.
Only to you. We see it right. We see it correct.
You do? Okay,
yeah.
Because on my screen I see it all backwards.
Yeah, you see it. Yeah.
So it's a documentary I did of 2020, January 2020. We went back with Vladimir to Auschwitz. He had never been back since he was liberated in 1944. And we shot it at the end of January. Said we'll figure out the funding after. We'll self-fund our trip. We shot it all. Pandemic hits 2 months later. So at that point, we couldn't find any sponsors. I have a PBS background, so everything I've done is for PBS, and you need your sponsor up front in order to make anything on it, because then you offer it for free to the stations. And all the foundations we went to, every source of funding said, well, look, we don't know what's going on with this pandemic. We're going to hang on. And we wanted to finish it so Vladimir could see it. And so it became a labor of love, and we got it done, but never got a single sponsor. So completely, self-funded. But we did manage to get it on 98% of the PBS stations in the country, which was a pretty big coup for a self-made little independent documentary.
Did you not approach any of the charities? Because there's quite a few charities who would have.
Yeah, well, we did. My background is in making stuff, not in the finding of the money. But we found a bunch of people who said, "Oh yeah, we'll get money for that. Don't worry," and we just came up empty. And then by the time the pandemic was winding down, we had it finished. And then we were approaching them, and they're saying, "Well, why would we give you money? It's all finished." And we're like, that's a pretty good point. So at that point, you have to get it out on PBS. The best way to do it is you offer it for free through a secondary program service. So all the stations will take it if they want to fill out their schedules, and that's how you're able to get it on so many stations across the country. But you make your money for the production by, you know, this program was brought to you by Ford Motor Company or Coca-Cola or whatever, but or foundations, and that's where we thought we'd find money for it, was foundations. But so to fade out and fade in, a year after it ran on PBS, we put it on. We got with a distribution company to get it on Apple TV and Amazon Prime and Vudu and all the digital channels as pay-per-view, and still haven't seen a nickel. So
did you show it in festivals? Did you do any festivals?
Yeah, we did. Well, we did a few, but again, pandemic, a lot of the festivals weren't doing in person, you know, so it was a bit harder. And it was somewhat timely because it was the 75th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz, was the one he was asked to go back at for 2020. And we couldn't leave it on the festival circuit for too long because then people think, well, you know, that happened 4 years ago. It's not about that. It's about his life story.
Yeah.
And he happened to go for the 75th anniversary of the liberation. But yeah, I mean, it's been an interesting run. I've done hundreds of programs for PBS, but this was the first one I've ever managed to get on a digital streaming platforms like that. A lot of times PBS wants to lock you down for distribution on their streaming because they have their own streaming platform. But we decided, you know, my other two producers and I, we just said, no, let's keep that avenue open. We'll give you a 6-month exclusive, which they took. And then we said after that 6 months, you can still stream it, but we want to approach some other avenues. And it's interesting here. The way it works is only 3 or 4 companies, it seems like, are able to get to all those streaming platforms. Like Apple doesn't want to hear from Paul Frederick Productions in, you know, upstate New York. They want to hear from 1 or 2 companies that says, here's our slate of stuff for this month. Here's a bunch of stuff coming down the future. So you got to hook up with those companies. And, you know, the way it works is kind of similar to the old record industry from what I found. And that's, you know, they tell you it's going to be a 70-30 split. You get 70, we get 30. I'm like, oh, that sounds reasonable. You know, we did most of the work, but you're doing the work now. So the way it's worked with this, though, is they rack up expenses on their end. You don't have to pay them anything. They rack up expenses on their end, getting it out to these places. I think this racked up about $10,000 in expenses. When money starts coming in, they take their 30% off the gross. And then what's left is what they pull all their expenses off of. And then what's left after all that is what you get. So needless to say, it hasn't, I think it's made 6,000 or 7,000 in streaming. They racked up 10, so we're still 3,000 in the red before we'll see any of it. So I don't know. And, you know, the further out it goes, nobody knows to find it. That's the other thing.
Yeah.
There's so much stuff coming out every month. The first month this came out, you know, it was on Apple's homepage. I was like, oh, you know, it's pretty cool to see it up there.
Yeah.
But then after that, how would you know to even find this? It doesn't have The Rock as a star. You know, documentaries are tricky anyway. But
yeah.
But
it is.
But I think it's been.
It's funny because at the moment I'm involved in the For Your Consideration for the Oscars at the moment, and we're having a whole load of screenings for short films, and I'm absolutely shocked by how much money it costs for you to be even considered. You're looking at, you made a short film which may have cost you $30,000, but to actually get it through the marketing and promotion side to get a consideration, you're looking at $250,000 easily.
Yeah,
I mean. Yeah, we had the screening the other night of 4 short films, one of which was amazing, this Norwegian film, which if you look on my Instagram, there's me and the director. I thought she was incredible. I mean, yeah, she'd flew over from Norway. One of the Pakistani film directors, she'd flown over from New York because she's now based in New York. And I mean, they'd all flown in for this, you know, to have their film screened for a consideration. I mean, it's amazing in some respects, but I'm just totally amazed by the costs of, I mean, because it's a non-recoupable thing where, you give somebody, if I give you $250,000 to promote your film, no one's ever going to make that money back because a streamer's going, if he's going to buy it, a streamer will pay $800 for it.
Yeah, it's a tough market for sure. I mean, it's why I think you said earlier, YouTube is now the #1 platform because it's literally the best avenue for a lot of this stuff. If you're not going to make money on anything else, you could at least put it on YouTube and more people are going to see it. You could, if you are monetized, make a little money on there directly and eliminate the third party companies. I think it all kind of connects. I think for what you were saying as far as YouTube being number one.
Next? Because obviously that's quite an interesting film. I actually want to see that film now that you just.
Oh well, I could send you a link if you want to check it out. Or we have it on Apple TV. That's usually I think where I push people towards it. Amazon Prime has it, but Apple TV is the best quality.
But what are you doing now? What are you shooting now? What are you following?
I do corporate videos, car commercials. I do regular commercials. I've done a couple documentaries since. My background's PBS, and I've been doing documentaries my whole life. But I don't know if you've been following, but in the United States, currently PBS is really taking on some struggles with the funding being cut. So and again, I'm a regional producer, so I came across this story. A lot of my documentaries are more regional about the Adirondack Mountains. I'm in the Adirondacks, so this one just was, a story that we really wanted to tell. I mean, it's in a way, it's like
it sounds good, and I'm glad that DJ's pushing it for you because it looks like something that should be seen, and that's the thing.
Well, I really appreciate
like a fine meal. If you're going to prepare a fine meal, you want people to eat it. It's like you make a film, you want people to watch it. I mean, I love making films and watching people watching it. I mean, it's funny you say you do car commercials. I have the opposite of being the only person in the entire world to ever have produced a car commercial without a car in it for Ford. That's great. We made, because when we did the feature film version of Planet Earth, we did a sponsorship deal with Ford, and we did a commercial out of it. Ogilvy and Maver produced it and with us, and it was incredible because it's got a load of puppets in it. It's about clean air and thing, but it's not a single car in it. It's the only car commercial never have a car in it. And to convince Ford to do that, I mean, it's actually more trouble in actually making that commercial than it was actually making the films in the first place. I mean, the amount of people, the thing that Ford, because there's a sting at the end with Ford, all they were interested in was the orange okay? The orange and the blue, is that correct? The rest of it they couldn't care about. It's like, is the orange and blue with the Ford logo?
That's funny. Can we see that online somewhere? I'd love to check
I'll send you a link to it.
That'd be great.
But this Paul, it Return to Auschwitz, Vladimir, what is it? Monk.
M-U-N-K. Monk.
M-U-N-K.
Yep.
It's an hour long, and it's
PBS length, 56.
I watched it the other day when I'm in here, and it's it's so well shot. It looks awesome. I'm sitting in here watching it on this big screen, 75 and you're seeing him and this is my theater, and it's like this, you experience like large movies in here, but seeing him in, well, for all intents and purposes, in IMAX, really, because I'm sitting there and it goes, and then you have some of the shots that go to like a 4:3. And it's really tight.
Yeah, the old archive footage.
Yeah, the old archive, and so, but some of them, and you get obviously looking at some of the pictures and stuff that you did, where you could see like it's like you're, when you shoot a picture and it's like you see like you're shooting a picture, right? You could see the creases in it or something. That looks all really good and stuff. But I'm just thinking, looking at Vladimir and looking at him on my screen, and you're like, it's amazing, and the clarity and everything, and then it just looks so good. But the story itself, forget that stuff. The story itself, I come out of here, and my wife and my friend Larissa are in the kitchen, and they're like, "How was it?" I'm like, "Good. Sounds a good one." They're like, "Are you okay?" "We'll be in a minute. Give me a minute. A little dusty in there."
Well, you know what? It's brutal. I want to tell the other people that it's not so sad. I mean, the Holocaust is obviously a horrific topic. We didn't show the dead bodies getting pushed into tombs, graves. We wanted schools to carry this. And what I think is tear-jerking is, the way he handles it in his life. He came out of the Holocaust with every single member of his family getting murdered there. 30 members. He was completely alone, begging on the streets to get money. Turns it around, catches back up with his classmates, and then becomes a world-renowned microbiologist in the Czech Republic. And then He gets asked by somebody in upstate New York at a university, at Plattsburgh University, and said, "Hey, would you come teach for a semester?" He, was a pen pal back in those days. That's how he reached out. Vladimir flies his family over here, and then the Russians invade Czechoslovakia, and all his friends said, "Don't come back. This is what the Nazis did.
It's going.
Stay there."
It's happening again.
He literally stayed here for the rest of his career and taught. And the documentary, we actually cover the pandemic, because like the Holocaust stole this guy's youth, and the pandemic stole his later years. He's a very social person. His wife passed away in 2015, and he was absolutely felt confined and locked up during the pandemic because he couldn't visit and hang out. And so all that is part of the life story, and the overall theme of it is what makes a person a survivor, and that we asked that question at the beginning of the documentary, and it works its way all the way through it. And I think I hope you got choked up, not just because you felt for this journey that he experienced through his life. I mean, he's a great guy, a sense of humor like I've never heard. And I guess until you are approached with a life situation like that, you can't understand his love of life, his sense of humor.
Yeah.
Just an incredible man, and it was a pleasure to get to know him. We got to know him for another 3 years. He passed away 2 years ago at the age of 99. So quite a life he lived, for sure. He had two other kids, but they're all now in their 70s, 60s and 70s. So they couldn't go back with him. So he brought a woman with him who was writing a series of articles. And the way we told our story was through her eyes, experiencing what he was going through, So in a way, it's a little unique, because there are some of these Return to Auschwitz style documentaries, though I couldn't believe no one has ever used that name. We went to name it. I'm like, well, Return to Auschwitz. And we're like, it's got to be a bunch of those. And there wasn't.
Wow.
So that was so it's been an interesting journey. Like I said, completely self-funded. We did a little, what do you call it? Crowdsourcing. We did, GoFundMe when we got back from the shooting, just to cover, we maxed out all our credit cards to go shoot this thing, because we only had a month's notice. This woman had said, "I got a great story. There's this Auschwitz survivor in town." And I'm like, we got to find funding. I can't just do it. She goes, "I think we can, but can we interview him because he's an elderly gentleman?" And I said, "Sure." So we interviewed him for 2 hours. This was in February. And, great guy, incredible story. And then I said, "We still need to find funding to make this show." November, she calls back and said, "He just got asked to go back in January, and we could probably go with him." And it went from here to it's like, okay, now we've got to fast track this, because it's one thing to hear a life story, but then it's another to hear it and then go back, because he had never been back. And he said, "I want to go back to say goodbye to my family, because I never had a way to say goodbye." It's like visiting the cemetery for him.
That's what he says.
And I said, "Well, we got to do it." Had no chance of raising money in a month, so we just, I called another friend of mine. I said, "You want to come help me produce this?" Because Julie was going to be with him. She became a third co-producer, but then I said, "I can't travel around Europe." We wanted to go to where he grew up, where into Prague, and I'm not going to travel around Europe by myself with all this camera gear, I say all this camera gear is literally one camera in a backpack with a bunch of lenses and some batteries. I shot the whole thing handheld with a gimbal, not a tripod used other than the interview we did with him after the fact. But so it's kind of like, guerrilla filmmaking, just me and the other guy traveling on trains and buses in Europe with this bag of cameras and stuff. And so it's a little show that could. That's the way I feel about it.
It's a little show that could.
Stacked up against every odds against us to ever get this out, but we managed to. So I appreciate you. I do really appreciate you talking about it, DJ, because it's really why we did it. We don't want this to be forgotten. We showed it to some schools here in town in an old theater, and some young 7th and 8th graders, and my friend's daughter was in the crowd. And she said, the kids in front of me looked at each other and said, "My dad said this never happened."
Oh, boy.
I mean, that's what we're dealing with. That's what we're dealing with in parts of the country, And they don't really teach much about the Holocaust anymore in school. I think maybe a day or so. So we felt like there was a real need to get this message out because all of the survivors are rapidly, passing away. Vladimir was 18 and 19, 18, 19 when he was there.
Yeah.
And he's gone, that's 100 years ago. So, when he was born. But so, at the end of the showing, Vladimir watched 2 showings of it. And he finally we were heading up to do a Q&A at the theater after. And he said, I can't watch it anymore. He said, I'm starting to feel sorry for myself. I mean, that's his sense of humor.
That's what he said. Yeah.
And he never did. He never watched it again. So when we showed it to the school, he waited, and then it finished. The credits are coming up, and this side door opens, and this flood of light comes into the room, and out walks Vladimir, and every kid's jaw was dropped because I don't think they knew he was still alive, still in the area.
Right.
And he walked up on stage, standing ovation. I mean, that, John, is what I understand when you say it's about the experience of being in a group. You can't recreate that with goggles. I totally get that.
Right.
I mean, it was, you get goosebumps and having them walk up there, and these kids, I'm curious what those kids in front said after, if they thought this didn't happen. It's one thing to hear your dad say it about something you learned in school for one day, but to watch an hour documentary about this guy's life, to go there with him and walk those grounds and then have him walk in and answer questions. And so, I feel like
I don't know. That's Holocaust denial is evil. I mean, I worked a couple of times with Brunko Lustig, who produced Schindler's List, and it was fascinating because Brunko would always go. He goes, "This is my story," and he'd go, "This is my right," and there'd be this tattoo from Auschwitz on his arm.
Yeah,
and it's like anybody denied that, you couldn't deny it.
All you have to do is go there and walk around, and
there was the tattoo on his arm. There was the number on his arm that he hadn't,
Same thing, They documented it. You documented it awesome in here, and it was.
I mean, Auschwitz was the only place that did the tattoos. I never realized that till we did this, but he had the opportunity to get it taken off in his life, because he got cut a piece of glass, and the doctor said, "You want me to remove that?" And he said, "No, it's part of my story. I'm keeping it."
Yeah.
And at the end, that's the arm he got the COVID vaccine in. So it was kind of interesting in that regard too. He received that life-saving shot, and in the same arm that the tattoo was on that almost cost him his life. But well, I appreciate you showing it or talking about it. Because
no
people
problem.
want to check it out.
It's an achievement. You've given your heart and soul for something, and why shouldn't we talk about it? Because that's you've done it. You haven't talked about it. You've done it.
Thanks, John. Thanks, John. I appreciate it, especially coming from you. I mean, as well, as much as you are into the industry, that means a lot. I'm just this little guy,
little guy in the basement.
Upstate New York.
Doesn't matter.
In my studio now, but
doesn't matter if you're the biggest filmmaker in the world or it's about telling a story. So I said the other day to this Norwegian director, she'd made this amazing film. She goes, "What did you like about it?" I said, "It tells a story." I said, "I'm not interested in the camera work, the sound or anything else. That's all just icing. It tells a story. If it doesn't tell a story, the rest of it is just literally icing." It's like you've got a guy there. His story is obviously so powerful; it's going to drive it. So you're going to be compelled to watch it because he's telling his story, and you found a story, and that's what any filmmaker is a storyteller.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then to tie it in, to tie it into home theater, like I was saying, it's like seeing Vladimir up there the way Snyder wants you to see Superman, right? In that taller aspect ratio in your theater. Now, yes, could you watch a documentary? Most people are going to watch that on their laptop or in their living room or something. But as people listening to us right now, like home theater people, take this in your theater. Let it overwhelm you. It's, I think it deserves it. It's that powerful.
Yeah. And I did get I was telling DJ, we did get a 5.1 mix for it, which was my first one of those that I was involved with. Got to go to a sound mixing studio and, sit in on that. It's mostly music. I mean, that's in the surround, but it was kind of cool to have that made. And, the music, part of what I do as an editor, I mean, I shot it, I edited it, and I was the director and co-producer. Again, there was 3 of us that did this whole thing. So part of it is finding the right music for the moment, and I don't have the luxury of hiring a somebody to write the music, and say, here's what I think we should be doing here, or let them say, this is an emotional part. So I got to find the music through sites that I have the rights to use that music. And that can take hours and hours. And after a while, you have to walk away from it, because I've listened to 50 songs and none of them are fitting the mood or the beats of the emotion I want to have in this part of the story. So that's very challenging, but I think, adds immensely to when you get the right moment. There's a part in it where he's walking away after being there with Julie. We're on Auschwitz grounds, walking through the mud. And that's when he said, this was really like coming to the cemetery.
Yeah.
And he said, I never got to say goodbye to him, and now I can at the end of my life. All of us, we're all crying, literally crying while we're taking that. She starts sobbing on camera. The music is like, that music part for that was incredibly important. And then I just kind of let that scene play out. He stops talking, and he's you can see in his eyes, he's remembering everything. She's literally sobbing, but trying not to, because she knows she's on camera. I'm crying. Bruce, my other co-producer's got the mics. He's crying, and we just kind of walk, and you hear their footsteps walking on in the mud, So, like, that's a moment where without that right music in that, wouldn't have come across the same way.
You could ruin it. If you don't have the right music. It's not so much to get the right music to amplify the scene, but it's don't ruin the scene. That's the biggest thing, is like, sometimes maybe nothing would be better, because it's like the gravity of that.
The other big challenge was PBS an hour is 56 minutes, 46 seconds. And that includes your credits, your sponsors, your cold open. We call it a program tease, but you guys call it cold open for podcasting, but that's it, 56, 46. So I do feel this is I would have loved to let moments breathe more and to let things play out. We just couldn't, or you have to cut huge parts of the story, and we didn't want to do that. So I wish it was like a movie where you can make it almost any length you want, whether it's an extra 10 minutes long, an extra 20 minutes, or, so, I mean, being very self-critical, that's where I wish I could have made a longer version. Probably could have done a director's cut version that we could have shown at, but you know what? When you're self-funding it, it's like, I got to make some money.
Yeah, exactly.
I got to do some client work, because I've been working on this for 6 months with no money. I edited and did most of the editing at night. After working an 8-hour day, I'd put a couple hours in on cutting it, or on a weekend, I'd say, I'm going to work on this. And I couldn't put any more time into it and still keep my mortgage going.
Yeah, it's tough. But it's tough because it's the stuff like that where you really want to do it, but it's like you have the passion to do it, but do you have the means? And that's what makes it tough. And then it makes you feel bad. Oh, I really want to do this, but
I really would have liked to have stretched.
You've made it. You've done it. I mean,
okay. Thank you.
The pandemic got in the way, and
and it's out there for everyone.
I mean, thinking about it, if I'd have met you several years ago when we were talking about this, there's several people I could have hooked you up with because there's a wonderful woman called the Festival Doctor she's brilliant. She's based in Dallas, who works in placing films like yours in festivals and getting it all its attraction and traction and everything. She's amazing.
That's the other part of being a little independent. I didn't have those connections. I mean, would have loved to have known you back then for sure. Well, but this is cool. I'll show you this. We did get an Emmy for it. This is the Boston New England chapter. We got an Emmy for the documentary in 2003, June of 2003. So, and the greatest photo of my that I have is
2023. You mean?
2003.
That was wow.
23. We went in 20 to shoot it. It took us a year or so to make it. And the way the Emmys
that's
work
awesome, Paul. You from the past. They saw the
time traveler. DJ, he's never let it slip. He's actually a time traveler.
Yeah, exactly. We can't let that go.
That's very good. That's impressive that you got an Emmy. Congratulations on that.
That's awesome.
Thanks. One of my favorite photo, I got to pull it up because, we weren't sure how Vladimir was going to feel about that. I didn't want him to think we capitalizing
text it to me and I'll put it up on the screen.
Okay, cool. I'll do that. So, we talked to him about it.
That's a delicate balance, trying to find whether you are telling a story or you're exploiting something. That's the sensitivity of the filmmaker. That's what makes a great filmmaker, because they are telling a story without necessarily adversely exploiting the person. So, I mean, that's a good skill if you've achieved that. What do you have? You got an Emmy for it, so you must have done a good job.
Well, thanks. And you know what? To his credit, he said, we actually said that. We said, Vladimir, I hope you're not upset. We're winning this award, And he said, no. He said, you're keeping my story alive for future generations. And he said, and I know you didn't make any money. And he said, I'm happy you're getting the recognition. So that's pretty cool. So he can't get one of these people that work on the show get the actual, Emmy statue, but they do this plaque you can get with this top part on the plaque. And I just sent DJ. Did you get it?
Yeah, I got it. I'm trying to get it.
I just sent him the image where we gave him that plaque. He wanted to show it a third. The only time he ever watched it another time, other than our first two premieres, was at his retirement home. All of his people were around him, and we gave him that plaque. And look at that smile.
Yeah,
it's just great. That's one of my favorite pictures. Real life lived. Yeah, it is. And him smiling like that, holding that and holding, grabbing onto me. That's my favorite picture of my career right there. So that's worth it. That's worth not making any money on it.
That's awesome.
Thanks.
Well, the thing is, you should, Paul, I swear, I'll say it again. What are you doing next? You should be doing something like this next. And based on the fact you won an Emmy on this one, somebody should be giving you at least some money to do something.
Yeah, I did one, again, my local PBS station is where I was getting a lot of documentary work. We did the history of the Adirondack Park Agency. After that, I did one called the Adirondacks for All, about the history of diversity in the Adirondacks. Those are the two I've done since this one. Again, mostly what I'm doing is, paying the bills. I don't really have any big documentaries going right now. Anyone's got some money and a great idea, let's talk.
There we go.
I'm all about it. I'm working on some mini type documentaries. I'm near Lake Placid, and we're doing a thing on Whiteface Mountain called Meet the Snowmaker. So, nothing with the gravity and the emotional, that this story had. It's more little tiny documentaries, and so. Yeah, I'm a couple years away from being 60, and then I want to slow down a little and maybe do more documentaries that are pure passion projects, where I don't have to necessarily make
never
money on, but
never retire.
Yeah, no, I'm not fully retired. I don't.
No.
Yeah, no, I don't plan on that. Hey, there's Ara. I'm a big fan. Ara, listen to
Ara. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, morning. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I got you.
I'm using my AirPods this morning. I just got up.
Yeah. It's what is it? 7 there? 7:46.
It's 7:45, yeah.
7:45 there. There you go. I haven't had an update. How did things go for you last night? I see the shirt you're wearing. Is that in
there's game 7 tonight. Yeah.
Oh, there is. All right. And I'm gonna be on the air through all of that.
It ended in spectacular fashion as well.
Last night?
Yeah.
Extra innings again?
No. It was the Dodgers are winning 3-1, and they had runners on second and third. They bring him Glass now to relief, no outs, and he gets one pitch. I think it was a pop up, and then another pitch, and the third pitch line out to left field, and then they double up the runner on second base. Boom, just like that. Their scoring chances end, and a big sigh of relief, and I pour myself another bourbon just to celebrate. And now I'm drinking coffee.
There you go. Yeah, I was wondering what mood you were going to be in this morning when I saw the schedule. I'm like, uh-oh.
Sports affects my mood for about an hour after the event, and then I'm done.
Okay.
There's always another sport. We got LA Kings back in action now. We got Notre Dame today. So
there you go.
There's always something to disappoint me.
Yep. There you go. while you're jumping on here, and I have John and Paul here, let's open with. It's been a while since I've talked about the raffle, and so far I've already offered up. The first raffle item was a trip to Cedia, a 1 night and airfare to Denver. So 1 night in Denver, airfare, fly you in, put you up, and then out the next day, but we'll take you to Cedia, stuff like that, situation like that. That's what I'm giving away. First one. Ara, why don't you tell everybody about the second item that's available as a prize for the raffle?
So DJ contacted me, I think it was last week, and said, "Do you have any speakers that you built that you would be willing to offer up?" And I had sold every single one that I built except for these over here. Let's see if I can aim. Yeah, these are my daughters have the 2 small ones, and that big one is mine there. So I said I would build something for whoever wins. So they just whoever the winner is just needs to we'll give them my information. We'll get together and we'll design something for them. It will be bookshelf. I'm not going to build towers or anything like that, but I will build a bookshelf speaker for whoever wins. So you told me some of the things on your list. I'm thinking, okay, the loser of the winners will get my speakers.
No. Yeah, those are the only 2 that have been revealed so far, Ara, so don't give anything else away. But yes, I was like, who's going to want my stuff? I go, are you kidding me?
Yeah, you kidding? I love those.
That's a really cool prize. I mean, look at the previous prize, was to spend the night with DJ in Denver. I mean, you couldn't tell you it was only one room, the same room he was staying in.
That's hilarious. Yeah. Okay.
What happens in Denver stays in Denver.
That's funny.
Nice, John. Thank you very much for that.
You got to see the guy, whoever won, really got to see your bright side.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Here we go. There go
That's
the dad
awesome.
jokes. That's great. So, yeah, that's it's funny because I know, Ara, you're being humble, but come on, seriously, it's like I have a set of your speakers. I have a few of your cutting boards. Your woodworking is amazing. And then
thank you. I appreciate that.
Your knowledge, this crossover here, everybody. John, you got to appreciate this. We have as you look at your screen, everybody, you have an Emmy winner and an Oscar winner side by side at the bottom of your screen.
Well, just to be clear,
how cool is that?
The team I worked on got the Oscar for the product that we worked on. I don't have the statue. So.
No, but it's like saying, the team I was on won the Stanley Cup. I don't have the cup. They don't let you keep the cup, but I won the cup.
Fair enough.
Right?
Fair enough.
Right?
Yeah, well, mine's also regional. I mean, it's not the national Emmys, but I'm still thrilled to have it. It's, the country's broken up into regions, and I won for our region. But...
Yeah.
There you go.
That's awesome.
I don't have one. I'd have to shrink it down to my town or my house.
Start small. I said to the people I was meeting last week about the Oscars, I said, look, it'd be great. I said, don't think about winning, because winning actually might not be a good thing. Just think about getting either on the long list or the short list. And I said, then they might even ask you to join the academy. And everyone goes, yeah, it's really great to join the academy. I've been asked to join the academy. The next thing they go, $880, please.
Yeah.
Well, you're not kidding. That was similar to this.
It's like give me one and take the other. Hey, would you like to be a member of the academy? Yeah, I'd love that. $880, please.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's quite a title, though, to be a member of the academy. I gotta say, it might be worth it.
Yeah. It's
deductible.
I remember the first time I had Ara on, and he like just offhanded, like, oh yeah, I didn't know this. I'd been listening to him for years, and I'd never heard him say it on the show that he won an Oscar, was part of the team that won an Oscar. And I was like, wait, what? You did what? And I was like, I've told all my friends afterwards, I'm like, I had an Oscar winner on my show. And now I'm sitting here with an Oscar winner, an Emmy winner, and a member of the Academy. I'm like, what kind of idiot? I'm a donkey in the basement, and I'm like, look at what I've surrounded. I mean, this is truly like you are what your friend, like what you surround yourself with, friends, right? And it's like,
so DJ, you never went you never went to our about page because it was written right there on the
No,
about page.
no. All
Shame
right,
on
you
you.
know me.
I expected you to read this thing top to
No,
bottom, and I'm going to quiz you on it. What else does it say about us?
I have no
You know, it's
idea.
funny.
All right, I get the
I haven't changed
instructions
that
to
since
put
like
a table
2005.
together. I don't read them. I get the
Yeah,
instructions
well,
to put something together. I don't read it until I have missing pieces and it won't stand
that's all
upright.
of us.
Yeah. So why would I listen to you every week? Why would I go to your about page? I think I know. I thought it was
Okay.
in the show. Oh, yeah. It's like if seriously, the about page is for people that aren't listening, and you read it to see if you might want to listen. I'm already listening. What do I need to read it for?
DJ,
Okay, sounds good.
I think this is one of the testaments to your success, though, because you are very good at connecting people. You are an amazing connector, and I think that's why your
that's
show
the
is so
internet.
successful. No, everyone's got the internet.
I know.
It was funny. I was talking to somebody last night, and I was saying they're asking me what's the I was saying the definition of what a film producer is. A film producer is very simple. It's somebody with a telephone and taste. Well, anybody can have a telephone. Very few people have taste. So
there you go.
Yeah,
that's great.
It's the same thing here. It's like, yeah, everyone's got the internet, DJ, but they haven't got what you've managed to do, which is the personality to be able to connect all these people together. You know, that's why your show's so successful. You know, it's you know how to do it. You know, you're the man.
Don't know what that is, but okay, thank you.
Well, you get random strange men to your hotel room in Denver. That's what.
Yeah. Hey, if things go well, maybe I'll invite 2 people next year.
Yeah, that's your other
This
channel.
was not what I was expecting at 8 o'clock in the morning.
You didn't read my about page. You don't know me very well.
Literally, all right, you missed the toilet humor earlier. Literally.
Yeah, we were talking about toilet paper, that infrasonics can make you crap your pants. We've got it all going on today.
Okay.
Oh God. No, John, thank you. But I honestly, I don't, like you say, like, and I think any of us, we're doing what we do because this is it's us, right?
It's what you love.
Yeah. And it's, I don't even think I'm doing anything. It's just what I do. And if it works for this, that's the most important part, is like, just do what you love to do. And, you know, hopefully you find a groove somewhere and something works out for you.
It's like what Paul's done. Any genuine, honest film that really makes a connection is usually made by somebody with love, because there's no such thing as an overnight success. Most films take years to make. Yeah. Long time. You know, something like Out of Africa, that was 25 years to get to screen.
Look at Star Wars. George Lucas is still working on it.
George Lucas is trying to buy it back.
Yeah, right.
It's like, what the heck? It's like, but it's true though. I mean, we joke about it, but that is one of the best examples of that, right? Like him doing what he did with Star Wars. He knew that's what we're seeing today, or what he did to it, was the vision in his head in the 70s, and it wasn't possible. So
he has got one of the driest sense of humor of anybody, because he's talked about his museum the other day, which is about to launch, the George Lucas Museum, and he said, "Oh, reluctantly, I've included some Star Wars stuff in there because I thought if I didn't, people would never forgive me."
Yeah,
but I mean, there's a person as an example. I mean, like, you think about all the innovations in the film industry passed through his hands. I mean.
Yeah.
Non-linear editing. I mean, Avid started there. It was called Edit Droid. Pixar was there. Industrial Light and Magic, Skywalker Sound, THX. I mean, you just keep going.
Yeah.
You know, the guy hasn't made many films, but in reality, he's changed the entire industry more than anybody. I mean, I don't know anybody on that level. I mean,
Cameron.
No, Cameron has innovated and pushed things forward. I mean, but he's living in New Zealand these days. I mean,
But are you suggesting from a technical point of view? Because there's a lot of other directors, like Alfred Hitchcock did stuff.
Oh yeah. No, I'm on about the landscape of filmmaking, as in the technical.
Okay.
Landscape.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, he's no one has done that has changed that level. I mean.
Before the biggest innovation was Earthquake in Sense Around. Do you guys remember that?
Yeah.
sense around, and only a few studios in Southern California actually had that capability, and it was like it was a pretty big draw.
All right, I'll tell you a story. The cinema where I grew up in Birmingham, in England, they played that film, and they played it in Sensurround. And guess what? They got sued because the projectionist knew how to rate one himself. He built his own Sensurround system to show the film, and Universal sued him.
I
Oh,
see.
wow.
Okay, it wasn't an official one. I got you.
It wasn't an
Yeah,
official one, but no, he's one of the few
yeah.
places outside of America that was showing it. So, and he'd figured out, he'd obviously read some technical paper. I mean, this is back in the 70s. I mean, he's not like the internet. He'd read how to do it, and he built a Sensurround system, and they ended up getting a cease and desist order from Universal.
You know, that brings up another great point. Projectionists were a lot more than just people who would string the film through the
Yes.
projector. When I was at Sony, we would go into the projection rooms and talk to the projectionist, and they had a pretty good gig, but it was a very important job. And then we went from having it on multiple reels to one big platter. Their lives got a little bit easier, and because you didn't have to have that switching cameras. They see a little like blip of light and they'd know, okay, time to switch cameras to the other camera and do whatever. But then now it's all digital, and one projectionist can run a 8, 10 screen theater, whereas before they would have maybe 2 or 3 projectionists handling a theater like that.
Well, they don't have projectionists anymore. They're called something managers, which look after concessions and projection. So it's like popcorn and theatre management becomes the same,
Yeah.
And I mean, this is the thing. All of it is remotely scheduled these days anyway. So literally, other than making sure the equipment's turned on, there's not a lot that anybody has to do.
Yeah.
And
even getting the movie down to the screen, it just basically downloads. Whereas before they would ship film around, which is just amazing to me, to be able to print that many copies of a movie and ship it. And that explains why a lot of times in Europe they would get the movies later that came out of Hollywood anyway. And that was because, okay, first we're going to distribute to the US, and then if it's a big hit, then we'll do our plan for the rest of the world. And it was a huge thing. Now pretty much they're released simultaneously all over the world.
I'll tell you a story. A friend of mine who used to work at Warner Brothers, this is back in the 80s. He was head of distribution in the UK for Warner's. And when films would come out in the US, because you're right, there'd be about a 6-month delay possibly before, because they would bring the prints over. What he and his friend would do, they'd go every week to Tottenham Court Road tube station, where the guy would be selling pirate videos, and he'd ask them what they're selling. And if they weren't selling the films that were number one in the US, they wouldn't release them in the UK, because he's like, well, if they can't, so we're not even going to pirate them.
Makes sense, yeah.
Why should we bother bringing him over here? And he's like, yeah, it's doing really well. He's like, right, okay, we're going to open it earlier because we don't want you stealing our business.
Yeah.
I mean,
I got a question for you.
Sorry,
one of the frustrations I have about global television is there are certain shows that are popular in different countries. There's a couple that I watch out of the UK. One is the Great British Bake Off, and the other one is Taskmaster. Both great shows. And one's on, I think they're both on Channel 4. And I'm trying to get that in the United States, and it's a very long delay before you get it. In fact, I don't even think I can get Taskmaster in the US unless I watch it on YouTube. So my question is, why are we, the whole world, in a situation where we just don't release content to the world at all at the same time? Make it available. Like I can go to the Channel 4 website, create an account, but then it says, oh, you're not in the UK, so you can't watch this. Why can't I just do that? Because and I'm willing to watch commercials.
Use a VPN. Use a VPN.
I've done that, and sometimes it knows I'm on a VPN. Sometimes I can get away with it. It's just not very reliable. And I'm willing to even pay for it if it was available on the Apple Store or something. But now I end up going, no, I don't. I know a friend who ends up going and downloading it from BitTorrent sites. Yeah. So the rationality that my friend has is, I'm willing to buy it, but there's no way for me to buy it, so they're not losing any money from me. I don't understand U.S. Content, European content. There's a lot of stuff that the world would love to see, but they just don't let the world see it.
The problem is the film distribution model is very archaic and is still territory based. And I mean, this is the issue with certainly Kaleidoscope has, is that when he tries to open in a different market, it's the distributors are all different. So you've got to do a deal with each distributor. So you may have done a deal in the US, but the people in the US may not necessarily be distributing it. And to me, this is eventually going to collapse because you can't go on. The frustration, you lose momentum. It's like the whole thing. You look at Star Wars. When Star Wars opened, it opened May 1977. It didn't open in the UK technically until February 1978. But they managed to maintain. Nowadays you'd never be able to do that. They would have killed it. And we go, I'm not waiting 7 months, 8 months to watch a film.
Yeah.
Well,
but the world's getting smaller, but like you said, it's archaic. The world's smaller because we can all have it like that if you really want it. There's ways to get it. And so what you're saying is like where it's so archaic, they're still trying to run under those same models. But everybody's the consumer is ahead of them.
The consumer's ahead of us, but also what it is he's trying to catch up and making sure that people like Paul get paid because it's a business. I work in show business, not show friends. And people like Paul should be paid for what he's doing because he's got a family, a house. You got to eat. You shouldn't rely on exploitation, which is what a lot of the film industry relies on. Ambition, enthusiasm, and exploitation. That's the main thing that it runs on. And the thing is, the models need to change. I mean, this is where Apple and Netflix, I mean, they'll buy things globally. I mean, Disney now will buy things globally. They've closed down most of their deals with any regional places they don't have distribution in that territory. So you'll have a global platform. YouTube, a global platform. I mean, I don't think there is any. The algorithm does relate it to the territory you're in, but it's not it doesn't mean you can't watch stuff from South America or China.
Yeah, it won't limit you.
Not China, so isn't YouTube in China. But in something from the Far East, for example, or Australia. But I mean, you're right. It's like this. It's the way things are now. It's instantaneous. Marketing campaigns are instantaneous. Instagram. I mean, I was discussing this the other day. It's like previously your rating in the film industry was based on how your IMDb rating was and how you were. And if you're in the top 5,000, particularly as an actor, every actor wanted to be in the top 5,000. Very rarely do filmmakers and producers get that high because it's normally talent. But now they're not interested in it. It's about your Instagram rating. Instagram is the new benchmark. And I mean, I've spent ages looking at Instagram, how it works. It's all about circles. So you imagine like concentric circles. So you have your initial circle, which is your initial followers. And if it starts to break out into another circle, then it starts to then trend in that circle. And then it goes wider and wider and wider. It's how you break through those different circles. And it's quite funny when you do actually have something that trends. I can't remember, the picture I think I posted of me and Julia the other day with George Clooney, that did really, really well. But the one with, who was it? It was Rosamund Pike. The picture I took of Rosamund Pike the other day.
Oh, yeah.
That went absolutely insane. And I'm trying to think why. Still trying to work out why. But that's the thing, is trying to understand how these things pick up what hits the mark. But it changes daily. It changes, hour by hour as to what people are interested in. And this is now what's driving content and what's driving the immediacy of it. And I mean, you're saying about, Great British Bake Off and all that. Well, things like that have a shelf life because you don't really want to watch it. No one's going to watch it 2 years behind, are they?
100%. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like they're losing their market.
I want my bakery stuff fresh.
Yeah. But I mean, it's fascinating because somebody made it sort of a joke, but an analysis that years ago, in the 70s, the top two TV programs were Come Dancing and whatever it was called. There's a talent show, and I can't remember what it was called now. And in now, the latest things are Strictly Come Dancing and sort of X Factor. I mean, it's
reality.
Look, reality has never really changed. But things like that have an immediate value. There's no reliable archive value to it. Nobody's going to watch that from 20 years ago unless the person actually becomes immensely famous. And what you're saying, Ari, is correct. It's like literally everybody wants eyeballs, and particularly advertisers want eyeballs, and you're being restricted from that. So that, I mean, this is where they're missing the thing. It's like Channel 4 is being very, oh, well, we're a British thing. We're very much in the UK. It's like, well, that doesn't exist anymore. In the internet, there are no real boundaries. So why aren't they, selling it to or making sure it's available in the US? Because that would be a good revenue model for them. I mean, Channel 4 only make money through advertising and revenue. So it's like having a global advertising campaign would, in theory, generate way more. I think probably it's down to the fact that they've done contractually with the production company. It's probably something to do with it's only contractually contracted for in the UK, and it's probably a whole lot of other agreements they have to do. I mean, this is the bizarre thing. It's like lawyers are the most sort of to do legals on a $1 million film costs exactly the same as doing the legals on a $10 million film. So you might as well do a $10 million film because you can have more money to play with. Because otherwise, you just give the lawyer a load of money. And so it's a sort of self-defeating thing. It's like, and most people don't understand. I mean, I presume you must have discovered this, Paul, when you did your film, getting all the clearances, all the legals, getting all the paperwork.
Yep. And actually, we had to hire a entertainment lawyer just to even help us get to one of those 4 or 5 distributors. So they kind of helped us get it to the company that could then get it to the distributors. So, but yeah, we had to hire an entertainment lawyer for that.
Yeah.
So everyone made money but me.
Yeah.
And my partners. I mean, the 3 of us are sitting here going, where's any of this?
But I mean, it's fascinating because it's like, my partner, she's a composer, and it's like looking at all the things to do with that, how the legals of who owns the music, who owns the rights, how it gets exploited later, and then most musicians now realize you have to give music away because you don't make money from music as such. You make money from performing. But I mean, in their case, you make money from putting music on a film because that's where the money is. But actually, it's interesting. Everybody is trying to chase making $1. That's the whole thing, and it's very, nobody respects that anymore. It seems it's a hard day's work for a hard day's pay doesn't seem to be, sweatshop economics, and particularly the film industry is horrendous at exploiting that.
I feel like the record industry was like this in the 70s and 80s, and then that kind of all imploded, because the artists weren't making any. Well, I shouldn't say anything, but they were being taken
made a
advantage
fraction.
of.
That's why a lot of people had no problem with the pirating. They didn't feel they were stealing from the artists. They felt they were stealing from the record companies. And I had this very philosophical discussion with my partner on this podcast, Braden. He was one of those who felt that way. And I was like, yeah, I get it, but I don't know that that's the right thing to do. So we kind of decided that we weren't going to talk about it on the show. And then when Apple came out with a 99-cent download, I was like, everyone was happy because you got the quality, that it was guaranteed quality. You got somebody's getting paid. You didn't feel like you were stealing it. And if you only liked one song on an album, you only paid 99 cents for that one song on the album. It was really good. I'm kind of waiting for that to happen on the movie and TV side. I would gladly pay Apple up to $100 a month for the ability to download any TV show in the highest quality whenever I want, because now I'm going through these different services. But every show that you see on TV today, you can buy that season on the Apple Store as well as on Amazon and Google, and it just you're able to stream it whenever you want. I'm willing to do that, and then I remove all the streamers, and all I'm doing is buying the content. I hope that happens, but I have a feeling when the companies came up with their own streaming platforms, it slowed that eventual situation where that was going to happen.
The thing as well with streamers is when the license expires, because Netflix, I think when Netflix first started, it had 8,000 titles on there. Now it has about 1,400. It's completely pared it back, and it's only really having on there which it knows will be watched.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's the thing. I mean, that's why physical media. I mean, a film. I don't know, any film. It's like once you have the disc, they can't take it away.
That's true.
They can't. They can't stop you from watching it. There's no.
I'm sorry. I keep cutting you off.
No. I was just saying, it's like that's the fear. I mean, you look at the number of scandals that have happened with Sony and various other things where services have closed down, and suddenly people have paid a fortune for libraries, and suddenly they just disappeared overnight. Suddenly you can't access what you've. Whereas, if you go back to the old adage of books, you buy a book 100 years later, you can still read it. No one's gonna.
Yeah.
No one's gonna. There's no DMR, digital rights management involved on it. You just open the pages and read it.
Yeah.
So I have this love-hate relationship with physical media. It takes up space.
Yep.
So, but I did buy Top Gun when it came out, Top Gun Maverick, and I paid for the movie. I didn't do a rental. I watched it twice. Had I just rented it, if I would have rented it twice, it would have cost me half of what I spent for it. So now, as far as like movies go that are like that, I just rent them. And you have 48 hours once you start watching it to complete it. And then if I do want to watch it again, it takes me like 3 times. I have to rent it 3 times before I say, oh, I should have just bought it. And I have yet to buy a movie that I have watched that many times. And then typically what ends up happening is after it's in that window where you can only watch it on demand, it moves over to a streaming service anyway, and you could just watch it there. So it's kind of it has to be something really popular for me to watch it. And that's how long Top Gun Maverick was. What, 2022 or 3? And I haven't bought anything since, because typically I just wait till it comes out on a streaming platform, and that's where I think a lot of people are at.
Yeah, and I think it comes down to your level of the theater you're watching it in, like your home theater, or the experience you're getting out of it. Because like I've bought Top Gun Maverick, and I've watched scenes, not the whole thing.
Yeah,
I'll watch scenes 20 times,
Oh, yeah.
or I'll demo it. Someone comes over, you got to watch this. And streaming is okay for visuals, but the sound is nowhere near in comparison to what you can get on physical media. So to me, I'm going to always buy the physical media until I can't anymore. I'm like you, though. I would love to pay Apple a premium fee so that they provide a lossless stream or a movie I buy on there. I wish it was higher quality for the audio, because I'd be all about that instead of having to buy the physical media and store it. And I don't think there's enough of demand for that necessarily.
I was just going to say, we are in the minority here as far as people who care that much about it, because if you do an A/B comparison with the disc and a high quality stream, I'm at the age now where I may not even hear the difference because of my hearing loss. But there's going to be a lot of younger people who are like, okay, whatever. But we are the ones who love this hobby, and it matters to us. But we're a small fraction of the market, and that's kind of why it's very difficult to find that. And in fact, it's gotten to the point where I believe discs are going to be such a niche that you're pretty much just going to get it from like Amazon and a couple other places online.
I mean, but the weird thing is they're selling more discs, 4K discs in particular, than ever. I mean, okay, DVD, which was their bread and butter, has dropped off dramatically, but specialist sales like 4K is through the roof at the moment. I mean, they can't make them fast enough. I mean, that's the bizarre thing. I mean, there's a very good model there. I mean, yeah, you're right. Traditionally, the largest part of the market was DVD, and I still can't believe that people still buy DVDs now.
Yeah,
I mean, but they do. I mean, it literally makes it 50%. Yeah, but it's 50% of the market. 50% of the market, if not more, is
it's literally
DVDs.
50% of the quality.
Yeah,
it literally is.
But then, you've got more and more, like the specialist edition of things are selling so well. I mean, there are several companies now that are just doing really good business on doing special editions of films. And I mean, studios have tried to but unfortunately, their thinking and their economics don't scale well to doing special editions, because you want to do a special edition. I think Universal tried it. I don't know how well it did. They did a special edition of Wicked that was $300, and I'm not sure how well it sold.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, but you look at sort of like the other special editions. I'm trying to think. Well, like the Star Trek the motion picture one that they did, the special directors presentation one. I mean that sold really, really well. I mean Titanic, I think that actually sold quite well, the special collectors, and that was just a cardboard box with some postcards in it.
Yeah,
and that was $130. So I mean, this is the thing. I mean, the actual disc itself is probably they're making them anyway, so they just package it out with little goodies to make you want to buy it, and booklets and essays and other stuff. And I mean that's where I think the future is because people still like to give people stuff. They still, giving somebody an Amazon gift card is not very. Hey, I love you. Here's an email with an Amazon gift card on it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Whereas if you wrap something up and put it in a, with a nice bow on it, then people actually feel really special, and you can only do that with physical media.
Yep.
I mean, do you still buy physical media, DJ? Do you still actually buy any?
The occasional special one, if it's not available on Kaleidoscape, right? What did I just buy recently? Nightmare on Elm Street 4K. Yeah. It's not on Kaleidoscape, so I want to see it, and it's I'll buy that. Or like you said, the special edition, like when Maverick came out, it's I bought that streaming, I bought that Kaleidoscape right away. Then when the special edition came out, I bought the box set, never even opened it, but I do that. And I think that's the market they're going after for stuff like that. It's the super passionate people that'll be I just gotta have this. And like that box set that I got, which was probably $150, but it came out way after. So it's they add on some cardboard and a couple of little goodies, and the markup, it probably cost them $1 more than the actual disc that they sold in the first place. But then, they don't have to sell as many because they're just the profit margin is so high, but they're selling to the passionate the people that are buying with their heart, not their brain. Right. And that's what they're looking for.
What you're talking there is there was the premium ice cream market, the Haagen-Dazs model. You increase the cost of the ingredients by 60%, and you increase the sale price by 600%.
Yeah, exactly. And it's you're making, and then the best part is, especially in the ice cream industry, which I actually worked in, you want to make it, taste extra special. You put a little bit more air into it, and you're actually spending less on the product. And they'll be like, "Ooh, this tastes special." It's no, there's actually less ice cream in there. It's fluffier. It's lighter. John.
So, hello.
Hey. The long lost podcast host.
Yeah, is everything working? Because I'm on my phone. So
yeah, we can tell. Yeah, there's a lot of bouncing feedback and stuff, and
I'm sorry.
Rumbling or something.
It's all right.
It's about. You mean I need to turn it down?
That's good.
No, it's better now.
Yeah, that's better now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Actually, I'm the one that's gonna have to run now.
All right.
I wish I could talk to you more, John, but I gotta head out and get some stuff done. So
no problem.
Send us your email address by DJ or something, or by looking
I'll get it to you, John.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
I appreciate it, John.
I'm interested in your film. Sounds interesting. I mean, that's something that needs to be promoted. That's where, it's something that it's the word of mouth that gets out there that make these things successful.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate it because, like I said, it's been out on streaming platforms for a couple years now, but now nobody knows to look for it, so it's kind of forgotten about, And I want to keep a word on it.
I'll move out of the
hopefully
way for a second.
We'll check it out. Maybe we'll come out of the red.
As he takes off, I'll move out of the way here and show you. Maybe you could see us.
Yeah, that's the Apple image when you click Apple TV and it comes up.
Yeah.
Which I got to tell you, it was pretty cool to see up on there.
Yeah.
But I appreciate it. And we'll make sure we get you my info, John. It'd be great.
And for everybody else,
nice meeting everyone, though.
Later, Paul.
All right, see you, Paul.
Thanks for coming on.
Take
nice
care,
to you, buddy.
I'll be listening throughout the day.
Thanks, buddy.
All right,
I'll talk to you. Bye. That's for everybody else. It's Return to Auschwitz. As he said, nobody had that title yet. It's like, but it's Return to Auschwitz, the Vladimir Monk story. So $9.99, or you can rent it. I don't know what. It doesn't tell me the rental anymore because I bought it.
I can't hear you, man.
$9.99. What's that?
Maybe it's me.
Can you hear us? Nope. Can he not hear us? Is that what he's saying? I don't know.
Yeah, he said I can't hear you. Maybe it's
okay.
me.
Yeah, we're here. So yeah,
I can't hear you. I guess I have to come out and come back.
Okay.
So go on then, DJ. What other films are you looking forward to? What films are you looking forward to theatrically?
This year, I can't. Well, the ones that you were what's the Nolan one for next year is probably the biggest one. Odyssey.
Yes.
For this year, that the new was it Predator Badlands?
Yep.
I'm kind of excited for that.
Is that the one that they're pushing right now? Currently, the ads for it. Okay, that looks pretty interesting.
It's the same guy who made Prey. So I mean, Prey was amazing.
Yeah,
that looks interesting. I when I watch it, I'm like, how do they film that? I know there's a lot of special effects, but imagine you're the actor in there. You're not really seeing what you're acting with. Yeah.
What was fascinating
that must be harder.
Prey, what was fascinating about Prey is that he reinvented something that had been so overdone that he managed to give it a fresh new look that actually really worked. And that was one of its amazing things, that you take something that is actually so passé now, because Predator versus this, Predator versus that, Predator versus Snowman sort of thing. I don't know. And then literally he comes out with Prey, and suddenly you've reinvented the whole franchise again, and that's really good to see.
The idea of what was the one, John? We talked about it on the show where they had throughout history. It just came out this year.
Oh, the animated. Yeah, I can't remember what it's called.
The animated one where it's like that added to the idea that you can, this entire franchise can go in different parts of history, and it's not really necessarily time travel as we were looking at, because they freeze the people, like they do the cryo freezing or whatever they did to Han Solo, and then they bring these warriors back to life when they want to fight them. So you don't know it. If you haven't seen that one, because it's animated, and maybe some people are like, I'm not going to want to watch something animated. But if you haven't seen that one, that adds a whole new depth to the entire Predator franchise. It could go on forever.
Talking about has any of you seen Frankenstein?
Not yet.
No.
How is it? Have you seen it?
I saw a few of them last night. They came to my door.
They were probably more animated than the film. It's really funny because the person I went to see it with, she really loved it, and I didn't. So I don't know. I think to me, because it's such a overly done story, that I just.
Yeah.
But it was. I mean, Del Toro, I think, is interesting. He's a great director, but he's certain films is just he either hits it out the park or he doesn't. And to me, this didn't hit it out the park for me. Whereas, some of his other films were incredible, like Shape of Water. It was really, really good.
Shape of Water. I've never seen Shape of Water.
It's really good.
You saw it, John, right?
I've seen it a few times, but I talked about it on the show. Well, 3 or 4 months ago, before I left.
Yeah, a merman story.
Yeah. Well, in Pan's Labyrinth.
Well, Pan's Labyrinth. Yeah, that's the thing. That's one of his. Yeah, that was visually that's so.
Yeah.
Eclectic, disturbing.
Forward to Frankenstein, but I'll still see it. I'm sure when I get a chance. But
it's Netflix. It's not Netflix. So it'll be on within
a couple weeks, right?
Yeah, I never understood Netflix. They did that whole thing where they got everybody to go and see that film the other week in theaters. Whatever it's called, the K-pop thing.
Oh, the
K-pop.
Yeah. On Sunday night they went, "We're so happy it's done so well in theaters. You're going to be able to see it all on streaming on Monday." It's like we're talking about how to kill everybody and make everybody. Why did I bother going to see it then?
Well, and they're doing the finale of Stranger Things in theaters, but like just the last 2 episodes, it will already have been on Netflix the whole day.
Yeah.
And so you're going to watch the first like 4 at home and then pack up and go to the theater to watch the last 2. Like that seems awkward. So I don't understand why they're doing that either. Although I think every episode is like 2 hours. So maybe it's just the last episode.
Yeah.
That's it. I didn't know that. I didn't. Yeah. So you're not going to be able to stream the last 2 episodes.
Oh, yeah, that's the whole thing. Is I think they're going to be on Netflix too. So it's like, why would you pack up? Like, watch next episode? No, and then get in the car and drive to the theater and pay $20 to watch it when you could just stay at home in your pajamas and watch it. You know, I don't understand.
Yeah.
I mean, you see, back in the day, we used to wear that finest to go to the cinema and watch films, and now everyone's watching it in their PJs.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Ara and Braden have been begging for.
For what? Watching in our pajamas?
Staying home and watching movies.
I mean, because if I go to the theater, I got to put pants on and everything, and then
you got a shower. I mean, I don't know.
It's a whole process.
It is.
Oh, I can't.
On that note, I think I might go and have a shower now. And
all right, you're gonna go put some pants on, John?
Put some pants on. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. Thanks, John. I'll see you. You're gonna close out the show in the morning.
Yeah, I'll come back in tomorrow morning and see.
There we go.
See if you've got as much enthusiasm as you have there. I mean, the thing is, you get better as you get more tired.
Oh boy.
Yes. Or at least.
Yeah. As it goes, we'll see. I think I'll be awake. I don't know about you're right. I don't know about the enthusiasm though. You can judge though.
You got to be like Jerry Lewis. Remember when he used to do those telethons? And
oh yeah.
They'd put on like a long number and he would go and take a little cat nap for like 15, 20 minutes and then come back out. That's what you're going to have to do.
I could never
John
do
can
that.
Carry the show. Yeah, he can.
No, but John does have impeccable timing every year. It's like I've been on since 6 o'clock. We're coming up on 5.5 hours, and I'm like, yeah, bathroom break. I'm like, I could take a quick pee here, but that would be. And then remember last year you popped in like 12 hours later, and he's like, John's like, have you peed yet? I'm like, not since you've been on. 12 hours later.
Are you not drinking?
I've gone 6 times already. 12
yeah. So.
John with the H, is your phone on the desk that you're leaning on?
Well, I'm on my
up on your desk.
I'm on my kitchen.
Because every time you bump your table, it's making a noise.
Oh, that's what's going. Yeah,
that's exactly what's happening.
But John, John Thompson, if you want to take off, thank you very much. Thanks for jumping in.
I'm gonna go pee now. So.
Yeah, you go pee now. But yeah, that was just a coincidence. You pop on with Paul, and that that worked out awesome.
Lovely guy, and I wish him well on there. So.
Yeah. So that was
awesome.
awesome.
You take care, guys. I'm going to go and have a look at my
talk to you later, John.
Okay,
thanks, buddy.
Have a good evening. All right, bye.
And then let's see. It'd be funny if we could take John and move him to this. No. All right. Yeah.
Well, I'm in a normal spot now, down at the bottom.
Yeah, you're in. Your usual spot. Yeah, I was thinking about putting on the show comments, but if I do that like this,
then
it's tough. Yeah. It's tough because we're gonna stop filling the screen here and there. So
yeah.
But yeah, I saw this one in the chat. Ara, did you see this earlier?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so Steven in the chat is saying, been listening to HT guys. Started due to the absence of Takeover Tuesdays. Glad to have that experience, but welcoming Takeover Tuesdays back now that I'm back. I think that's the first time I've heard somebody
go in the other way.
Your show in the other direction. I'm like, wait a minute. That's awesome. That's awesome. And Steve actually bringing up a good point as well here. He said DJ will publish all the prizes after they announced. I expect that would drive more donations. Absolutely. That's the idea. That's why I didn't want to. I'll run the raffle runs all month till the end of the month, and that way more people will hear about it. And it's tough on one of these things where it's like if you didn't hear earlier what it is, So earlier I gave away the CD trip, and then let me see if I can try this here. There we go. I just muted John for a second because there was a lot of feedback. So when John goes to talk, I'll unmute him, or he can. But anyways, yeah. So the trip to Cedia is one raffle, and the other raffle is our speakers, custom built speakers to your, he'll work with you on the specification, wood, and all that stuff. So those are the two items. There's more to come.
Send me the like a little blurb what you want written up, and we'll announce it on our shows for the month of November, and then we'll just do it before every show. Yeah,
I'll do that. But yeah, so those are the two we have so far, and there's more to come. And as I said before, the raffle prizes are the raffle is $5. I have the list, but it's in the show notes. Let me see if I can find it again because I'll have to read it. So yeah. Buy raffle tickets, go directly to Ryan's Movember page, and you make a donation. All right. So, and then email the receipt to me, dj@brightsidehometheater.com. And depending on how much you donated, we'll get you, however many raffle tickets. And it says follows. All of this is in the show notes on what you're looking at right now. And this will be running all month. They'll be in my show notes all month. And, as Ara said, he'll post it and stuff. So, but it's $5 for one entry, $25 for 6 entries, $50 for 14, $100 gets you 30, $150 gets you 50 entries, $200 donation gets you 75. $250 gets you 100, $300 gets you 150 raffle tickets, and $500 gets you 300 entries. And as Ara knows the prizes, I think, John, do you know all the prizes?
I don't know anything.
You don't know yet. Yeah, we haven't talked about it.
I haven't seen the show for about 3 weeks, I don't think. I just haven't had time to do much of anything. So,
but yeah, we haven't talked about it on the show either. It's kind of keeping it secret and fun.
It's fun.
It's secret. It's fun. Yay. So, but yeah, so there'll be more prizes announced later on as the day goes on. And, but yeah, so that's where we're at so far. So hopefully we can raise a lot of money for Ryan Davies Movember. And, I know we already I haven't looked recently, but I know of 2 people have already, Todd was one of them this morning, and then John Mensor, I told him the prizes the other day in the Patreon chat, and he went on right away and donated $100 to, he was the first one to donate to Ryan's page this year. So yeah, so there you go. And anything else that I can think of regarding that? John, you're my money marketing person. What else do I need to do?
I feel so out of the loop because I don't know what's going on.
You need to run a disclaimer where you talk at 100 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're my lawyer. Oh, that's Steve. Wait a minute, we got that. So
yeah,
we'll
I'm a lawyer already.
Yep.
I'm a chat guy. So if you need help, call me.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. The Patreon post, keep it on Patreon.
Oh yeah, that's another good point. If you're a patron, as a thank you to my patrons, and if you're not a patron right now, that's fine. But if you become a patron, you're a patron in good standing. You could, if the prize comes to you, the only one you could choose the Cedia trip and one of the other items. So if a patron comes down and is like, all right, I want the Cedia trip and I want something else, that's what you can't pick 2 of the other things, but the Cedia trip and something else. So that was the kind of the thank you to the patrons that you have a shot at. If you win and there's 2, the Cedia trip and another item in there, you could grab them both. So that would be that. So
how do I enter? Because I am a patron of the show. After all,
yeah, you can enter. That's how we get by the hokey.
And
yeah,
I'm going to enter too.
What good does
win my speakers?
What's that, John?
So what good does it do me to be a patron if I can't win anything?
Thank you very much. I thought you were just trying to support the show.
I don't get paid. I pay to be on the show. Thank you.
I know. So do I. Buddy. So, all right, you 2 talked amongst yourselves. I'm going to go take a pee break. I will be back momentarily.
Okay. Bring us some coffee.
Yeah.
I can make you a cup.
There you go.
My coffee has gotten cold, so
Yeah. Well, mine's about empty, so I'm going to need another cup here in a moment. But
so John, you live pretty close to DJ, correct?
about 3,500 miles, if that's close.
Oh, why did I think you were his neighbor? Never mind. Where do you live then?
I mean,
You're on the West Coast?
I'm in Texas.
Oh, Texas. Okay.
Yeah, no, we grew up together. I mean, I lived.
That's what it was. Okay, that's what it was.
It's born and raised until I was about, I think, 20, 21, then moved to Texas. So, I mean, we've been from school, but no, we're not close geographically anymore.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I guess we got the whole country covered, the New England all the way to the West Coast and Texas as well.
Yeah, well, and then we got Steve across the pond, and so
Yeah.
we are multinational.
Yeah, I need DJ to get his house done so I can come out there and check it out. I'm like,
I know.
DJ, come on, man.
I know. I talked to him the other night, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm running conduit and waiting for the inspection to come." And I was like, "Man, you got a ways
So
to go, buddy."
at this rate, I'm going to beat him with our house. So.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's tough when you're doing it yourself and working full
Yeah,
time.
100%. Yeah. So
That's the week.
one of the things DJ and I talked about was like in our house, we're not putting in a dedicated home theater. It's just something that I ended up deciding I was just gonna stick the way I have it here. I have a media room, so for me, it's more important it to be multi-use, and and that's why maybe we could talk about like multi-use rooms where you can kind of it's compromise all around, but you can use it for more than just a dedicated theater. You could, now, DJ, your theater, is it going to be like in a basement upstairs? Is it going to be separate? Is it going to be pretty much you walk in there and you're in a movie theater?
Yeah. When I just muted John again, just to let you know, buddy. There was a lot of crackling. My new theater is going to be in the basement that you walk down, and like even the outside of the theater, we got suspended ceilings, so you're gonna feel like it's like 7.5, 8 foot ceilings.
Okay.
But when you go into the theater, you're gonna walk in the door, and then you'll have the 9-foot ceilings, but you're gonna feel like you're in a theater. I mean,
okay.
To the degree there will be a bar in the back, so like when you walk in the back, you'll first see like there'll be high bar stool chairs. That's the third row. And then the second row and the first row are actually going to be like theater chairs. So, but it will be like going into a theater.
One of the things my wife and I talk about, considerations are, when we were doing the home theater tours, there were a lot of great theaters that had a theater and then had an area that was like a bar and that kind of thing. And it's great for entertaining. We like entertaining. And what we came to the conclusion, if you do just a dedicated theater and you turn off the lights and you watch your movie, you're not entertaining, you're watching a movie, which is fine. There's a place for that. But if you have a bunch of people over and you're mingling, even if all you do is have a sporting event on, like baseball, football, whatever on, you kind of lose that opportunity, which is kind of why we're leaning back towards the multi-purpose room. And one of the purposes is you have a very large screen. And if it's just like my wife and I, we want to watch a movie, we can kind of get a theater experience in the sense that we've got a large screen and a good sound system, but we're cozying up on a couch as opposed to theater chairs. So I've always kind of gone back and forth because I've seen some really nice theaters, and I would love to have a dedicated theater, but then in the end, I always choose against it. So I'm just curious what your wife's take is on having a 100% dedicated theater.
I think in a lot of people's cases, it's the same. It's if you're lucky enough to have that, it's more of a like, all right, that's your room, like hands off.
Gotcha.
Right?
Yeah.
Like
that's the garage for me.
Yeah, it's so but it really comes down to, for me, it's like don't get me wrong. I mean, I agree with you 100%. And I think more and more people are going your direction because that's way, way more practical. A theater itself is not practical, right? It's like and it's super expensive to try and even make it more practical because once you get into the closed off area, now you're talking about ventilation and make it comfortable for a bunch of people. And there's things like that you don't think of when you first, like, especially me, and when John and I were starting out, you don't think of these things. Well, just make this room into a theater and then we're going to pile a bunch of people in here. And you don't think of all these people breathing in there and how hot it's going to get. Never mind the heat from the projector or even the display. And a normal room can't keep up with that type of the ventilation that would take. So going to a media room, like you said, where it's a more open space, that room is set up to be that room anyways, right? You're not enclosing it. You're not doing all these things that you would do for a normal theater. So it's going to be more comfortable that way and more practical for the multiple versions of entertaining that you're going to do. For me, and people like what I feel like people like me, I don't care about any of that. I don't care about practical. I don't care. I just want to duplicate the environment of being in a theater. And it's like I've had the discussion, I've joked with Giles about, like, we go back and forth on like projector versus display, right? And then it's like, and he's like adamant that display is going to be the way to go because once they go into these panels, you're not going to need a projector. And then but my argument was, yes, but I love that image being shot over all of this. Then, and I couldn't wrap my head around, now, is it that much better? And then I did experience those panels and I did experience large format displays that I'm like, okay, this is pretty good. And my argument, not my argument, but my answer to that would be, if I ever did go there and went that direction, there would still be a light source at the back of the room giving me that environment, that there's like, I'd have a little light bulb and make it look like a projector shooting over my head. Just because
you realize
that's what I want.
The movie theaters will eventually go the panel route as well. When they're and then a few years from now, people won't even know what that is. So that light source, they'll go, "Why do you have that light back there?" But yeah, when we first started our show, we saw this theater on AVS Forum, and the guy's name was Phil Truby, and he lived down in San Diego. And so I reached out to him and said, "Hey, we do this podcast. Can we come down and interview you?" So we did. This guy's theater was incredible, but he was like a multimillionaire. So he dug out a basement. You go down in there, there's a wine cellar that I would just love just to have the wine cellar that he had. Then he had an entertaining area. So he would have these like parties, cocktail parties or whatever. And it would be, we're going to see this movie. And people would come and they would get together and they would have their happy hour and hors d'oeuvres and whatnot. Then they'd all move into the theater, and the theater could seat probably about 40 or 50 people in traditional theater chairs. And I was thinking about it. So you get invited over to his house for a cocktail party, unless it's a movie you really want to see. At that point, once the movie starts, it's kind of like, okay, whatever. You know what I mean? What if it's a movie you don't want to see? It's like, all right, hey, Phil, thanks for inviting me over. I'm just letting myself out. But it's completely different than if you were to have it and you had access to other parts of the house where you could. I'm just going to go hang out in the kitchen and eat some hors d'oeuvres and whatnot. So it does change the effect or the experience. And I go back and forth. Early on, after I saw his theater, I wanted that theater. Then due to reality, we couldn't build something like that, and I kind of liked my media room better, with the exception of during the daytime I couldn't do anything because I had a JVC projector. And then when I got the ultra short throw, it opened up the room again to me, because during the day I'd say the picture is about 75% of what it was at night, whereas the JVC was probably about 25% of what it was at night. So it was still very doable. So I just I wonder if I'm going to bite, if I'm going to say why didn't I do a full blown theater room instead of just a media room. But I don't know. We'll see. I'm getting old too,
I
and
don't see you having
ours is,
regrets.
yeah, it's upstairs, so I don't know how much I'll use it either because I don't want to go upstairs anymore.
I only have a few more minutes, so I just kind of wanted to weigh in on this whole topic because
Yeah.
I have my theater is set up in my living room, right? So it's a big open concept room. Like I'm sitting here in my kitchen and I'm looking at my projector screen over on the wall. So there are times, especially when I'm listening to DJ and Steve talk about watching their movies in their theaters, and I definitely have the FOMO of not having a dedicated home theater because there are trade-offs by having your Atmos sound system in a big open room. You know, you don't get the bass response, you don't get some of that other stuff. And don't get me wrong, like 90% of the movies that I watch, I'm sitting by myself watching the movie. But we also have a huge family. So in gatherings, it's sort of like what you were discussing with like not everybody wants to watch the movie, but like we put a movie on in the living room and there'll be 6 people on the couch, 5 kids on the floor, everybody's watching the movie, but the other half of the group are walking back and forth into the kitchen and they're
Yeah.
great on snacks and they're talking and they're drinking. So that wouldn't happen, like you said, if we piled everybody out into the garage or some dedicated room where, everybody was just kind of having to sit and be captive to the movie. Um, so yeah, I don't really know the answer because I definitely have times where I miss not having a dedicated home theater. And
Yeah.
if I built another house, I don't know 100% which way I would go. But I do know that almost any time we watch movies with a group of people, there are more people walking in and out of the room and having conversations and doing other things than there are sitting there being captive to the movie. Because like you said, if you're getting together, anybody can sit at home and just watch a movie in silence by themselves. Like there's no reason to get 20 people together to do that. If you're gathering with a group of people, it's social and you want to talk and mingle and do other things. So I don't know. Again, there's pluses to both, I think, but I think, I don't know. I like the way I have my setup with, again, there are trade-offs and there are things that you give up. But I also, same thing, I have the ultra short throw with the screen. So daytime doesn't really affect anything. I've never had a traditional throw projector in the house. So I don't know if what I have is better or worse. And I think that's a blessing because I think it's awesome and I don't compare it to anything else. So to me, it's I don't know. I think it's probably the better way to go. And like I said, it's more practical than dedicating a room and spending $40,000 to deck it out as a theater. That 99% of the time, you're still going to be the only one sitting in there watching a movie in the dark. Because DJ, how many times do you actually have more than just yourself in your?
Yeah.
It's almost always just you. And which is great because like you said, that's where you go. It's your refuge. That's where you go down, you watch your movies, you kind of get some peace and you get to, kind of relax a little bit. But if you have if you have people in and out, you want to watch the Super Bowl or you want to do whatever, it's kind of, it's harder, right? Because then you have the lights on, you have the door open and people are just walking in and out of the room anyway. So, but anyway, that's kind of what I had to say on that. I got to get ready for my granddaughter's coming over. So I'm going to have another cup of coffee and eat my breakfast. So
there you go.
Awesome.
I wanted to pop in and at least say hi. If I can make it on again later on this evening, I'll try to. But
I got to pee again. So you got to come back.
Well, I'll give you, it's 2:51, so I'll give you 12 hours.
Yeah.
And I'll pop on and try to release you.
There you go.
But yeah, if not, have fun with the rest of the show. And it was good talking to you guys.
Yeah.
All right, see you, John.
I'll talk to you, buddy.
All right.
Later, buddy.
Bye.
To that idea, though, what he was saying is after experiencing this room, where this is a small room, gives me not a new perspective, I guess, but a new way of thinking that for people that like you don't want it, you want a media room, right? But what if you are somebody like John that's like, there are times where I wish I had a dedicated room. You could do it if you had the means, you can do it smaller, right? You don't have to do both. Like maybe you do like the living room setup for everybody and you do something like what John has. And why not do both? Like take a smaller room in the house and give yourself that one seated screening room. And it wouldn't take $40,000 because it's smaller. Yeah. So you don't need the high powered equipment. You don't need all of this stuff. And you can give yourself an amazing experience in that private screening room where this is where I do my critical viewing. And then for everything else, you go out into your media room. Yeah. So you could have the best of both worlds in that way.
Well, and that's kind of what I have here. What my media room is upstairs is right behind me. Actually, the screen is on the other side of that cabinet behind me. But I don't watch as many movies up here because my television downstairs, 75 inches. That's a pretty good sized screen, especially when you're only sitting 10 to 12 feet away. And I've got a 6.1 system down there. It doesn't have Atmos, but in a room the size of my family room, it's plenty. Up here, I do have the Atmos. I've got the floor standing KEF speakers. I've got a huge subwoofer from Sue, and it will rock the walls. And you'd think I'd be up here a lot more, but it's so convenient to be down there. Go over, go to the refrigerator. I got a bar just in the next room over. So that's what ends up happening. And we watched the World Series last night. Had a bunch of people over. It was a big screen. If before we got this screen up here, the 75-inch down there, we'd be upstairs watching it because it's a 100-inch screen. So it's trying to have the best of both worlds. And we've seen like Steve's theater is not that big. It's what, and
it's a garage port, single garage port.
Yeah, so it could you don't need a huge room like you said. And so you could do the best of both actually.
Yeah, you could have a screening room and then you have your media room. So
I
went because I had the basement available and that's how I designed it. I'm having the media area. Like there's going to be like not a waiting area, but your lounge area outside the theater. So like for a Super Bowl or a World Series game or something, if you wanted to walk into the theater and watch it in there on the big screen, you can. If you want to come out and watch it on what would be a big screen out there will be a bar area there. And so you can mingle like that, but I could totally see somebody going in the other direction and doing a smaller version of the theater elsewhere.
Yeah.
And, like maybe instead of where I have my gym in the basement in a smaller room, you do a small theater there and make that whole big space that I have for those two, the theater and the, media area. You just make that one giant media area for everyone, a common area.
Yeah.
So you could do that. But at the end of the day, it's like, do what you want to do. And it's like, it's your experience. And I love the idea, like what you said, like once the lights go down and you're watching the movie, it's like, what does it matter what is around you? If you're enjoying the movie. I mean, yes, it does matter if you have walls and stuff if you're looking for, bass and you want that tactile feel, it's going to be, you need to pressurize a room, something like that. But, there's a ways around that too,
Well, think about what movie night meant in the 80s and 90s. It meant a VHS tape and a regular 4x3 TV. If you were lucky, you had one that was 30 inches, and that was your movie night. So even today, if you're still in your family room with a 70-inch TV, or even say 50-inch TV with a sound bar, it's a huge improvement over what it was like in the 70s and 80s. So
yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, we can do a lot of old man stuff. Old man get off my lawn stuff. and Chris Deering drops in with a Betamax t-shirt on. As we talk about old man stuff, VHS and everything.
It's so funny
Chris,
how's it going?
Good.
I didn't realize if I clicked the button it would just drop me right in, so
it doesn't. I brought you in.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So,
Okay.
so anybody else watching that's going to be on later, be ready because I'm just going to drop you in the room.
Yeah, same thing
Nice.
happened to me.
Yeah.
Next thing I know, I'm like, oh, wait a minute. I'm sitting here doing stuff in the room, and next thing I know, hey, Ara's here. I go, can I sit down and
Well,
get
it's
ready?
it's funny because I was saying this the other day on the show. One of the features they added, StreamYard added to this, is I can see on my screen, it comes right across my screen, like Chris Deering just dropped it. And I'm like, okay, so I click on that and I can add you right to the room. If I don't, you would be down below just because you'd be off the screen. Your little icon down below, like I had somebody on once and he had dropped into the room, but there's no alert that somebody dropped into the room and they were there for like 10 minutes before other people were like, they could see it on this. It was like, oh, John and Steve were like, are you going to bring, it was Shane, I think, Shane in. And I was like, I guess. I was like, is he here? And he's like, Shane comes on and he'd been there for 10 minutes. So I feel like, especially on a day like this, if I don't bring you right in, you get people doing this like, okay, I got a minute. And they walk away and you never know when to do it. So it's like, hey, we're all informal. We're having fun. So just make sure you get your pants on. That's all. Steve's where'd he go? Yeah. Checking in. Steve's this is my other co-host. Hi all, just checking in, turning into a busy day at the police stations. He's on call, he's a lawyer, so but he'll be on later.
What was it? It was Friday night last night, so you got to figure a lot of people out causing trouble.
Oh yeah, Halloween. What could go wrong? What you think he's busy today? No. Yeah. So
hopefully not, but
yeah. So how you doing, Chris?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing good. Trucking along here. 6 hours in.
I was going to say 24 hours is ambitious. So what's the thing here? Is this for something or is it just?
Yep. Movember.
It's because he's crazy.
It's it's for Movember, and it started 3 years ago. I played at the beginning of the show. Do you know Todd Anderson of AV Nirvana? Probably no. So he was on my show and we were just chatting away and he's like, do you think you could talk for 24 hours? And I was like, yep. Actually, let me see if I can pull it up. Here's the conversation. It's where we did it 6 hours ago when we opened the show. I brought it up. So let me see if I can pull it up again. It's pretty funny. All right. So let's see. I'll see if I can start it here. Let's see.
Hour.
Yeah.
And you can hit up your listeners.
Oh, here it is. Yeah, let me back it up.
I think, DJ, you should do a fundraiser where you do a 24-hour podcast.
I could do that. I could absolutely do that. I would. Oh, my God.
Insane. You could have a new guest on every hour.
Yep.
And you could hit up your listeners to.
What will we raise money for?
Children's Hospital.
Insomnia. So I'm either gonna talk for 24 hours and either cure your insomnia, you're gonna go right to sleep, or we'll donate enough money to get you cured.
Do you think you could talk for 24 hours?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. I almost did. Back when I. So
I think that I mean a good charity I've heard has been going around is Kaleidoscope for Kids. So it's, you're raising money to make sure that kids out there get Kaleidoscope systems at their houses and stuff like that. The quality of the video and everything like that. We want to make sure that they're not suffering through, streaming debacles and everything else and stuff. I'll put a link to it later on. Yeah. Most of the funds will go to me, but don't worry, I'll disperse them properly.
Yeah, everything after the overhead's taken care of all goes to the.
All goes to kids out there. Kids out there in need will be getting these. Yeah.
Yeah. So that was in March of 2023. And then we talked for months about like charity, how to do it, what to do. And between the two of us and everybody's busy and stuff and trying to organize it, we couldn't come up with it or couldn't just organize everything. And then I was like, I got to do this because we had talked about it and everything. So I picked this weekend and it happened to be the weekend we set the clocks back. This is in 2023. And it was like, all right, let's do 25 hours because we set the clocks back in the middle of the night. So it's 25 hours. And then doing that show, we still didn't know what charity we were doing it for when we did the first show. I had no idea. And then doing it, I had a couple of guests on that do their podcast is #dork. And this one of the co-hosts, Ryan Davey, he had been doing Movember for years at the time. And he's up to like 16 years now. So this was, he'd been doing it for 13 years. And this happened to be on November 4th. And he was one of the guests on the show. And he talked about, I was like, hey, tell me about Movember and how you started doing that. And he was like, oh, well, I started it back in, I think it was 09, I think, if I remember right, but 13 years earlier. So yeah, 09 or something. I think his uncle had passed away. I think it was from prostate cancer or whatever. So he started the whole Movember idea. And the anniversary date of his uncle's passing was November 4th. So he was on the show on the anniversary date, and we're talking about this. And then just the idea of it. And then there were some other guests that talked about a couple of the men's issues and stuff. And I was like, how do we not make this about Movember every year? It just worked out that way, just perfectly. So by the next morning when I was done, I was emailing and texting, Rich and Ryan from #dork. I go, well, we're doing this. The entire thing's for Movember, everything we raise, and we'll do it every year like that. So that's pretty much how it came about, and that's what we're doing now. So, yeah.
Hey, sorry to interrupt, BJ. The tree trimming guys just showed up, so I'm gonna mute and turn off my camera. But I'll come back to say a proper bye. So just give me a few minutes. I'll be back.
Good.
So I'm just
I'll drop you out. I'll see you when you come back.
Okay.
All right. There we go. So yeah. You've been traveling the last few years because I've talked to you like every year, and it's like you've been like, oh, I want to, but it's like you were busy.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're able to make it this year.
Yeah, it worked out. You picked a kind of a weird day for it. We've got some family stuff going on in Seattle today and stuff, but I was like, as long as I can do it in the morning, I can try and squeeze it in. So
thank you. Appreciate that. So finally got to meet you for the first time, standing next to you. I didn't even realize it at CEDIA this year.
Yeah, at CEDIA this year. Yeah. I haven't been to.
You and Travis, and I was like, I turned to Travis was on my right, and I'm like, we're waiting outside the JVC booth or whatever, and I look and I'm like, oh my God, how you doing? It's like, yep, didn't even realize who I was talking to.
Travis was just over here last weekend, shot a video. I don't think he's published it yet or anything like that, but another person that was there at the JVC thing, I don't know if you got a chance to meet him, was Mike Franks. He's the one that's just developed that new Hushbox system. He had a static display there at CEDIA over at the Dynamat booth. And then I think he also brought it over to the JVC booth because it's designed to work with, JVC projectors. They had sent him a unit so that, he can make sure that it works with those, but it'll work with other ones. And so we just installed one in the theater last weekend. Mike flew out. We installed that up last weekend, and then Travis came over and took some video of it and everything else. So that went really well. So that's the newest addition to the theater now is a Mike Franks custom designed Hushbox, and I'm pretty thrilled about it.
Now, how does that work? Does it have ventilation included and everything like that? Like, how does a Hushbox work? That's one of the biggest problems with the Hushbox, right?
Correct. So he actually has two versions of the Hushbox. So he has one that, so the one that we installed in my setup. Originally, I was going to have one where it's all self-contained, so that it would have its own ventilation system. So it has an intake fan on the back that draws air into the Hushbox. And then the projector sits inside the box, and then on the outside to the left and right are exhaust channels. So at the front of the box, there's like these little fans that pull air away from the projector, bring it into this channel, and then the channel vents out the back of the box or towards the sides. So that was what I was originally going to do. Mike, the more and more Mike and I talked, he told me about his newer, another version where you have a dedicated fan system for it. And I have above my theater room is my attic.
Okay.
So we ended up doing that. So in the one that I have now, the box is fully enclosed, and there's basically exhaust vents on the top towards the front where the exhaust of the JVC is, and then an intake vent on the back. And then in my attic system, we're running an AC Infinity fan with some silencers and things on it. So, and then I already had a grill in my ceiling in the theater just in front of the projector, because before I used to run a Panasonic, like a commercial bathroom fan that would turn on. It was triggered by the projector that would just try to pull air right there where the projector, the heat was usually coming from the front. So it just helped try to get a little bit of that hot air out of the room. So I disconnected that and used that as the intake, so that it's pulling the air from in the room into the back of the box to help with the projector, and then exhausts out from the front. So now it's so again, like when I first approached this, I looked at it as a hush box solution just for, being quiet. Everybody's just like, oh, I want a hush box. I want my projector quieter. But it's actually turned out to be quite a bit more than that. So yes, it's now, considerably quieter. I can run it at a higher fan, a higher laser level on mine, and it's still, barely even audible. You have to kind of get up right next to it with your ear, the way that we ended up installing it. But now there's absolutely no effect on the projector, on the room's climate from the projector. It's, fully isolated from the room, which was the major heat source of the room. So, during this time of year, not really a big deal. The room stays naturally pretty cool because it's cooler outside. But now, I in the past few days, I've been fighting a pretty nasty cold. So I've been spending a lot of time just relaxing and trying to take it easy. And I've just noticed that I've had the room on for 8-10 hours. Even if I'm not in there, I've had the projector on and stuff like that. I've been like, bouncing in and out of the room. And the room temperature, I have a little thermometer in there, has never changed more than a degree. And it isn't because of my HVAC system, because it's the temperature the room is at is well in between my high and low for turning on anything, and it just stays there. So that's been great. The other nice thing is that the projector sits on a leveling plate inside there. So trying to do any kind of fine adjustment to the projector is way easier than doing it with a mount. You're just using like an Allen key at the bottom to level it and adjust it and everything like that. It makes it so if you're trying to do any kind of adjustment on the projector at all, there's absolutely no shake, no bounce. Like every time you're messing with a mount and trying to move it, it's always shaking a little bit. So you're like, oh, I think that's right. And then you tighten up the screw, and then it moves it a little bit because you tighten the screw and stuff like that. All of that goes away. So that was another really nice bonus. Again, like the stability of the projector goes, way up and stuff, and fine adjustments are made easier without any kind of weird, like, oh, I got to compensate for this and that. And then we ended up velvet lining the box on the outside. So now it just disappears onto the ceiling because the rest of that area is all like really, really black. So even if you're sitting below it and you look up, you can't even tell it's there. So
that's awesome.
Yeah. So it ended up being, again, I got into it, for the idea of like just taking the noise out, and then all these other factors that I really hadn't considered ended up coming into play. And it really turned out to be, it's rare that you bring something in and you're like, oh, I got it for this, but then man, it was great for this and that and that and that and stuff like that. So
yeah.
So it went really well.
That's cool. The complication of those things is so, it's like you said, I got it for this, or you think like, I want a hush box because I want this to be quieter. But as soon as you started explaining it, it's like, so we have a ventilation here and a ventilation here. It's like, so you're basically doing what the box of the projector already did, right? So like,
in a way, yeah.
But you got to do it quiet. So you're putting a box around the box that has the ventilation to get the box. If you don't do it right, it's going to sound exactly the same.
Exactly. Yes.
So, and you're trying to pull in some fresh air, air from outside, but there's so many, and that's why they're so expensive. That's why they're so hard to do, because otherwise you're just making a bigger box.
Yeah. And most of the hush boxes I've seen in the past, a lot of them are like, oh, I brought in a local contractor and we made a box, and it'll have a bunch of fans on it, usually some kind of controller. They're big and things like this. This is a really nice looking box. It's designed specifically for this. Like I said, JVC, cinema projector, but he can make them for any other brand. Again, each box is made to order. And at least with mine, again, I did the system where you have to install an AC infinity fan and stuff. Mike's done enough of these already that he knows exactly, the parts that are needed. So it is as close to a turnkey system as possible. You have the plate that mounts to the ceiling is just a plate that you would just cut, the holes up through it and through your ceiling. That would actually be the hardest part, would just be, you put the plate on the ceiling, which isn't that hard. He has all these like mounting holes and stuff, but then you have to cut, through with like a hole saw, through the plate and through the ceiling. So you just want to make sure you're not hitting like a stud or something, a joist. But after that, like he sent me, okay, here's the fan, here's the, the collars that go through, here's the flexible ducting, all of it, and it's all, I mean, the fan's only like the size of like maybe a little bit bigger than a football and everything. And from there on, I mean, it probably, you're looking at maybe 30 minutes worth of labor. The hardest thing is just like, where do we want to mount it? I did it to some trusses that were up in because I have an open air attic. Now, obviously, if your theater, it's a floor above you with like, you're in a basement and it's at the, your kitchen above you. You'd have to look at other options of trying to get that, the vents to it, or what, if you wanted it completely self-contained like that. But again, he does have a model where it can pull air from the room and exhaust air out into the room, where you don't get the climate benefit of it. And that one would be just where you just put the mounting plate up, put the box up, screw the box into the mounting plate, and you're pretty much done at that point. So
his fans are quieter than the way he designed it. It's all quieter than the fans because that's what the noise.
It is, because they're a lot more. Exactly. Yeah, they're more efficient. So I've been in a room that has one of those. John Sherman out in Colorado from the screening room has one of those, and yeah, with that it's still cut down. You're looking at like if you were running at, let's say, like mid laser, you would be as quiet or a little quieter than low laser. So you're always at least one laser level down, because again, there is some fans, but you can run them really, really slow because again, they have more CFM and they're quieter than a normal one. So
there's Travis.
Travis cut in. Yeah. So he's going to have some stuff about. And it's interesting is when Travis came out and was in the room, we had just got done. Like, we had done some other stuff in the room. We had to move a bunch of stuff. So he had done some, he was there for a little bit after we got the box up and running. So the normal boxes on the front plate, like where the lens is, have a port glass. So it's professional port glass, with an angled, piece of glass and stuff. So it completely seals off the front, so you can't hear anything coming from the projector. Now, I can't do that because I use an anamorphic lens. So Mike has a thing where, like, if you have a anamorphic lens like I do, he actually builds a custom steel, like, piece that comes out that you mount the lens to that, so you don't have to use Panamorph's lens mount for it. It's all built incorporated into the box. But that makes it where, because that sticks out the front, there's like a hole for the lens and there's a seal around it and stuff like that. But what we noticed with the JVCs is that there's still noise coming out from around the lens, because if you look at the lens itself has like an area with like a grommet, so that when you're using lens shift, it has some some area to move around. So we ended up finding a way to eliminate that noise in mine as well afterward. So we did some things to modify that to make it where there's pretty much no noise. At the lens, we cut it down by like 10 dB. So it made a huge difference there as well. So normally people wouldn't have that because there would be a port glass, but in mine there was that. But we figured out a way to eliminate that. And Travis wasn't there when we even eliminated that, so he didn't get to see the full effect of it when it was finally absolutely done. So
Travis is at home right now going, great, I got to do an updated video now too.
Well, Travis is, he's a little jod. He has to take a ferry over to come see me and stuff like that, but he knows he's welcome anytime. So
yeah, it's but the idea of the hush box though. It's funny. We were talking earlier today about I think it was today. Maybe it was another show I did. I don't know. But it was about noise floor. Right?
Yeah.
And eliminating the noise floor in your room and how important that is for
slippery slope.
What do you mean?
Well, it's like anything else. Again, I'll take this actually back to the job I was before. So before, my full, deep dive AV is my full-time job now, calibrating, consulting and stuff. Not that long ago, my full-time job was an acoustics engineer for the government working on the submarine acoustic program. And I worked in structure borne vibration noise. So I was trying to eliminate noise sources from getting out of the submarine by, isolating them vibrationally, so different, because that's
noise
where most, yes. No. So if you think about what's going to make noise on a submarine, it's going to be all the systems that make the submarine work, the pumps, the motors, the machines, things like that.
Oh,
so a lot of the
home theater in the back.
No. So a lot of that is vibrational. Like that. The machine is sitting there. Stuff, and you set it on metal. Most things in a submarine are metal. It's going to transmit its way out and get out. So we use things like mounts and things like that to try to isolate that vibration. There's other things. There's airborne noise as well and stuff. So what you find as you're trying to make something quieter and quieter, and again, in this case was, submarines or something like that, but this would apply to anything. As you get quieter and quieter, so let's say your noise floor is right here, and you have, you can hear the, whatever the noise floor of the room is, because of just like that background little hiss that you always hear. But then I also hear some guy's lawnmower across the streets peeking out. And, I can hear, whatever, there's all these little things that are peaking above your noise floor. So you're like, I want to get my noise floor lower. So the first thing you do something, let's say you're like a home theater guy and you're like, oh, I want to do double drywall or whatever. So now your noise floor is here. But the thing is when it was here there was maybe like 3, 4, 5 things that you heard that exceeded your noise floor, depending on where that was. Now, if your noise floor is down here, there could be 10 other things that you weren't hearing because they were lower than your noise floor was. So as soon as you drop it now, like, whoa, what's all this other stuff, And then if you drop it even lower than that, like, oh my God, what's all this other stuff? So it becomes a slight slippery slope. The same thing happens when you start making a room dark. Like they always talk about like, oh, in home theater, you want your room as dark as possible and stuff. So I'm going to velvet line my whole entire room. So as soon as you start doing that, you realize that like there's things in your room that you never would have noticed before. Like, why am I seeing a little bit of light on the bottom right of my screen? Oh, it turns out that there's on the back of something in a rack in the back has a little flicky light on the back of it that now has just enough because everything else is so low that everything, becomes like a thing like, oh my God, what is that? Where's that coming from? I always tell people when they do that a great way to find out if you've eliminated light in your room is turn your projector off or, in a projection system, turn your projector off, but turn everything else on that you normally use, your amps, your processor, your players, all that. Sit in your main seat in with all your lights off, your projector is off, all you have is everything else on, and then sit there for a good 10, 15 minutes, give your eyes a ton of time to acclimate. You should never see the screen on your wall. If you have a screen out in front of you and you can even make it out, something in that room is putting light on that screen, which is thereby affecting, the noise floor in terms of light of that room. But audio is really hard because again, like just to get it down so much. And, the common way to do that is, I'm going to, staggered studs, double drywall, green glue, hat channels, isolation clips and everything. And that works great, when you're trying to eliminate noise from getting into the room or noise in the room from getting out. The only problem with that is the acoustics of that. As soon as you isolate a room that much, every acoustic problem you have in the room, from modes, nodes, anything like that, are now amplified to the extreme because all of that pressure, all of the sound pressure in the room, which is what causes room modes and stuff when we start talking about, oh, why is my bass really high here, really low here, really high here, those things, standing waves, all that. If you don't have any way for that pressure in the room to get out, everything is taken higher. So all your acoustic problems are amplified, not stuff like that. But obviously, if you have a room where you're not isolating that, but that pressure has a way of naturally getting out because drywall is only going to take so much away. Natural insulation that you have, normal insulation only takes it so far away. Your room, your modes and stuff aren't going to be as extreme. You'll still have them to a point, at certain frequencies and stuff like that. But then you might have noise. So like my room isn't acoustically isolated from around it, but I live in a really kind of isolated neighborhood where it's rare. Every once in a while a car goes by, but we're not in a pass through area where like cars will randomly be around here because there's no throughfare or anything like that. So most of the time you just don't really hear anything, and I don't really care about noise in the house because if I'm in the theater, that's where I'm at. My kids are at school or whatever, and but like we don't try to isolate it and stuff like that. So my acoustic issues aren't as high. But if there is something going on, like my neighbor next door decides to mow his lawn or something like that, I would be able to hear it. But it's so infrequent compared to like, oh, okay, I'm going to go ahead and spend thousands upon thousands of dollars to try to completely isolate this room. So
yeah.
Can I ask a question? Because there's, like you said, it's a slippery slope. That's a lot of money people would spend to get to that level. Whereas
absolutely,
I guess if you're watching during the daytime and somebody's mowing the lawn, that's an issue. But at nighttime, nobody's mowing their lawn. So I come to it from a very practical point of view. And sometimes I would say it's better for me to spend my money elsewhere than to completely isolate my room. I get put up sound panels and do the best you can, but maybe it's better to spend a little more money on image quality or even a better subwoofer or something along those lines, and then do the best you can with equalization to get rid of any of those audio artifacts.
Yeah, well, that's actually two different things. So, like, if you go into my theater room, there are acoustic panels in there that are helping with the acoustics of the room in
Yeah.
terms of, the modal response or, the reflectivity of the room and stuff like that. That's completely different than isolating a room acoustically. So they are really two things. If you're trying to,
No, I understand that. What
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
saying is
So
you
some
can spend
people
your
think they're
money
like,
one
oh,
place.
you have. Absolutely. Yeah. So you have to make that decision for yourself. So some people will be like, I'm not worried about my neighbor cutting the lawn or whatever, I only watch at night. But people, again, everybody's situation is different. So if you live in a house where the house next to you is pretty close to you, and
Yeah.
like that it just happens to be that the room that is closest physically in their house to your theater is their bedroom, and you like to watch movies pretty loud, and the next
Yeah.
day your neighbor comes over and like, hey neighbor, how you doing?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't sleep good last night, and it was because it sounded like the War of the Worlds was going on outside and stuff like that. I'm lucky enough. I have a good relationship with all my neighbors, and I ask my neighbor, many times, hey, do you ever hear, because he knows that I this is what I do. I've got to know him over the years. I'm like, do you ever hear, my theater room? Because it goes pretty loud. And he's like, if you're playing it in the day and I happen to be outside in the front yard just for some random reason, and you're probably playing it pretty loud, I can make out that there's something going on there. He's like,
Yeah.
but we've never had a circumstance, in the house at night or anything where, we could hear it. But luckily his house, all of the rooms that they would stay in, their family room and the
On the other
bedrooms
side. Yeah.
are on the opposite side of the house from my house. And that actually is the same on the house on the other side of me, even though my theater's on, one side of the house, kind of thing like that. So I'm fortunate in that regard, but I totally agree with you. Everybody has to look at like, how much resources you have in terms, money or whatever, and go like, where are these best going to be spent? It sounds cool to do all that stuff. Maybe you'd want to do that. Maybe you have to do all that, and that has to be part of the budget. But yeah, if it's not something, and you can put that money into other areas that can improve the theater in other ways, and stuff like that for sure.
So, quick funny story. I lived in this house for 10 years, and I'd be outside every now and then, and I'd hear a thump, and I go, "Wow, somebody's really got their subwoofer going really loud." And I think it took me about 3 years to figure out that it was actually Camp Pendleton, and they were doing live ordnance.
Oh,
And
yeah,
Camp Pendleton is like 45, 50 miles south of me, and you would hear this low rumble that would sound like a neighbor if they had their subwoofer on. And then I realized, oh yeah, so that's kind of your point, where there's a lot of external things that you have to account for. But that pretty much, I only heard that when I was outside. It never really made it inside unless I had the windows open or something like that. So
Yeah, the one that I get, they recently built a huge Amazon distribution center in our area. It's a ways. It's probably like 20 minutes from me, but it's right next to a small airport. It's like a
yeah,
regional airport that's been there for as long as I've lived out here, almost 30 years. Um, but I just started noticing after that, like, man, we're getting so many more planes going over
yeah,
us. I'd
prime
hear it
air.
all the time. And I was like, I mean, it can't be, one of those things that it's a coincidence. I was like, well, I mean, it would probably make sense that they're bringing in, cargo for the distribution center instead of
Yeah,
trucks. But that actually in the last couple of months has cut down significantly, where I've noticed that like there's less planes going by. So I'm like, oh, is it, is the economy slowing down? I mean,
Oh man.
again, who knows?
yeah.
Is it a coincidence? I don't know, but it doesn't seem like it's like they built it. I started
That's
hearing planes all the time. Now I'm not. I mean, there's still Amazon trucks, all the time going up and down the road, but they're all electric, so I don't hear them. But
yeah.
I'm not hearing the planes nearly as
Economists are
much.
going to say, hey, somebody call Chris and ask him,
Yeah,
how's
how's
the
the economy
airplane
doing?
sound?
Well,
Oh,
it's been only like 2 planes this week.
Yeah. Well, how long
hey,
how
hey,
long has
DJ.
the airport been there, Chris?
Oh, it was there before I even moved out here, and I moved
Oh,
out
okay.
here in '95. Yeah, so but
Oh,
like I
okay.
said, when they put that center in there, I
Yeah,
was hearing planes like, like constantly. I was like, man, I'm hearing way more planes, especially at night. We'd be
yeah. That's why they
downstairs. I'm
put the
like,
center
another
there.
plane,
Exactly.
another plane, another
Yeah.
plane. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I don't
So
Hey,
it
know.
could.
Coincidence?
Well,
Conspiracy theory. Conspiracy theory.
but it could be
there's a
like the
lot of
slow time of year, and then it's going to pick up again at Christmas.
it probably will,
It
but
maybe. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard to say.
Yeah. People start
hey,
saving now
DJ,
because of Christmas. Go ahead.
I'm going to drop off, but I just wanted to tell your viewers that whoever wins the speakers, just you'll put me in touch with them, and then we'll get
Yep.
together and we'll put together a plan, and I'll build them their custom speakers. The only caveat is getting close to the holiday season, so we can make contact, and I'll probably order up the
Yeah.
stuff, but it probably won't get done till after the first of the year. But
Yeah.
actually, it's the contest winner is not going to be till the end of November, so that
Yeah. So we
timing
wouldn't know
fits
until this
perfectly.
first week of December who the contest winner
Okay,
is, and then we'll put
but
you in contact and stuff. So
yeah, so
yeah.
we'll get it all designed before the end of the year, and then I'll just start working on it the first of the year.
Perfect. Awesome. Thank you very much for that, Ira.
All right, guys, and then
Appreciate
send me the info, and I'll announce it on my show until the contest is over. Okay,
Sounds
guys,
good.
we'll see you. Good luck, DJ. And
Thanks.
if you need anybody to fill in, or just somebody canceled, just send me a text. I'll pop
If I'm
on.
sitting here by myself,
Yeah, I doubt that'll happen, but just in
no,
case, just
we're doing
let
good.
me know.
Thanks,
All right,
buddy.
talk to you later,
I'll
guys.
talk to you.
Bye.
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 Yeah, that's where did he go? Okay. Yeah, he's doing a set of speakers as one of our giveaways. He's going to build a set of bookshelf speakers. He does this out of custom, like he obviously custom, but he finds the wood. That's one of the things people will get to choose. Like he finds different woods, historical pieces of barn and stuff and then he gives you, if you buy a set of his speakers, he'll give you like the history of the wood that's in those speakers and stuff.
Oh, how
So
cool is that? Yeah.
yeah, it's really cool. It's like, I think he undersells himself, honestly, the craftsmanship that he puts into it and everything. And never mind the speaker quality, right? The sound quality is really, really, it's excellent, but it's the craftsmanship that he does. And I have a set that he gave me, but he'll sell them. And I'm like, you know, some for $400-500 for bookshelf speakers or something, and obviously people scoop them up. But I'm like, you could get so much more for these because they're one of a kind. And then the history of the wood and everything. And like he said, he's marrying part of history with technology and then art too. It's kind of cool. It's like,
it's very cool.
Yeah, it's a
yeah, instead of just doing the
hundreds of years old.
Yeah, instead of just doing the cut and dry, like, oh yeah, I just bought some MDF and stuff. Yeah, that's a really cool idea.
Yeah, it's really, really cool. So that was, like I said, I called him up and I'm like, hey, do you have a set that's like that you could donate and he's like, no, but I got one better for you. I'll build them. I was like, oh my God, that's even better. Like
nice.
You get to interact with them and stuff. So that's pretty cool.
Nice.
Yeah. And then
so did you see anything
what's that?
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was leading right into that. My other giveaway that I've already talked about is a trip to Cedia. So
okay.
I'm doing. Yeah, I'm gonna I'll take somebody to Cedia. So airfare and then one night in Denver next year.
That's cool. Yeah, that's an experience for somebody that hasn't gone. It's not what it was 10, 20 years ago when I was going back in the day, but it's still if you're an enthusiast and you've never been, it's always fun to get to see all the new toys and things like that. So.
Yeah.
So on that note, obviously seeing you at Cedia, was there anything that you walked out of there, you were like, oh, that might be the next thing? That's usually what it is. It's like that window shopping for, what's the next thing that's going to take a hit on my wallet?
Well, and you know what it is. I talked to you about it at the remember, and I was like, oh yeah, and I'd already told my listeners when I did a live show from there, and I was like, this is coming to us, and I was so excited about that Christie projector and the black levels that you can get out of that. And like you said earlier, you were talking about like turn off your projector and just let the room be dark, because even a projector, when it's on, they might not be showing anything, but the screen has still got something on it, right?
Absolutely.
With that Christie, there's nothing.
So you were talking about the Eclipse?
The big Christie that had in the sound room 7, and it had, it was black, like almost like dead black screen.
Okay.
It wasn't perfect.
So the podcast must be doing pretty well, because I think last time I looked at
what I said. No, and this is where you kind of like you poo-pooed what I was saying. No, I can't afford a Christie. But what I was saying is this is technology that could be that's going to be coming to us in like 5-10 years.
It's not.
You're shaking. Yeah.
No.
And you explained it to me. You're like, no, that can't be dumbed down. You can't.
It technically could, to a degree, but like, yeah, it would be insanely expensive and cost prohibitive and stuff like that, because again, they have to have a return on an investment and stuff like that. But yeah, it's a very particular case for what they're doing, which is an inline imaging system and stuff like that. So just to put this in, again, like this isn't something I'm just saying like, oh, yeah, they have it, but stuff. So God, it has to be maybe 20 years ago. So, a little while back. I went up with some friends of mine to Canada, up to Vancouver, to a company called Brightside. Brightside, for people that don't know who Brightside is, Brightside were the creators of what eventually ended up becoming the Dolby the Pulsar mastering monitors. They were kind of like the founders of HDR as we know it. So when we went up there, they had these, I think they were Westinghouse LCD panels that were there. So they had bought some Westinghouse LED backlit crappy LCD TVs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they were the first ones to do contrast arrays. So they did a new backlight system that was zoned, that could be completely turned off. Where, the backlight that was on these before was just, static tube that, like you used to always get. And you were relying on the LCD panel to do the contrast and stuff, because it's just a always on backlight, right? And so they were showing us that, like, hey, if you do these zones, so this is before, like, you think about now, like, they talk about LED TVs and, our LED TV has 400 zones, ours has 1,000, ours has, this was all before that, right? So, and they were showing these two displays where they were identical displays with a different backlight that was controlled and how much difference that made in contrast. And they were talking about the fact that like you have all this light that's not being used because SDR is mastered to 100 nits, but if you had more, you were using more of the extra light you had while also getting literally like perfect blacks because you were turning off the light source. Now you're getting a completely different thing. And even in a side by side, it was incredible. So they ended up making one of the first backlight TVs, and I think Sim 2 actually was the ones that released that. And then Dolby ended up buying the company. And those TVs that they were making ended up later being turned into, what is called the Dolby Pulsar, which doesn't really exist anymore. But that's what almost all of the first few years of Dolby Vision titles were always mastered on a Pulsar, which is why when you see the metadata in HDR, it always says 4,000 nits peak white. That's because it was mastered on a Pulsar. Anything that says that, Dolby Pulsar and stuff.
Oh, wow.
Now there's a Sony BVN, I think, that does 4,000 nits because they don't do pulsars anymore. So yeah, in the early days, it was either done at 1,000 nits or 4,000 nits. If it was 4,000 nits, which was pretty much all Dolby content, it was done on a pulsar. So Dolby bought that technology and and has done stuff over. So the Dolby. So when I was out there and talking to their engineer, I was like, it'd be really interesting to do this, with a projection system, and how could we do that, stuff like that. So we said, actually, it would be fairly simple if you thought about it. So let's take. I'm going to bring up my little calculator. You guys can't see it here, but let's just run some numbers. Okay, so right now, if I have a standard DLP projector, right? Let's just say it's a 4K DLP projector. Most of the DLP projectors out there use the same chip. It's their little chip, and let's say that has a sequential full dynamic range capability of 2,000 to 1. So we'll put 2,000 in our little calculator here, right? That's its capability. So a JVC, let's say on the low side does like 25,000 to 1. An Epson LCD technology does around 5,000 to 1. Sony SXRD, can do, somewhere in the low teens, but we could even, we could make it like 15,000 to 1. But we'll use a DLP for this, right? Because the DLP is usually the lowest overall dynamic range. So our chip, we're going to start off with 2,000 to 1. So remember, they're using a zone-based contrast system, right? So, in those LCD displays, they're like, oh, we got all these, these little things, right? Okay, so what's the resolution of 720p? So it was 1280 by 720, right? So let's say that I now want to use an inline chip, like another imaging chip, just for contrast, right? So it's just another thing to do contrast. And I think about it in a zone, right? So if I have a cheap LCD, now we're going to use a cheap LCD thing that was like used 20 years ago in a projector. That's 1280 times 720. So I now have 921,600 zones that I can control individually for contrast. That's a lot of zones, right? Way more than you're seeing in like top of the line things like that. So you don't even need a high resolution panel for this, right? So we have now a zone-based system that is close to 1 million pixels, right? So now what do we say? We have 2,000 to 1 contrast. And let's say a cheap LCD from back in the day gives us 4,000 to 1 contrast, because LCD has always gotten a little more than that. Well, it's exponential, right? So 2,000 times 4,000 gives us a contrast ratio of 8 million to 1. So could you imagine if right now I said, hey, I have a projector that's 8 million to 1, full on and off, with a zone-based system that's almost 1 million pixels. So, and that's with like a cheap LCD that you can, probably buy for pennies on the dollar. Now, so the idea of doing a sequential contrast system, again, like this was the conversation 20 years ago. So 15 years ago, I had this conversation with the lead engineer at JVC saying, have you guys thought about doing this? And he's like, yeah, we've already done it. We actually have one in our lab down in California. So they stack 2 DILA chips. So like, let's do that math real quick, because, that would be really fun. 25,000 and this is again like native raw out times 25,000. They're looking at a contrast system with 625 million to 1 contrast. Yeah, so it's pretty good. So the problem is that DILA, so let's just take JVC for example. JVC, if you've noticed, like people say this in forums all the time as well. If I have a DLP projector, why is it that I can buy 3,000 lumen DLP projectors that are like these little business style projectors that are like, this big for $1,000, on Amazon or whatever, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they're so small, light, and cheap. Why is it that if I want to buy a JVC that's 3,000 lumens, why does it cost me, so much more money? Well, the problem is efficiency. So JVC, because of the DILA panel and how it works and how the contrast system on that works, is extremely low efficiency. So you're looking at less than half the light reflecting off of it coming back off of it. So your light engine, even if we took that into account, if I want to make 3,000 lumens of light on the output side and my efficiency is less than 50%, I need a light engine that can do, 7,000 lumens. Right. Where a DLP is a fully reflected. There is no, they don't do anything where the light hitting that chip, is being absorbed to try to increase contrast or anything else. They just push the light in a different direction and it goes into, I can't remember what they call it, but it's what's supposed to absorb that light, but it's not the chip itself. So efficiency on that chip is probably close to 100%. So their light engine is insanely efficient. So they don't have to have as much light to be able to do that. So a small light engine can light that up, and then you don't have to worry about the cooling involved and things like that because it's very efficient. So when they said, when I talked to JVC about this, 10, 15 years ago, they were like, yeah, we could do it and it's amazing. But the problem is that, the efficiency of our light engine it doesn't work. So we would have to have, an insanely large light engine to do that. Now here we are 15 years later, maybe they could come up with something, similar to what Christie does, where you can move the light engine out of the projector. This is something I actually talked to them about, 5 or 8 years ago. I happened to be down in California. I got to do a tour of their facility there, and they had a projector all ripped apart. And I said, have you guys ever thought about, going to laser modules as opposed to a laser engine inside of it? Where you could have, a module that's feeding the projector via like a fiber optic line and then feeding the light in there. One, it takes the heat source away from the projector, it takes a lot of that noise away from the projector, and it's scalable. You can build a chassis with with the chips and stuff in it, and then people just order the projector that they want. Like, do you want the 2,000 lumen version? You would get these modules. You want a 5,000 lumen version? You'd buy these modules. So you don't have to have as much of a scalable chassis. You have scalable, lasers. Christie does that already. Like if you look at an Eclipse, it has a laser rack where it's, pushing out that goes into fiber optics, but you have to have a chiller for that rack to cool the lasers and things like that. And that creates noise. So an Eclipse is really big and stuff like that. So that's the only way that it would work. You have to have, a system with the efficiencies for it. And you have to have a lot of light because even that Eclipse, like it has a ton of laser light sources in a rack that's in another area to be able to feed that, to be able to take into account how much light loss there is and stuff like that. So then when you start trying to scale that to stuff like an LCD or an SXRD or a DILA kind of projector, it just becomes where it'd be really hard to do. And even DLP, it becomes expensive. Look at how much a 3-chip DLP costs compared to a 1-chip. You know what I mean? Like the scale of economy doesn't make sense there. If I can buy 3 single chip DLP projectors for $5,000 off Amazon, you know what I mean? Like, why is it that a 3-chip, that I think the cheapest 3-chip projector since, DLP came on the scene is still over $100,000.
Yeah.
So, so it can't, people always go like, oh, it should be so easy. These parts are so cheap, and stuff like that. But it clearly isn't, or else it would have happened by now.
Well, it's the technology of getting them to work in conjunction. Like you said, you buy 3
exactly.
DLP projectors, single chip is literally a tenth of the cost of a 3-chip DLP projector, right? And it's like, but you're trying to get those 3 chips to work together. That's what you're paying for. And it's
I
like,
mean, maybe I don't really understand that argument either, because we have 3-chip LCD, we have 3-chip SXRD, we have 3-chip DILA. You know what I mean? Like it isn't like 3-chip solutions have been a problem for any other technology at obviously vastly different price points. So I don't really know what creates that issue. I don't know if it's just a barrier that they don't want to cross, because I mean, if we want to start talking about complexity, you know, tell me how a 3-chip, is more complex than, well, we have this chip over here and we have this spinning wheel with different colors on it and the light goes through it, and like we time that, like when it goes through that light, the chips will be right where it needs to be for that color, but then the next one, and then we have to do this fast enough that your eye can't see it. And so, I'm like, okay, yeah, no complexity there at all, so I don't understand it. Maybe somebody at some point can tell me, what it is. I mean, this is all on Texas Instruments, because DLP that's another thing, like costs and stuff that people talk about. Like DLP. If I today said I want to make Chris Deering DLP projectors, right? I mean, yes, there's R&D involved with that, but I mean, a lot of these projectors are based on an OEM light engine, and Texas Instrument makes the chip and the controller and everything else. I don't have to figure out, like, how does a DLP chip work and how am I going to integrate it in. I could literally buy a projector, and then the only thing I build is like the software around it, like the way I want my logo to look, and maybe some algorithms and stuff like that for video processing. So, I mean, yes, there's work involved, but I'm not doing R&D on, like, how do I make this DLP chip better, because you just get the chip you get. Right. So, where if you look at like Epson with LCD, those LCD panels are designed and developed by Epson, like even back in the day when people were buying, when Panasonic was doing it and Sony was doing it, they were usually using Epson LCD panels. So, they have R&D and costs associated with making those chips. Sony with SXRD, JVC with DILA, and they're not third partying them either. Like JVC isn't making DILA chips and saying, like, yeah, you can buy them and put them in our projector, but like, there's 10 other brands that are buying them from us where we're making revenue from that. There is no other DILA chips. There's no other projectors using SXRD. And really now I can't think of any others that are using LCD. Epson does, but back in the day, like Sony had them, Panasonic had them. There used to be quite a bit of LCD projectors out there. JVC has a DLP projector in their, like, that little entry model and stuff. But I mean, you look at Texas Instruments and DLP, I mean, you go on Amazon, there's like 1,000 brands using those chips. So they're making their money off of that, but it also cuts down the costs for a company, because they don't have to do like all of that. They just like, oh, there's a new chip. How can we make that work with our new line? And stuff like that. So again, I'm not saying that they don't have costs, but like it's a completely different animal than the other one. So
could be the exclusivity. They market it that way, right? Like this is the higher quality. It is a cost to that. It might not actually be because of the cost of the chips or whatever, but it's like, hey, this is what you get for this. Otherwise, everybody would have it. And it's, where do they make their money for future R&D stuff? Stuff like that.
I mean, Texas Instruments probably makes it just because, again, there's so many different people using them for such a broad application. Home theater is just a small one. Business projectors, schools, churches. They're infinite. Amount of things, cinema, things like that. JVC, makes their money for R&D from the simulation market. So their biggest market for their projectors is flight simulators. They're the number one supplier of displays for simulators. So as long as that business continues to be good, we're reaping the rewards on the home theater side, because they're not making as many projectors. I mean, that's where it's a trickle down a system to home theater. Sony has SXRD. I'm not sure. That's always been in house, and so that might be the reason that we don't quite see as much, new development out of Sony as we do out of JVC. Like JVC will literally be like, this is the new generation chip, every other year or whatever, where Sony, doesn't typically do that. they're usually moving around like the hardware around it or the software that controls those panels and stuff. So,
Look who
but yeah,
dropped in.
no Eclipse for $5,000. It's going to be expensive for a long time.
No, but one of the things you said a few minutes ago that was intriguing is that we went this way with our speaker systems. We have subwoofers now, infrasonics, and you have your mid-range. Look at automotive audio. You can go to a tweeter. You can do this, separate that out. Chris, do you think there would be a day where you can do that with your projector system to the degree? Like we're already doing it to a degree now, where you have an outboard video processor. Like a Lumagen or a Mad VR. It's like, what about like exactly like you just said? Is there a way? Do you think they would ever explore that to make it for the I think that would make it better for installers, for even the DIY guy. Like, okay, I can put my light source here, but the brains of it are going to be over here. And is that possible?
There are some companies already doing that. Sim2 has some projectors like that. Barco has, like if you go to, different CDs to different booths. I think there was one year where I think it was Barco, but I know DPI does it where you can have the light sources in a different place and you can have they'll show oh, the projector's in your stud bay and it's vertical. And then we have a lens that looks like a periscope and stuff like that. So there's stuff out there that does those kind of things. Again, it's more on the custom install, expensive, projectors that are made for that kind of stuff. You don't see it in the line of consumer home theater that we typically kind of float in, and stuff where everything's a little more straightforward. Because again, there's probably going to be performance hits for that. A lot of those projectors are really just, I mean, they have a level of performance that's acceptable to most people. And, they're usually looking at brightness, I want ease of installation and something that can light up, a really big screen. Because again, you have to remember there's a difference between the level of performance required for the general consumer versus the, the super, twitchy enthusiast and stuff like that. We hit that level a long time ago, which is why streaming is more than good enough for the vast majority of people. Sound bars are good enough for the vast majority of people and stuff like that. So to want to invest in making technology better and better for this tiny segment of the market, you have to see a pretty good ROI on that and stuff. And that's why they become so picky on well, why haven't they done this? And I'm like, well, that's probably really hard to do. And if you're going to spend the money to do it, you have to assume that you're going to get a good ROI on it. But is there enough market for people that want that specific thing to give you that ROI? And these are things I just think a lot of people just don't really think about, why they haven't done that yet? It seems so easy and stuff like that. And I'm like, well, if it isn't there, it's not easy. And if it isn't easy, it's expensive. And the amount of people asking for this has to be enough to justify, JVC, well, we could do that. They keep asking for that, guys. Are we going to give them that? Okay, well, how many more people are going to buy a JVC product next year if we launch that compared to how much it's going to cost us to do it? I'm not a business guy or anything like that, but I assume that those are the questions that have to be met. Yeah, there's guys in the forum saying they really want this feature. Guys, are we going to do this for them?
Right.
Well, if we did that, it would cost, the amount of time it would take us to do that is, X, and now that's cost is this. Okay, well, how many more people are going to buy this? Well, we're thinking maybe 20.
Right. That's what I was just going to say. We got 6 people knocking at the door. They want this, but we've sold 1 million pieces that everybody loves. So what are we going to do here? And
exactly.
Don't get me wrong. I'm one of those 6, right? We're the minority, and you're like, I really want them to do this, but you got to understand the practicality of it, the business side of it. And it's that they're not here. None of these companies are here to be just for us. They're trying to
make a profit. They're trying to make money.
But they have to stay in business so that we can buy future stuff. If everybody ran stuff the way I do, they're all out of business. They all gave it all away, and they were like, but Travis really liked it, so I spent 3 years making it and got nothing out of it. Or it's like Paul earlier. It's sad, but he made that movie and was on earlier. He makes this movie about the Holocaust survivor, and it's like he couldn't get paid for it, but it was just the way it fell, it turned into a labor of love, and he loves that he did it. But that's why we do what we do. We do it because we love it. These companies probably founded because they love it, but now they have to keep the company going. They got to make money, and it's, people think it's evil, but it's really, without it, it's not there. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, you know that, Chris, one of the first, when I first met you and we were talking on the show and you were like, I got offered to fly to India for all the money in the world. And you're like, no, I'm going to stay home because the time it would take you to go there, you're going to miss out on the people that are here, your base, the people that, you could have made all that money, but it might have hurt your base here because it'd be like, oh, he's gone again.
Well, I actually have a better
He's world renowned. He's all over the world, but I can't get him.
I actually have a better example. And this is one that, when I started my business, the business I'm doing now, I never really thought about this kind of stuff. But so, my business is, obviously people know me as a calibrator, but I do a lot of consulting, and stuff where people are like, hey, I want to make, informed decisions on my theater or whatever, and hey, Chris seems to know what he's talking about. I'm going to enlist Chris for that. So that's why it says consulting. That's what I do.
Yeah.
Like if you want to have a talk about making good decisions before you start buying equipment, whatever, and stuff, I offer that. But I can't tell you how often I get people that email me, text me, whatever. Hey, Chris, I got a quick question for you. I've narrowed it down to these two screens, and I know it's going to be one of these two, but I really like to get your thoughts on it. Could you just tell me which one would be the better one to go with? So, most people think, it's pretty innocent. I get it. It's a quick question. It's taking, 5 seconds of my time, right? But I get these all the time.
Right.
Like my inbox is full of that, right? And again, I make money. You're asking me, because I know the answer. I am a resource that has that answer for you based on all the time I've spent testing, whatever. There's a reason you're asking me and not just asking my wife. Okay.
Right.
You know what I mean? So there's a value in that, even if even if that only takes me a second to do that, there's again. So if I just answer those all day long, because I could literally, like the sheer amount of those that I get a day, how much time am I now spending answering questions for people for no cost? Now, yes, there is a value to that because they're like, oh man, Chris always helps me out. Maybe the next time I want a service or whatever, I'll use him for that. I'll buy something from him. I'll use him for calibration. I get it. You know what I mean? Like you're building good faith. But again, like the sheer amount of that, now let's take that to a different business model. Let's say I go to McDonald's today and McDonald's has a cheeseburger for 75 cents. 75 cents. What's 75 cents? Like, I could probably find that in my couch sofas, my couch pillows, right? But if I walked into McDonald's all day, every day, being like, hey man, can I just have a cheeseburger? I mean, it's 75 cents. I mean, we're talking about McDonald's. You're a multi-billion-dollar company. Like, come on, man, just give me a cheeseburger.
Yeah.
And then the next guy is like, can I just get a cheeseburger? And then the next guy and the next guy, eventually at some point we're looking at this going like, why is McDonald's giving away cheeseburgers again? Like, aren't they actually in the business of selling cheeseburgers?
Right.
And stuff like that. Now, again, it is a little apples and oranges, but I talk to a lot of people that do what I do, and it's the exact same thing they say. Mm-hmm. They're like, the sheer amount of stuff that I get where people are just asking me all the time, hey man, just quick question. Hey, I'm thinking, hey, when are you going to come out to Florida for calibration? I'd really like to get on your schedule. Oh, I'll be out there in January. Okay. Hey, while I have you, a quick question, or something like that. And again, like, you don't want to feel like a jerk or whatever, and stuff like that. I try to be nice to clients and stuff like that, but like, it's always that.
Yeah.
And that, and that, and that, and that, and that. And that's hard because, I want to be the nice guy, it's like, oh, that's an easy question. Let me just give it to you, or whatever. But I also like start having to look at like, oh man, the economy's slowing down right now. Why is my Excel spreadsheet showing I'm not, keeping up with the Joneses and stuff like that, and stuff like that. So, oh, maybe if I was actually doing what I'm supposed to be doing and charging for, I would actually make a living, because this is not this isn't a business where like, money's pouring in and stuff like that. So, I mean, so yeah,
that's the thing. And again, like talking about 3D LP chips or these equipment that costs a lot of money. It's like, how long does it take to build that piece? So we got to price around that, right? Like we can only make so many of these a year. They're not originals, but you know what I mean? Like people don't understand that part. And you're also putting a value on your customer too. Because if you just answer everybody's question, it's like, what's the value? Oh, I got an answer from them. Yeah, so did I. So did everybody else. And it's like, it's your time. It's their time. And if you start putting a price to it, you'll get less coming in. But at least now you're getting the people that know the value of you instead of just looking for a quick, cheap answer.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah. It's also respect, again, like, understanding the value of that, and again, this could be spread out. I've probably had this conversation with Travis, and I know I've talked about it on other things when I've done lectures and stuff like that. The value of things, over the last 20 years, I feel is diminished. Again, like last weekend, great example. Mike Franks was over. We were doing all this. Travis came over, and then after Travis left, it was actually the first time that Mike got to sit down and like experience my theater system. And he was, he seemed to be really, really impressed with it. And I talked about like, when I was in my early 20s getting into home theater, we talked about like, Travis asked me a really good question. He's like, do you feel like home theater is dying? And I don't, like people love movies and things like that, but I think the route into home theater is dying. Like the ability to find out that this even exists is dying. We have this little like circle, echo chambers of forums where people are already kind of enthusiasts, but like unless you're already an enthusiast, like you wouldn't know that those things exist, right? But when I was young, when I was in my 20s getting into this, my early 20s, I could go to Seattle, I'm outside of Seattle, and there was a street in Seattle where literally, like, I could have spent the whole day going from shop to shop, and each of those shops had amazing demo spaces, like fully built theater rooms that were there for demonstration, where you walked in and you were like, oh my God, like, this is amazing. Oh, God, if only I could ever have this, right? And stuff where now, like, Mike's sitting in there, experiencing my room going like, holy crap, I've never
heard
experienced this or seen this, and he's been in a lot of rooms, but I'm like, but how does anybody in this area, unless they just know me and like, hey, Chris, can I come over and get a demo? They can't go to a shop near me and experience something like that. They can go to Best Buy and there's like, TVs on the wall, or maybe there's a Magnolia Experience Center that has a couch with something in a dark room, but it's not the same thing and stuff like that. But a lot of the reason for that is, again, not understanding the value of anything. So what happened is that when I was young and going to all those shops and I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. I knew at the time that if I wanted these things, I had to go to those shops and buy them, because then that company that decided to open that shop, build a reference theater in there for me to check out, or two or three, spent money to do that. They have a value in that I got to go in there and experience that to make an informed decision on what is possible and a place to buy that. What happened? Now we have e-commerce and everything else. So if I, Chris, tomorrow decided to open Deep Dive AV, your local home theater store, and build 3 reference rooms and all this stuff in there, 90% of the people going through those shops, they go in there and they're like, oh my God, this is amazing. What is he using? Oh, it's a JVC. Oh man, there's a Trinov over there. Then they go home and then they try to find a guy online that works out of his basement that'll sell them to him for pennies on the dollar. And then they wonder why 2 months later I can't afford to have my shop open anymore, because I could only give a 5 or a 10% discount on something, but guy online selling it for $50 over invoice because what's his cost? An email. Hey, can you, here's the order, ship it to that guy. So they didn't understand the value of having that store and that experience and those things that go along with it. They use it as a window shop so that they can buy it somewhere else. And then they wonder why, like, this hobby is dying. Well, because these people can't keep their lights on because we don't value what they're providing for us. We just look at it as like, hey, dude, thanks, man. That was awesome. Yeah. Hey, Babs, we need to get home and I got to find the guy that's going to sell that to me for pennies on the dollar. So again, it's not valuing what somebody's offering you in that. And I'm not saying everybody does this, but obviously enough does that. That's why we don't have local businesses anymore.
Right.
You know,
Yeah,
Walmart's not putting money into your local town. They're putting it into Walmart. So all those mom and pop shops that you would have bought those things for or whatever, they can't do it. It just doesn't work that way.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I have two kind of, not really counterpoints, but to the idea that, like you said, I don't think home theater is dying, but the idea of like those shops helping to get people into home theater.
Into home theater. Yeah.
Into
like
home theater.
Home theater. Yeah.
Like what we have, right? Well, when I started out, we didn't have home theater in the 80s. It wasn't, there were no shops, right? And it was, for me, it was the idea of like, how do I duplicate this? How do I duplicate the theater at my home? And you literally talk about Frankenstein. You literally made it up as you went along.
Absolutely. Been there.
Then exactly. And as things evolved, those shops started showing, the home theater got bigger, you know, and you could go to those places. I have to imagine that I've done this in other areas of my life. You ever have a problem and you be like, how do I solve this problem? I don't care what it is, right? Whatever it is in your house, and you're like, I can solve that. And then next thing you know, you're like, oh, somebody already invented this 20 years ago. And it's like, you just didn't know it existed because you'd never had that problem. But here I am, instead of just looking up how to solve this problem, I solved it myself and then find out thinking I'm a genius. No, this has been solved a long time ago. I got to imagine people are doing that with home theater now. They don't know it exists, but they're like me in the 80s where I wanted it. And then they go on and be like, oh my God, this already exists. Oh, I didn't know we could do it this way. So I think there'll always be, I mean, I don't think we're unicorns. I don't think people like us aren't going extinct, right? People like us will always exist, and then we'll problem solve our way around it. And how we get there is going to be a different avenue for everybody. So yes, it would be nice to have that, but we do have to support the locals. And I do that, like with the Denon I'm running right now in this room. I got it because I had a guy come to my house because I wanted to upgrade my speakers. And he came in and he looked around, and this was probably 6, 7, maybe 8 years ago, whatever, when Atmos first came out. And he's like, you don't need to upgrade your speakers. You need to upgrade your receiver. I had an Onkyo at the time, and he's like, get this Denon, blah, blah, blah. And it was a $2,500 receiver at the time. And I couldn't get it fast enough. He was going to order me one. And I was like, okay. And he was like, he was going to be in like 6 weeks. But I went on Amazon and I had it the next day.
One day click. Yep.
So I bought it, kept it. And when his showed up, I returned the Amazon one and I bought his because, and the Amazon one was like $100 cheaper, but he's the one that gave me the knowledge. He's the one that taught me. He's the one that showed me this, and for nothing, he came out for a free consultation for speakers, right? So there are ways around it where you can still have and you support the people like that. And it's like, I returned it to Amazon. They don't care, you know, but I returned his to Amazon and got my money back, but paid him and paid more for it. So there are ways to do it. But you have to be conscious of that. To your point, Chris, is like, these people are like trying to make a living doing what we all wish. I wish I could do this, make a living doing it, but
yeah. Well, hey, with that, I unfortunately have to bow out. I have to, like I said, I have a bunch of stuff going on in Seattle today. So thank you so much, DJ, for having me. Reach out anytime you want to have another chat.
Thanks,
and I'm
Chris.
sure Travis will have great things to say over the next hour.
Yep.
Great to see you, Travis.
There we go.
You too.
Thanks,
And,
Chris. Appreciate your time. And thank you for not charging me for all those minutes.
No problem. You guys have a great one.
Later, buddy.
Thank you, Chris.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Travis, I've never seen you sit still and be quiet for that long.
Right? I couldn't find a place to come in. No, it's funny. Chris talks about, all the people hitting him up with text message. You and I are just as guilty as anyone else. And we get it.
Yeah.
I year and a half ago was texting him back and forth about lenses and new projectors and stuff before I got the JVC. But yeah, I think everyone in this chat right now understands that, because we're the ones that people come to when they're looking to buy a new TV or a new soundbar or DVD player or whatever it might be. And everyone asks us those questions. And now imagine that's your career, and they're just asking you to do it for free. It just makes tons of sense.
Yeah. I try to explain to people all the time, friends, family, they're like, why don't you do this for a living? And it's so hard to do, right? And it's this day and age, it's like to make it, do it for a living. And it's like, I mean, you have a lot of knowledge. I have a lot of knowledge. I don't have Chris's knowledge, right? I mean, the guy's designing how to quiet a submarine. Like his knowledge of sound is amazing. And actually all of that plays out into our theaters, right? It's comparable. It's very, and it's hard for him to make money at doing this, right? And it's like, yeah, are there people out there? And it's like, I've been wanting to do this for 30 years and be a consultant to the DIY guy or something like that. And it's like, it's a good idea, but I think this is the better route here, especially for me. It's like, what's good about this is I get questions, not to the degree that Chris gets them, but I get them. But instead of answering them directly, I put them into the show. Yeah. And then it's like, oh, I got this, and sometimes I don't even mention, I forget, where did I hear this question or whatever. But, but that is one of the nice things about the internet is like, you can have all of these questions answered and you get multiple answers, some good, some bad. And it's up for you to decide which one is correct.
Yeah. I mean, I love YouTube in that I can fix my washing machine if all of a sudden it's not emptying like it should. I can fix that by Googling model number not draining. And you can find someone who will find multiple people who will walk you through step by step how to fix it, how to treat first order reflections, how to where should I mount my Atmos speakers. There's so much great information on there if you don't have enough of a base understanding of what's right
applicable
and what's BS
to you.
And that too. Yeah. There's also a lot of wrong information on YouTube as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of flat out wrong information, but I think it's more of like, it's not wrong, just it's not right for you.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Like, it's like somebody saying like this thing, you need a light cannon. That's the famous one. Or, no, maybe not, something like that. So it's, it's no one, and that's difficult for the newer person coming in. You don't know what you don't know. And you're like, you get latched on to it. It all makes sense. Right. It's like, and that's why I would never say that they're wrong necessarily. Like you can even get into like, do you need, what were the cable lifters or whatever, and they'll put science behind it, like we were talking about with Brent the other day, Brent and Dennis, and like, do you need cable lifters, do you need this, and they'll tell you all the science behind it and how it makes sense, and this is, you want to isolate and all that, and it's like, oh, that makes sense, okay, and it's like, yeah, but does it matter? Does it really matter at the end of the day?
Sure. You can measure the difference? Okay, great. Can you hear the difference?
Right. You can measure a lot of things, but
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you can measure the level of I gotta raise my table here and stand up for a minute for a little bit. I've been sitting for a while. So here we go, up and down we go. Yeah, that's where measurements get into trouble. I think they can cause more harm than good. Like you it's like look at the difference here, and you can make a measurement and give you the numbers and look at how great a difference this is. And then, but they leave out the part where for you to perceive a difference, and then they leave those numbers out.
Yep.
Right. Whether it's visually or audibly, it's like, okay, so look at the difference here. And it might be a factor of like 10 increments. Right. But to hear an audible difference in the same thing, it's like 200.
Yep.
So if it fluctuated by 10, whatever you're going to call it, whatever the item is, right? And we're like, but they leave that part out. So they're correct, but it's just not applicable.
Yeah.
That's all. Oh, we got dogs barking. Here we go.
All hell's breaking loose over there.
The
screen went dark. The
screen goes dark. Dogs are barking. Pets' heads are falling off. Stuff's gonna happen in the 24 hours here.
Yeah.
So
how's it going so far?
Great. I just looked up. I'm like, I'm actually coming up to, we got to do our changeover. So hopefully you can stick around, because I already told you can stick around for a bit, but we'll do a changeover in about 45 minutes at 8 hours, and we'll change over to the next stream. But yeah, you look back and it's like, we're almost done with the first third of this, and it's fun. It was funny you dropping in right when he was talking about. I didn't get to put your comment of that. I didn't know there was going to be math, but oh my god, I love that stuff. I love that stuff when you start getting into the nitty gritty and stuff like that. And only here can you get a bunch of people watching that are all like, keep going with the numbers, keep going, Chris, keep going, And everybody has significant others gather around going, what the hell are you watching?
Mm-hmm.
You find this interesting? Yep.
Yeah, I my eyes tend to gloss over about halfway through before halfway through those conversations. I'm like, well, what does it look like? Show me what that looks like. What's the visible difference between 300 million to 1 contrast ratio and 300,000 to 1? What's the visual difference in that? Even nits on my screen. It's odd to think. All right, so this is my second NZ700. I had the first replaced due to a dust blob, and the first one was measuring at like 86 nits after Chris calibrated it, which wasn't what I wanted, but it was better than where I was with like 60 nits on my old projector. Swap it out, put in the new one, and uncalibrated, it measured like 127 nits on my screen, which was great. And it was a noticeable improvement over the 80 some nits from the previous NZ700. And then he came and calibrated it, and the new one measures, I think 96 nits, which is much more in line what I was expecting. But the drop from that calibration was really not all that noticeable. It just looked better. It looked more accurate. Yeah. It didn't seem darker, even though basically, from the first NZ700 calibrated to the new NZ700 not calibrated, the calibrated version is now right in the middle, but that difference almost imperceivable to my eye in terms of brightness. So again, measurements, not all they're cracked up to be.
Well, that's the thing that's the other part is your brightest bright is only going to be, but how much is going to be the brightest bright on the screen?
Yeah.
Right. It's like if your floor being black is the same, and this projector doesn't exactly get to the brightest bright, how much of that is perceived,
right?
Where you're going to be able to say on that one shot of the sun in this movie and this scene is like, oh my God, that's so much more. And it's like, it's not that great of a dip. When you're in a light controlled room, it's not as great of a deal. It's not a great of a difference.
And it's not like in real world content, you're seeing a screen that's 70%, peak brightness throughout the movie. The big difference is in those midtones more than anything when you're talking about that extra 30 nits at the top of capability. So it's just an improved picture. It doesn't necessarily look brighter. Those little specular highlights are going to be able to hit that brighter point, but it's not like you're just sitting there watching 96 nits.
Yeah, you're not looking at a floodlight hit you in the face every time.
At that scale.
Yeah, and it's like people have said this to me, talking about the difference, JVC and Sony, and obviously the black levels on a Sony aren't as great as on a JVC, but then there's the brightness and this and that, and I'm like, there were times with I remember watching Die Hard. The first year I had the Lumigen, where it's actually now you're getting, okay, we're going to give you all the brightness that you can handle. Everything's everything's tone mapped correctly to the frame. Mm-hmm. So there were times where like a flashlight would come across, and my son and I went like that. We'd be like, oh, like it would feel like the flashlight went into my eyes in the room. And that's more of, to me, is what the HDR, the contrast ratio, it's all on how the processor can get both going at the same time. And yeah, I've experienced the JVCs. I had my Sony, and are the JVCs deeper? Yeah, but in black level. But driving from a JVC demonstration and then back home, it's like, is there a yeah, it's there, but it's not like I'm like, oh my God, I gotta throw this out and run out and get this. And it's like, I mean, it's again, the perceivable level that you're talking about here. Now, where the difference was is before I had the Lumagen in line. Yeah, the JVC has tone mapping, or you have a JVC with a Lumagen in line, and I have nothing in the Sony at the time. You're like, no, it's not even close, because now your black level isn't as great because the way the Sony's processing was, it could only do one or the other, and it would, you know, the image gets compromised is the best way to put it.
Yep.
Whereas the JVC with their tone mapping, their image wasn't as compromised at times, and they had a better black level.
Yep.
So there's so many factors going into the imagery, especially when you're talking about a projector system.
Yeah.
You know, but
yeah, I definitely, you know, everyone's going to have their preferences, but like Chris will tell you too, if you gave me the top of the line Sony and the top of the line JVC and a Lumagen to calibrate it, I could live with either one. But when it's your choice, we have preferences. There are little differences, motion handling, black level, things like that, that one, you know, it's a preference thing, and everyone is entitled to their own opinion. You like Sony's, I like the JVC look. And I'm sure at the end of the day, either one of us, A, we're enjoying our theaters, but B, you know, like you said, driving home, can you tell the difference? Yeah, maybe.
No.
You know, it's like
I can, but most people couldn't.
Right.
And the funny thing is everybody, like you said, like I like a Sony. No, I went with what my calibrator, Jim. I was like, I begged for a JVC, begged for years. I wanted the JVC. I was dying for those black levels because I had a Vivitech 5085, I think it was, something like that. And it was like, I think that was a DLP projector, and it, you know, didn't have the black levels that my Sony has, but it had a great picture. And it was like, he calibrated it, and I'm like, it's time to upgrade. I was seeing the ads, I was seeing the demonstrations of the JVC, the you know, and the black levels and everything. And I wanted that. And he's like, nope. He's like, nope. He swore by the Sonys and the processing and the color. He goes, this is truer to what, you know, this is truer to what the artist intended, right? He's like, he liked the color for that, and that's what Jim is all about. This is Jim Doolittle, and it sounds a lot like Jim Peterson of Lumagen, because he's the same way. He's like, this is what the, you know, he did everything about what the artist intended. So that's why I ended up going with the Sony. If he had said the JVC, I would have got the JVC. You know, it's like, I am not married to any one brand or anything like that. I want what's best possible for me, right? And that includes budget, the room, and everything like that. So yeah, that's why I ended up with the Sony. And when my next one, I don't know what it's going to be. You know, it's like, and again, like you said, it's like we could swap projectors, and I'd be like, okay, what's the difference? I'd be like, all right, I'll enjoy this one because it's about the image on the screen. And I mean, or the experience in the room is really what it's about. And
it's interesting, you know, me also being in on the camera side of things. I was watching some head-to-head comparisons of footage between the Blackmagic Pixis 12K that they have out and the Sony Burano. And looking at these images side by side, it looked like a Sony versus JVC projector shootout or comparison, in that Sony, you know, maybe a little cleaner and sharper, but the Blackmagic was a little more filmic and, you know, but also just like a little bit cooler on the Sony side, where and the you know, the JVC and the Blackmagic tend to, you know, and I don't know where the push is, if it's on the Sony side or the JVC Blackmagic side, but they push a little warmer, especially in skin tones than Sony's do. And so I found it really interesting that, like, Sony, obviously they have their production to post-production to home delivery chain, and they're, they're consistent throughout from the camera to the display in your home. But I also preferred the Blackmagic, just like I prefer the JVC if given the option, budget, no issue. So found that very interesting.
Second time I've heard about the Blackmagic today.
Yeah.
Paul Frederick was talking about it earlier and saying like they're crazy. He's like they're like 40 grand or whatever he was saying for these.
Well, only the 17K.
Yeah, that's what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Like the 16, 17K camera. Yeah.
Yeah.
He said, but they're amazing.
Yeah.
It's like, what?
Yeah, I have 5 different Blackmagic cameras here. That I have from the original cinema camera and the original pocket cinema camera up to the 6K cinema camera, and I want to get a Pixis, but I just don't offload the old ones because I love doing concert films, and I'm able to, like, a few weeks ago White Denim was in town and I was able to connect with them a couple weeks before the show and not have to worry about, okay, I need to rent 5 cameras that all match and blah, blah, blah. It's like I've got them in the closet, and I just, rig them up in the room and hit record and do a concert film without any cost outlay other than, paying to park at the venue.
Oh, wow.
So
look at you. It's funny because Ryan, I listened to #Dork, and Ryan Davey, he'll be on later tonight. He's doing that. He's photographing and stuff and doing stuff for concerts in this area. I hear him talking about, and he's like, I think he's just starting out, or he's been doing it for a few years, but it's just starting to grow for him. And, I'm hearing more and more people doing that, or at least people in my circle that I'm listening to. And now I'm like, oh, wow, look at what else is going on.
I grew up in a town of like less than 50 people in Iowa. We didn't have much of a live music scene. So I grew up going to Musicland and buying concert films on VHS, and I loved that was my initial, exposure to this, and just watching them over and over and over and over again, wearing them out. And to me, it's a little sad that as an art form, concert films have kind of died away. They used to be, able to find some really great, well-produced, cinematic, like literally concert films, not just a shoot of a show that was 5, cameras or whatever. It was a recording of the in-house feed, or it was a webcast that they've archived. It's like, that's like watching a telethon or a parade on your public television station. It's like, yes, there's multiple cameras there and there's cutaways, but there's no art to it. It's just kind of a formula. But then you go and you watch something like Delicate Sound of Thunder, or the John Mayer film that Danny Clinch did, or The Last Waltz. Some of these Muse's simulation theory is fantastic. And like, when they're really great and really entertaining, that's really gone away. Those are the exception when you get something that good that comes out. And so much you go on YouTube and it's just everyone's filming everything on their phones. And I would much rather go into a show, and I'm as guilty about it as the next guy, but I've gotten pretty good at going in, maybe recording one song, taking 5 or 6 photos and putting my phone in my pocket and being in the moment and enjoying the show instead of recording all of it. And I would love if everyone followed Taylor Swift's example and put out a huge concert film at the end of every tour for people to watch, so they're not so, oh my God, I have to film the whole thing while I'm here in the show. It's like, just release a really good, product at the end of it, charge or don't charge, whatever, but just put something out so that people don't feel like they have to record it to remember every frame. Not that would change anyone. I'm sure people are still obviously people are still recording with their phones at Taylor Swift shows, but God, I'd love to get away from that. It's so great to see a concert from the 70s or the 80s or even the 90s where it's like the crowd is just there and they're not all holding their phone.
They're not all holding
like
the, well, I think people are putting their phones up not because they're trying to they're trying to document that they're there.
Uh-huh.
Right. It's not about them experiencing the artist. It's about them being able to show everybody, look, I was here. I was at Taylor Swift, because
that's great.
What is it leading up before you even, Taylor Swift's a great example, because she's one of the artists that like sells out in minutes. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, did you get these tickets so that you can go and see Taylor Swift, or did you get these tickets so you could tell everybody you're going to see Taylor Swift? You're one of the lucky few that got tickets.
Even
right?
so, it takes one frame to show people that you were at Taylor Swift. And now put your phone in your damn pocket and enjoy the show. Don't feel like you need to record every single moment of the show.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, be there to enjoy the show. You know, and then, you know, have that for later or watch it for later. But I get the artist side too. If everybody did what Taylor Swift did, people wouldn't go to the show. They just wait for the, you know, if that was the custom, like we get now, right? People stop going to the movies because they know it's going to show up at home.
Mm-hmm.
So why am I going to go there and stand in a crowd with a bunch of other people and listen to Taylor Swift in a venue that probably doesn't sound that good or whatever?
People aren't going to go whether they're recording it on their phone or if there's a product at the end of it anyway. So at least offer the product for those people who aren't going to go. Like no one's going. I don't think anyone is going to say, "Oh my God, Taylor Swift's coming to town. I'm going to skip it because she's going to release it on film later." No, if they're excited about going, they're going to go. And then they're going to watch the film as their memory box later, you know, versus like, I don't think, especially when you're talking about Taylor Swift.
Yeah. But you've just given an outlet to all those parents when the kid's going, I really want to go. I really want to go. I really want to go. And be like, yeah, watch it on Disney Plus later.
Yeah. I don't see that. I mean, and Taylor Swift is a great example of someone who the parents seem to love as much as the kids, and they're just as excited to go as the kids are. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. If someone is a fan, they're going to go. If they're a fan and they can afford the ticket and there's one available, they're going to go. If they're, I don't know, and maybe it's just because I'm a bigger music fanatic than most, but you know, I've got tickets for three more shows yet this year. You know, I don't know, maybe I'm a bigger music fan than most, but if someone's coming and I am around and I can afford the ticket, I'm going to go, whether they're going to put something out later or not.
Yeah. It's and that's us though. Yeah. But I know a lot of people that would be like, I need to see her. And then or not just her in general, but there's a lot of people that went to the movies because that's the only place you could see it.
Right.
And now that you can see it at home, I hear a lot. Why would I do that? I'm just going to wait and see it at home now. And they don't even have home theaters.
Yeah.
They're just, you know, so it's like, it's gotten so good at home, even just on your 65, 75 inch television in your living room, that people think that's what's great. And they're not going to the theater for that experience.
Yeah. Well, that's not just because it's going to be available at home. It's because theaters have largely become a miserable experience in a lot of theaters. But going back to concerts, who's going to come home in their, you know, $100,000 home theater and watch someone else's cell phone on YouTube of the show that they skipped? Or who's going to watch the stuff that they shot on their cell phone? Like, and that's the thing, like, you know, Carl saying in the chat, I tried to do half a dozen shots and put the phone away. I'm doing the same thing. I rarely go back. I can't remember when I've watched a video except for maybe a couple of shows. But yeah, it's like you got them and you see the photos when you scroll past, and the more photos you took, the longer it takes you to scroll past it in your library. And it's just like, how often do you really go? You post a couple to social media and then you forget about them.
Yeah.
And so why take 700 photos of a 90-minute concert when you're going to look at 2 of them a couple times. You're going to just sift through them the next morning, post something on Instagram, and then get reminded every year. That's great. So only take 3 or 4.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
End rant.
End rant. Yeah, but because I do that, I'll go to a show or something and you take a crap load of them because nothing's ever the right one. Right. And it's, I mean, gone are the days where you were like so like protective of each shot because I got to roll a 24 here.
Is that a 16 or a 24?
Yeah, exactly. And it'd be like, and I got another roll in my pocket. So you're the guy over there going, I got to change this out.
Yep.
Like I remember I would go to Bruins games when I was a kid. And I say a kid, like 18 years old. And I could only afford the balcony seats. But during warm-ups, I'd run down with my camera and take pictures of them warming up. And then you got to go home, get them developed and look at, and then when you get them developed, oh, crap, I missed it. You got like, the shot is like, here's the shot. And you got one leg out the back because they went by too fast.
Yeah.
It'd be like, yeah, but you want to document that stuff. And now, because it is, almost infinite, you're just like, you take everything that you go home and you always, to me anyways, I agree with you, like only take like 3 or 4. Well, my intention is to go home and delete the crappy ones and keep 3 or 4. Yeah. And then you scroll back and look like, oh, I never deleted anything. Right. It's like,
because you probably didn't even look at them.
Oh no, I would. Yeah, okay. I would go back, and it's fun. That's the other part, though. It is kind of fun to scroll back through your timeline and be like, "Oh, I remember this. Oh yeah. Like I remember where I was when the shot. I remember, So there is part of that. If you play it fast enough, it's like watching a movie. It's like the old flip books.
I know. I judge my favorite concerts every year by how few photos I took.
Yes.
The best concerts I always had, like there've been a couple concerts this year that I didn't take any, and those are the best. Like, it's not because it wasn't worth taking a photo; it was because I was actually alive and in the moment. And
exactly.
That's when it's a good show. So,
yeah, that's like me with Foo Fighters.
Mm-hmm.
If I go see Foo Fighters, I don't take any shots.
Nice.
It's people taking shots of me. Because I just go nuts. I mean, there's something about listening to them and then Dave Grohl's passion and the way, I mean, that guy couldn't sing a ballad slowly if you paid him to. It's like, he gets so deep and into everything that you just like, and that just goes right through me. And it's like, they haven't been around in a while. And for my birthday, my family took my kids, my wife, my friends took me to Foo Fighters tribute band. It was like that, and there I am at I'm like 55-year-old guy dancing his brains out on the floor in front of this tribute band, like I'm watching Dave Grohl. They were actually pretty good. Actually pretty good. But yeah, I'm a nut when it comes to that. But yeah. But like getting back to like what you said before about when I said I could listen to Chris talk numbers and do that, or listen to Jim Peterson, and he gets into the weed. Like it's like he could be speaking Spanish, and all right, I'm with you. I retain a little bit of it, and some of it is stuff that later on when I'm dealing with my stuff, I'll be like, that's what he was talking about, right? And it's like, but what I like about it, and I think I've heard people say this about this show and listening to us talk, is that it's not so much the content, it's the passion that they're delivering in it.
Yeah.
Right. And it's like, even somebody like Jim Peterson doesn't talk like I do. He's not like, oh my God, but but the passion is there in the fact that he takes the time to figure this stuff out, to be like, but this is what this means. And this and this and that. And it's like, there's something to that to me that just like, I'm like, I could listen to that all day. Listen to Chris earlier. I know you were. And it's like, he's like, oh, let me pull up my trusty little calculator here. Blah, blah, blah. And you're like, okay, where are we going with this? I don't even understand what you're talking about. But I mean, I do, but it's his point that what he was making and everything is like the overall idea, but the way he delivered it with the passion and the excitement, it's like, and then that makes you, at least me, and I'm sure other people watching, go, I don't understand what he said, but now I want to.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you start looking it up yourself or something, right?
Yep.
And that to me is what's interesting. But somebody like yourself, where we've had enough discussions, I know you well enough that you're more of the artist, right? And which I'm lucky enough, I'm in the middle too. It's like I have that engineer brain, like a Chris, like Ara, like my son Joe. I have that engineer brain, but I also have that artist brain where I'm with you, Travis. We're like, talk to me how it looks. I feel like I'm more in the middle between somebody like a true artist, which would be, you're not even the true artist because you do have a little bit more. You have that engineer part, otherwise you wouldn't have your full theater.
Right.
But you're a little bit more artist, and it's like we're like Donnie and Marie right now. Like you're a little bit more artist, I'm a little more rock and roll. I don't know.
Hey, you got
But
your,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, I my last job before we moved out here to Seattle, I worked for the College of Engineering at Iowa State University, and I'm a marketing and communications guy. So I'm not by any means an engineer, but I've learned enough from those 13 years of working very closely with engineers and researchers that when I was 18, sorry, my eyes watering. When I was 18, if I had known what an engineer did, I probably would have made a really good engineer because my brain does work that way.
Yeah.
But I also despise math, and I try to stay clear of any math that I possibly can. So I hear things that when Chris or Jim talks about stuff, I hear what they're saying, and I know how the numbers relate to each other, but there's no way I'm going to sit and try and figure out what that number is actually going to be and what the visual result is, like knowing, watts and how, 100 watts is twice as much as 10 watts and twice as loud, and knowing efficiency on a speaker and signal to noise ratio and stuff like that. I know how those are going to apply, but I'd still rather just listen to it.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's where you can, like we were saying earlier, you can get into trouble when you get so focused on measurements, you're missing the actual point.
Yeah.
Right. And it's stuff like that, and talking with who's in the chat right now listening, Shane Lee, where I've talked with him, where he does, the Atmos, the object viewer or whatever that the Trinov has. And it's like, and I've asked him, and it's like, can that get in the way of actually enjoying a particular movie? Because like you can have actual science here of like, nope, it's not playing through all of your overheads. And now you've added a level of disappointment, whereas, ignorance is bliss, where it's like, that scene was great. It went right over my head. And then Shane's like, no, it didn't. No, I'm telling you right now. See, I can see it right here. Well, it didn't do that. And you're like, well, you're not wrong, but I thought it did. Yeah, but now you're wrong. It's like, what the hell? I enjoyed it.
Just because the object itself doesn't track directly across doesn't mean your processor and your speakers didn't position it and work as a system instead of as an individual object to give that illusion. So whether or not the object does fly across or not, if it's a hard coded mix, you can still make something sound like it's directly above you. And even without speakers above you, you can give the illusion of height from just your bed layer speakers. So just because that object doesn't fly directly over the top doesn't mean they didn't make that effect using other speakers in the system to position it. Okay, we're going to go 60% in these speakers and 40% over here, and then we're going to pan it back, and it's going to give that illusion without using one of our objects that we have available.
Right. But the other part is the ultimate processor in the room is your brain.
Yeah.
And if you're into the scene and it's just, and that jet panned from front to back, you could have no overhead speakers. Before Atmos was invented, I almost swore, but I thought stuff was flying over my head. Right. Yeah. And it's like, but now because we have speakers up there, you're like, I need them to work. I need to experience that. And it's like, it's kind of the idea of like your speaker being down below the screen. Right. It's like, it should be in the middle, should be behind the screen. It should be acoustically transparent, because that's where how many times could you tell somebody in the room, be like, can you hear the speaker down there? And I can't wait to do this someday when I have acoustically transparent, because this does work. You can do this to people. Be like, I can hear it coming from down there. I'm focused on that because they know it's coming from below, so they swear they can hear it from down there. Okay, now what about the part where I was lying to you and it's actually coming from the center? And you're like, oh.
Yeah.
And that can be done. People, I've seen it done where you're like, I think it's this way, and it's how much is in here? It's like, but the idea of your center channel being below the screen actually works in reverse. Yes, it's down there. If I know it's there and I'm going to focus and look at it, be like, yep, sounds like it's coming right from there. But when I'm into a movie, I would swear that the dialogue is, yep, he's talking in the top corner.
Yeah.
Oh, and and he's yelling to the guy in the bottom right corner. And it's like you get into it and you can actually place that. Yeah. And it is assisted by the speakers. The left and rights are pulling you in that direction and stuff. Yeah. If it was a mono single channel, you would, of course, you'd be like, yep, it's right there. But there's a huge amount of processing going on in between your ears.
Yeah. I will always have an acoustically transparent screen, not even so much because I can hear it go drop below the screen, but because I want identical speakers behind the screen. Because I've always, even placing it up at same tweeter level, I can always hear the difference in a pan to a horizontal center channel speaker that's not an identical form factor to the left and right. So that's more my reasoning so much than the height of the speaker, because like you said, your brain can adjust to it and your system can adjust to it. But for me, it's the form factor of the speaker.
Yeah. Yeah. I like the idea of even more than 3 channels around. If you go in acoustically transparent, and I've talked to people about it, where you go not quarters, but you in thirds, you'd have 6 speakers back there, and you can go, now you up and down. And why don't we do instead of you do tweeters, right? Or tweeter in a minute, you don't need a full range speaker all around. So now we can move sound like a ping pong ball moving all around your screen. There's so many ways they can, do this out with the, processing that they're doing now, that you could go with this large screen and it could move around even more back there. Yeah. You need a bigger screen for that. It's really not. The point of doing that at 100-inch screen isn't really, it's just not enough space. But if you get 150 plus, you're looking at, okay, now I can actually move the sound around the screen with multiple speakers back there. That's entertaining. That's fun to do. And that's getting into the engineering and technology side of it, which is, fun. And then see what people can do with that.
Right. So I just saw Steve Crabb post something in the chat again, and I wanted to go back to something he brought up when Chris was still on about the light engine and how, can JVC or Sony make it separate? And Steve pointed out, well, it's all got to be about ROI, and and that was the conversation. But I would think that there would have to be a way that, and obviously it's not the case, or JVC would already be doing it. But if they were to do something like that, and they could decrease the number of front ends, like now they have the 5, 7, 8, and 900.
This comment right here.
Yeah. The economy of scale. But couldn't they, if they removed the light engine from the projectors themselves, they could just have a 700 and a 900, with the main difference being the lens. And they could also remove it from their flight simulator projectors and have a 2,000, 4,000, 8,000, 12,000 lumen light engine that you could use any of them on any of their front ends, and they could theoretically make the light engines themselves at scale and just control the front ends based on home theater, flight simulator, executive boardroom projector, or whatever. And then you just pair the light engine that you want or that you need for your specific room. I would think that would be at least worth looking into, but like I said, they probably looked into it. How many people would not buy a JVC home theater projector if you had to have a separate room connecting your light engine to it because it's loud, it's being louder and it's removing that? I wouldn't have a situation where I could use it. I'd have to figure out a way to run it back into this closet, which is also where the water heater, the in-floor heating system and everything is. So I'm not going to put a light engine back there.
Well, you could save money on heating your water.
Good point.
That's you use your actual water heater to cool your light engine,
and that's actually the heat for the whole house. It's like, honey, it's chilly in here. We should watch a movie.
Yeah,
because we have water hydro in-floor heating on all 3 levels. So we'd heat the house with the projector.
There you go. Yeah, and imagine that you crank up a movie and somebody's in the shower and they get burned. Like, ah! We're like, oh, would you shut the movie? I'm taking a shower. All right, I'll turn the movie down. Solving problems and creating them. There we go.
Yeah,
there we go. Oh, all right.
My theater's in shambles right now.
That's oh yeah, because you have no chairs.
Yeah, no chairs, and I got boxes over there. I did bring a chair down last night to watch Trick or Treat.
Skippy, I've seen that.
From Family Ties, and
oh, Skippy,
one of my favorites.
That's Skippy. Oh my God, I saw Trick or Treat. I don't know, a couple years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, I think.
That was the first time. It's out on 4K this year.
Is it really?
There's a 4K.
They put that out in 4K.
Oh yeah,
we're begging for other movies and we get Trick or Treat.
It's actually
it took us forever to get Tombstone, but here's Trick or Treat, everybody.
They went back to the original camera negative for this and everything. There's a 5.1 mix, and it's actually really, really well done for such a obscure cult classic movie. But yeah, that was all me when I was in high school, man. The metalhead. I didn't have. I guess I did actually have long hair, but I didn't.
I had a mullet, but it wasn't called that at the time.
Yeah, but that was
it's not out on 4K yet on Kaleidoscape.
No, because it's a different little boutique studio called Synapse did it.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, one of 2 new discs that I bought this year.
Only 2 this year? Discs?
Yeah. Yep.
What was the other one?
I don't want new discs in my house. I finally caved and bought the Point Break 4K about a month before it finally hit Kaleidoscape.
Oh God. Yeah, I was just telling somebody the other day about that, how we use Point Break, you and I talking to people online about like you had Point Break in, HD, and I couldn't because it wasn't available anymore on Kaleidoscape. And we were just talking about that. Like, who was it? I forget who I was talking to about that, but it was, how it was available. Like you bought it and it was no longer available because of the studio. So you still had access to it, but I couldn't buy it, which is kind of cool for Kaleidoscape. So, oh, there he is. He didn't fall asleep.
Favorite great deal guy.
Don't subscribe to Shane. He's got enough. I need more.
Oh, shit. So, where are you? It looks like a garage behind you. What's that over your shoulder?
That's my zebra shade.
Oh, doesn't that look like the drawer, like a storage
like a roll-up door?
He's
in a storage unit.
Yeah. Shane, were you listening earlier when? Oh, it was Chris. Just a little while ago, Chris was talking about how the proximity of his house to his neighbors, and how like when he cranks a movie, because his house is on one end, but his neighbors are on the other end. And all I could think of was you. And I forget the movie where the neighbor ended up coming over to your house the next day.
Yeah, Dune 2. I was watching Dune 2.
Oh, it was Dune 2, and you like rocked not just the house, but the neighborhood.
I see Carl is here. Our favorite person, Carl.
Carl in the chat. Yeah. Is he in there? What did he say recently? I'm having trouble keeping up. Chat is flying today. Chat is flying.
So I'm taking a little break. I was just shooting some B-roll.
Yeah.
I got this Dolly home theater system. I had these speakers for like months, and I got to wrap them up. I got to get these boxes out of here. So I figure I'll come on for like 10 minutes, but then I got to wrap this up and post it today.
Oh, nice. Thanks. Yeah, thanks for dropping it. You're on later tonight, though, right?
I got to tell myself when I sit down. When I sit down, I got to keep telling myself to suck my gut in.
Oh God. Oh boy.
Every times I'm shooting B-roll, I'm like sitting, lounging in my chair. I'm like, oh my God, I got to reshoot it.
Oh God.
That's why I try to stay off camera as much as possible.
Oh my God. I don't worry about that stuff. I was like, you sucking in your gut.
What's
that's the home theater talk for today. So what workout routine do you do for your home theater channel? None.
I DJ, I was trying to get Stephen Smith to come on here. I want to go on the Stephen Smith workout regime, his home theater workout regime. That dude's cut.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
I've been on the carnivore diet for the past month.
How's that going?
I've done it once before because I had like chronic back pain ever since my mid-20s. I did it the first time, which was, I think it was 3 months ago. I dropped, I don't know, 2 belt loops, and my pants were like loose, like legitimately loose, and I lost some weight in my thighs. My 4-pack out of my 6-pack that I used to have, I had got a 4-pack back, and I was like, man, back hurt a lot less. I was like jumping around. I could do like cartwheels and stuff. Then I was like, you know what? Let me go back. I feel like I need some pasta. And then I fell back into drinking sweets and eating sugar again. And now my gut is kind of back. So I figure a month before Thanksgiving, let me just start up the carnivore diet one more time. And, I trimmed down just a little bit. I'm on like week 2.5 right now. So it works pretty good. I mean, I love meat. I can eat meat all day.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But then sometimes, sometimes you just want a piece of chocolate cake or something,
Well, everything in moderation, buddy. Everything in moderation.
Not me.
Except meat.
If I was to try and do like some sort of specific diet, I would have to find one. Unfortunately, like carbs are the one thing that I would find it the hardest to give up. I could give up meat.
To everybody.
I could give up. I've been giving up dairy just in general because my body doesn't like it anymore. But good Lord, I love a good carb.
Yeah.
If I get pizza, it's mostly I choose it by the crust. If I'm getting pasta, it's not the sauce or anything on top of it. It's because this place has the best noodles. That's my jam.
Yeah. Oh, well, I went and visited my mom. I gave her a Hisense TV 2 days ago. She's like, "You want some fried rice?" I was like, "Jesus, it's gonna screw up my whole thing." So she made me this big, huge, those big lasagna tins. Just filled it with fried rice, shrimp fried rice. It's like, "Here, just take this for the week." I was like, "This is like," I ate almost the whole thing in like 2 days. It's so much of my meat diet.
Yeah, it is so good. But I've done that's all I eat anyways, is mostly meat anyways. I'll come home and I'll eat like 2 pounds of chicken at the end of the day, whether it's chicken thighs, chicken breasts, chicken whatever. And they're like, "How do you do that?" I'm like, "It's what I like. It's what it's good." It's like I start eating outside of that, all of a sudden, like my body's like, oh, I get lethargic and stuff, and it's like this is how I get my energy. So it works for me.
I mean, last year I stopped not one. I didn't plan on it, but I had stopped just inadvertently, just stopped drinking beer. Usually I would do these live streams at night. I would go on these crazy rants because I'd be drinking beer, and people would piss me off in the comments. I would go off, and I'd be like, "Shit, I got to take this off the stream because I'm going to sound like an a-hole the next day."
Yeah.
So I would drink, I don't know, maybe 2 times a week, maybe max.
Yeah.
Especially more during COVID because I was just bored. And I think last Thanksgiving, my wife's mom came down, and after she left, I didn't drink while she was here. And then 2 months went by. I was like, I was like, should I get a Corona? I feel like it's a nice day. Maybe I should drink a Corona. And I was just like, you know what? Probably not, because I'm always, like you said, lethargic and stuff after I drink. I was like, let me just stop. 6 months down the road, I was like, do I need a drink? I was like, shit, I haven't drank in like since last November. Wow. So now it's is it November now? Yeah, November 1st.
November 1st.
I was like, it's just, I'm a couple weeks away from a year without drinking. Just, I haven't had like the craving for it. Yeah, just on a whim. Of course, Thanksgiving, we're going to celebrate. I'm going to have a drink for Thanksgiving to celebrate. But usually I know people have like problems with alcoholism, stuff like that. And I was like, do I have a problem drinking? But apparently I don't.
Yeah. If you could just drop it like that, no problem.
Shane just froze on a perfect frame.
There you go. Yeah.
My body doesn't like beer. My mouth likes beer. I love the taste of a good craft brew, like a good hazy IPA or something, but my body just hates it. So when we were in Iowa, I had a separate fridge in the garage that I would stock up on various craft beer from, go to Chicago, bring home a couple cases of something you can't get in Iowa. Up in Minneapolis, get some of this stuff because you can't buy it in Iowa. And then so I would always have, not like getting drunk and drinking a lot, but I would always have a beer. I would have a beer or two every day, every night, like, with dinner, after dinner, whatever, in the theater. And my body just can't do that anymore, but it sucks because I still really enjoy the taste of it.
Yeah.
So it's kind of I don't often have it in the house at all. It's just like if we're out at a restaurant, I might have a beer, or we went out for a drink the other night and I had one beer, but
I drink more than that.
I used to, I definitely used to. I used to, when I used to tailgate at Iowa State, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, I would tailgate with, I would take a case of beer out there and I would have to buy cheap beer that didn't have the alcohol content of an IPA or whatever. So I'd take Miller High Life out there.
Yeah.
And, by the end of a 7 or 8 hour day, tailgating, going to the game, coming out at halftime, coming out afterward, I would drink 16 beers.
Yeah.
Over the course of the day.
16?
It's like,
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah. I mean,
I thought it was better for me because it was shitty beer.
Yeah.
Crappy beer.
Yeah. I started when I was younger. I drink anything like you do. You're like, wherever you go, you're like, you're a kid and you're like, all right, I'll have a beer, whatever. But what I ended up finding out was like, for some reason, like Coors Light, it was the impurities in it were far less hangover. You could drink a ton of them. And the next day you're like, I feel better than if I drank anything else. So that's kind of just what I stuck with. And literally like everything else I eat in my life, it's like, it's how does it make me feel? And it's like, this isn't so bad. It's not great for you. Don't get me wrong, but the negative side of it was so much less than every other beer. So that's kind of what I stuck with. And that's all I really drink, unless I go out and, and there's somebody's like, oh, try this craft beer. It's so hard. Like, cause I'm so used to Coors Light. I go out to anything else. It's like, I'm like, no, that's weird. That's different. It's like, no, I'll go back to and everybody's like, it tastes like water. Okay. To you, because you're drinking these, but yeah, it was always about how I felt afterwards. And then I'm not just talking about like while I'm drinking, like you obviously you get drunk or whatever, or you get a buzz, but I'm talking the next day. It was so much easier to recover from and go on about your day.
Yeah.
So that's what I did.
Yeah. I mean, anymore, all I drink, I have my almond milk cortados in the morning and water the rest of the day. And that's my liquid intake. And I drink, like, I've got these, I think they're like 24-ounce glasses. I'll drink like 8 or 9 of these throughout the day.
Yeah, I just keep filling this up all day long with water. Just drink water all day long. And like, I'll do like one of these for like, these are the Reigns, and I'll do one of those in the morning because I don't like coffee. So for my cat, I'll drink this and literally like this one, because we're doing the show and it's like, and it has a flavor, right? So this one has about this much left in it. Mm-hmm. And I've had this since 6 o'clock.
Okay.
On a typical day, I probably won't even finish it, but I'll just be like, because I like it for the flavor. It gives you a little bit of a kick, wakes you up in the morning, and it's water the rest of the day, and then that night, maybe I'll, not maybe, but a lot of times I'll like, relax. I'll have a beer or 2, but that's my day. But it's like mostly water all day long, which is a big difference too. If all you drink all day long is like I see people like, how can you drink this and that? And it's like, how do you drink that much water? If you drink that much, it's also cleaning out the other stuff too. Yeah. But if all you drink is the other stuff, like caffeine, you go from caffeine in the morning and then you have drinks at night so you can fall asleep. You're basically
That's how
chemically.
Elvis died.
Yeah, yeah, literally. You're chemically just
Yeah.
manipulating yourself throughout the day when it's like,
yeah,
you know. And that's your Brightside Home Theater nutrition talk.
Yeah. I'm essentially trying to replace my alcohol intake with edibles.
If I
feel the need to like just really chill out and relax at night, I'll just like grab a gummy and call it a day.
Never touched it. Never touched anything like that.
I like because I'm someone who used to smoke as well. When I was
the artist in you.
Well, no, it was when I was in network news. It's like standing on the lawn of a courthouse all day waiting for someone to come out and talk to the camera. It was really, really boring.
Yeah.
And everyone would just be out. All the news crews would just be hanging out, chatting, smoking, whatever. And so, like, if someone ever, would pass me a joint, I would smoke it like a cigarette and be just on the floor. And so the edibles are a nice predetermined dosage. And I know I'm not going to overdo it if I just have one. So
yeah,
it's
never
not
touched
like a daily thing. So
I always hated smoking, period. Just growing up, I hated it. I'm guessing it stems from when I was a baby, and this is just what my parents thought. My parents smoked when I was a baby, so it's like it being in the house and the smell and blah, 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 and then seeing people smoking. It's like it's never been. So for me to do that, I was always like, nope, I can't do that. And then it just wasn't for me. And then growing up, that's what kept me away from it. And now it's like, well, come on, it's like it's legal now. You got to go. I'm like, I've gotten this far in my life without touching it. What do I need it for?
Yeah.
I had one of my friends trying to talk me into to mushrooms once, and they're like, "You should do this because," and I go, "But why?" And then they described it in the feeling, and I looked at her and I went, "Doesn't that sound like me, anyways? Like just talking to me?" And they're like, "Yeah, you're right." Like you're actually doing something that I'm like trying to calm it down because this is how my brain works. And I had another two friends at my friend's bar, and they're trying to talk me into doing coke. And this is at 10 o'clock at night. And they're like, you should do this, you should do that, blah, blah, blah. You should try and do this because look at what it does for you. And I go, it's 10 o'clock at night. Look at me now. What do you think that's going to do for me? And they're like, oh yeah. It's like, I mean, now, if I could do something where I never had to sleep, that would be for me. And it'd be like, that's because I just like to go, go, go. I hate the idea of having to go to bed and go to sleep. Hence the 25-hour show.
I could go to bed right now.
But that's the thing. Once I'm in bed, I don't want to get out of it. But once I'm up and I'm productive and I'm doing things, that's what I want to keep doing. Right. Yeah. It's like, but then once I go down, I'm like, oh boy, there you go.
Yep.
But yeah. So. All right, you want to switch over and we'll do some home theater talk? We promise everybody we'll do some home theater talk on the other side. I actually, before we switch over, I got to send you the link. I don't think I ever send you the second link.
You need to send me the link.
Yeah, let me send this to you right now. Boom, boom.
All right. I actually do. I've got home theater stuff to talk about. I mean, obviously.
You do?
Yeah.
There, I just sent you the link.
Right on.
Let me open up the other side for me. See, you can do them both at the same time. Not that one. So we're going to 25 hours of home theater, 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. Part 2 of 3. We're 1/3 down, everybody. We are going over to the other side. So all the chat, see our numbers here. We'll see. Oh wow, cool. Brightside Home Theater. Wow, that's interesting. I can see the numbers on Twitter right now, according to live viewers. On Twitter, we have 165 viewers, and on YouTube, it's 28, which is weird.
Wow.
We have 165 people watching on Twitter right now, or X, whatever you want to call it. So that's pretty cool. But all right, we're going to switch over from here. Let me see if I can go enter into the other one, see if anybody's, I think I can do both at the same time. Go live. Boom. I just went live. Am I live on the other one yet? I'm going to see in a second. I'm live on the other one. So if you want to switch over, I'll see you over there, Travis.
Will do.
Sounds good. See you in a minute.
Fred.
This has been a Hey Fred production with theme music by Jeff Bernhardt and Throne Vault Productions.